It's the belt today. Congratulations, Andrew B. Nice job.
Shout out, Andrew. How's things going with the puppy?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
What's up,
Puppy
Russ?
Hey, what's up, Russ Dog? Happy jump day.
Good morning, everybody.
Dozer, Warren.
Hey, what's up, Mr. Tapia? What's up, Warren?
Christian Theochino.
Mrs. Mac. Filthy McNasty and the entire McNasty family. What's up, Christian?
Shout out to the McNasties.
Ayo, what's up, Tio? What's up, Norm? Jump day, hump day, and Wiener Wednesday. Wiener Wednesday died real fast.
Yeah. I don't even speak that word.
Rest
I don't think
in
I've ever
peace, man.
spoken that word.
That, you know,
Hey, they did that shit twice, and they were like, "Nah, it's enough."
it was a special time.
It's
It's gonna be donuts in this office tomorrow, and
I'm
have
not
been
gonna-
every other Thursday.
I'm
for
not
years
gonna lie.
since
Did
I
I grab a
started.
chili dog every Wednesday? Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Absolutely.
But was
no
I like,
shade.
oh, it's redacted Wednesday? No, I never uttered that phrase once.
no shade at anybody who participated in Wiener Schnitzel Wednesday.
Yeah, like I love a chili cheese dog.
Yeah,
and Wiener
that's
Schnitzel.
not the problem. My beef with them, with John and JC, the two sales guy who started Wiener Schnitzel Wednesday, is that they stopped doing it after like 2 Wednesdays. And then you ask you, hey, is it Wiener Schnitzel Wednesday coming up? And they'd be like, no, never, not really. Like,
Something
all right.
happened. What's up, everybody else? Zabo, that other James.
I bet they went in
Nice.
there.
Pup's doing great.
Oh yeah,
Zebra, Brian.
that was it. Jaguar,
Yeah, shout out Jaguar.
Jaguar.
Keeps it G. Shout out. Good morning. Ricardo.
Jag-
Spencer in the house. Good morning, everybody.
Be careful.
What's up, Brodo 175? John Livingston, shout out. Wait, why is he -1?
Because he got one yesterday and I never marked it.
No, because was he at -2 already?
Yeah.
Oh,
And then he got
okay.
another +1. I forget why.
I feel like he's at -2.
Honestly, no. He gets
Maybe he's at
+1.
-1.
He gets +1 for that Giants loss last night.
Oh, man. All right.
Dude.
Give him
All
plus
right.
100 at this point. What's up, Ari?
I saw that one coming. I'm not going to lie.
No one gave him crap for saying Wiener.
I mean, Casey and D'Lo just wouldn't say the name, but
Yeah, that's fine. But nobody was like, wow, John and JC. No, man. What up, Ari?
the thing about your baseball team stinking, because my Red Sox suck too, is that like you're just holding out hope that maybe they can go on a little 4-game winning streak and figure it out. But I guess the situation is different in the NL because
Okay.
the NL wild card is just disgusting. And the Red Sox still have a chance.
I don't know, man.
It's the fact that Giants fans, every time they win a game or are winning in a game, talk themselves into it.
Yeah, that
it's
definitely happens.
unbelievable.
That definitely happens.
There's a lot of season left. I mean, why
Midway
not?
through the 5th last night.
Yeah.
It's like, they're back. Hey, good morning. It is Wednesday, May 20th. May the 20th be with you. I'm Kyle. That's Jesse. Joe, don't make that face at me. Star Wars month.
Nice. Happy jump day, by the way.
Yeah.
Shout out to Star Wars month.
Big time.
I was watching, what is it? Attack of the Clones, the episode 2?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, whatever that name was. I was watching that the other day, had it in the background.
So I threw on.
I'm not like a big Star Wars fan, by the way, or anything like that, but like I'll watch
Sure.
like the main movies when they come out.
Yeah, I like Star Wars.
I'm a
I can't
casual.
catch
I'm a
the
casual Star Wars fan.
Yeah, I don't really catch the shows. I tried that Darth Maul one recently or whatever. Maybe I'll get back to it. But yeah.
Clone Wars is elite TV, the animated series.
Oh, yeah.
I've heard
Elite
that, yeah.
stuff. It's really good.
But I'm
Yeah.
a big
I'm a-
casual, I guess.
I am as well. And the other morning, Sunday morning, I was just putzing around, which is what I love to do on a Sunday morning because I'm always the first one up. A couple of friends stayed over at the crib on Saturday, so I'm up putzing around making coffee. I just threw on episode 1. That's a great background movie. Like that movie stinks. It's a thumbs down
Yeah,
for
I think
sure.
Star Wars fans like actually hate that movie.
Like,
Like,
don't-
the real diehards.
Like, don't get it twisted. That's not a good movie. I'm not trying to say it is, but it is a perfect, like, it's on in the background movie. And I
Yeah.
don't know what compelled me to do it, but it was a good choice by me.
I remember when I don't know why we're starting on Star Wars. I don't know. We're gonna get to the Cavs and that choke job yesterday.
We're gonna flambe James
Yes.
Harden and Donovan Mitchell.
But I remember when episode 3 came out, and that was like a big deal when I was a child and all that. Like
Dude.
Anakin Skywalker turning and all that stuff. Like, wow,
Yeah, man.
it's a big moment.
This is an enormous moment.
And there was a big moment for James Harden yesterday.
Was it?
It's the playoffs, man. Like we need
Dude,
something. Give us a pulse.
I need. As a person who has spent a better part of my adult life some level of despising James Harden, the sick joy I get out of watching him flop around a basketball court and fail time and 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 time again in these spots where his team needs him.
Oh yeah, you literally texted me yesterday. This makes me so happy.
Last night was just pure elation for me.
Look,
I haven't had that much fun watching a sporting event in a decade.
I don't know if I have anyone that I just hate like that in the league right now. But I'm happy for you because I know what that feeling has felt like before.
Someone wants to go, you're just a hater.
Yes. Yeah.
100%.
There's nothing good with a good hate watch. There isn't. Okay. There's nothing wrong with that hate watch. That's part of being a sports fan, being a hater and all that. But James Harden, he's top 75. I can pull up his basketball reference page. It's amazing. He's got all the accolades. But I'm kind of, I don't care at this point.
Get James Harden out of the audacity, the gall to put him in a conversation with the likes of Dwayne Wade, with the likes of Kobe Bryant. Get him all the way out of my face.
The Dwayne Wade thing came up a few days ago, if not last week, on D'Lo and Casey. The guys, they were saying they'd take Harden over D Wade. I was going D Wade.
Insane, absolutely insane take.
It's not if you just look at, like I said, real quick.
No.
11th. I know. We agree. I'm on your team. Don't attack me, okay? I'm on your team. 11-time All-Star, 2-time assist champ, All Rookie, MVP, 3-time scoring champ, 8-time All NBA, 6th Man of the Year, top 75. Like, of course, it's amazing. Plenty of seasons averaging over 30 points a game. Like, yeah, he's done it all. But again, I guess I differ with the guys, and where I side with you.
The guys being D'Lo and Casey.
D'Lo and Casey, yes, of course. Like, he's a 1 through 82. Like, he's a game 1 through 82 type of player. He's not a playoff type player. You can put him in these conversations, but come April and June, he has done nothing that those other guys have done as far as all-time grades. Like, yes, Dwayne Wade. Like, James Harden, talent-wise, sure, can probably put the ball in the hoop better than Dwayne Wade, no doubt. Fine. Like, he's a better scorer, sure. But when it came, like, this, and we kind of get away from these things, too, I feel. Like, the game's about winning at the end of the day. The game is about winning titles and, like, leading your team. Dwayne Wade has done that. Dwayne Wade put the heat on his back in 06. Like, you can say what you want about the LeBron teams, in the early 2010s or whatever. But yeah, again, Dwayne Wade put the team on his back in 06 with Shaq there. James Harden's never done anything close to that. James Harden is part of the 27 missed threes Rockets team.
Yep.
James Harden is part of the Sixers team that collapsed against the Celtics.
Yep.
James Harden is part of what we saw yesterday.
Yep.
James Harden playoff time is, I'm not gonna say he's one of the worst players in the league, but he's just not who we say he's not who we see in the regular season. And I'm sorry, like, I don't care about your regular season awards. If we're talking all-time things and all that, yeah, you don't belong in those conversations. And that's great. Yeah, maybe he'll have a generally good game in the playoffs every now and then and all that. But when it matters, he's always came up short. That's just who he is. He's a fraud.
He is 100% that. He's not a player. And when you get to, and you're right, I think this is important because we just had this discussion about Nikola Jokic. When you start talking about all-time greats, you're nitpicking and you're parsing like these really because everybody's got great numbers. Oh, well, if you look at this guy's 5-year peak, well, what about a 7-year peak and how much does longevity matter? And all of these things, everybody has these different criteria, but on some level, like, you just have to do it when the chips are down. And James Harden has never done it when the chips are down.
Yeah.
And did they lose the series?
He's not even Carmelo Anthony, who never won a ring either. Like, Carmelo Anthony had some playoff performances. Like, Carmelo Anthony, like, I don't even know if he got to a conference final. The point being, like, Carmelo Anthony at least showed up. But his teams reached the points that they needed to. No. But James Harden just completely turns into just the worst player possible.
And it's time and time again with him. Where, and again, they didn't lose. They didn't lose the series last night. Yeah. He he reaches and it's what the Golden State Warriors were never super worried about James Harden, even at his peak, because they knew he was going to run out of gas. When you were the offensive engine all game, every game, and there's no different style of play, like that's the issue to me. The fact that he has nothing else in his bag, like, yes, he's amazing at drawing contact and getting to the foul line. He's amazing at finishing around the rim. The step back three changed the way that the sport is legislated and played. Like, yeah, he's had an impact on the sport, and I don't want to take that away. He's a Hall of Famer without question.
Yeah.
But if I'm building a team of 10 guys that I need to win me a game, I'm not even considering James Harden to play on that team. Not even a little bit. I am taking so many players above James Harden in that instance.
You're taking every player above James Harden.
James Harden is a way better player than Klay Thompson. Okay, he is a better basketball player overall. He's a better scorer, better. Like I would take Klay Thompson on my team in that scenario 100 times out of 100.
Yeah, I feel like everyone would.
What
are you expecting at this point?
And that's the problem. Like you cannot be a guy that everybody goes, he's the greatest shooting guard of all time or the best guard of all time. He's the best scorer, whatever. I don't give a damn.
Doesn't matter.
Because I can't count on him to help close out a game where I'm up 23 points with 7 minutes left.
From April to June, he has no impact.
We don't even know if he has an impact in June because he's never played in that month.
Fair enough, Kyle. Fair enough.
So watching that last night, and again, did they lose the series? No. But watching James Harden turn into a pumpkin on offense, and just wait a second, Donovan Mitchell.
Oh,
watching him turn into a pumpkin on offense, and then just get destroyed on the defensive end. The Knicks ran the same play over and over and over, and he did nothing. It's not even like he was locking down, and you go, man, Jalen Brunson just hit some tough shots. You tip your cap. So what? No, he's just blowing by him. He's standing straight up and down and letting Jalen Brunson run around him.
That's the worst player on the court.
Was it Damian saying that James Harden is allegedly throwing games?
Yes.
Allegedly?
Buddy, like...
What?
He says that at first. I'm like, haha, no, he's not. No. And then a few games pass. I'm like, no, he's not. No, I can't be. He's just bad. And then yesterday, I don't know how many times I got to see him dribble, get to the rim. Oh, he's got a wide open layup. Let me spin around and try to pass it to somebody else instead of taking the shot. I'm taking the layup. I don't get why. Ooh, I have an idea. Yes, to me, it's just, the dude can't handle the pressure. Mentally, he's cooked every time we get to the playoffs. There's no pressure game 1 through 82. There's just not. Like, nope. Whatever. You can give me 60 February 3rd. That's great. That's awesome. Like, nobody's really counting on anything that day. But when it gets down to April and when these games actually mean something, the dude just, he's I don't want to say he's nothing, but he's just not good. He's not good enough. He's not who he is during the regular season. When the stakes get higher. When the pressure mounts, like he's just not that guy. He's not built for it. He can't handle it.
He doesn't have the ability to adapt his game to have the biggest impact. And there are going to be people who say, well, his biggest impact is with the ball in his hands. That's what he does. Like, well, not good enough. He doesn't keep himself in good enough shape. He doesn't adapt to the way defenses play him. Whatever it is, he cannot play the style of basketball that he plays for 82 games plus a playoff run. Even the games they won, even that game 7 against Detroit, he wasn't good. Game 1 last night, you needed him to be a little good. And again, Donovan Mitchell, we're putting a pin in that. We'll get to Donovan Mitchell. But Donovan Mitchell at least had 29 points last night. He was terrible down the stretch. Mm-hmm. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah, it was an awful fourth quarter and overtime.
And we will get to that. But James Harden, 15 points, 4 boards, 3 assists, 6 turnovers, 1 of 8 from 3, 5 of 16 from the field. He was bad the entire game, and they got him for these situations. They picked him up because they said Darius Garland isn't going to be good enough or healthy enough to help us in these situations. We want to go get James Harden. We're going to trade Darius Garland for James Harden straight across. I think they would take that deal back if they could, because this has been such a mess.
And it's going to stay a mess, too. I'm not expecting James Harden, nor should anyone else. I'm not expecting James Harden to step up in game 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7, or be enough for this Cavs team to come out of this series. He's never been
Nope.
that in the playoffs, so I think we'd all be fools to expect that the rest of the series.
We got some listeners chiming in on the Mojo's local Tapia Kitchen text line.
Nice job, Joe.
Russ Dog says Jesse might be right about James Harden and Donovan Mitchell. Are they the Spider-Man meme? He said, I love the show. Appreciate you, Russ. And then,
Can we pause on that real quick?
yeah.
I'm not ready to say they're the Spider-Man meme just yet. But boy.
See, it's
It's
going to be
kinda-
real funny when I'm defending Donovan Mitchell in a few minutes, but go ahead, Joe.
530
Stay
said
tuned.
Harden might be in whatever playoff group right along with Kevin Herter and Golden State Harrison Barnes.
Oh,
That's
Damn.
the 530.
That's
I
fair.
would not
Tough, but
disrespect
fair.
NBA champion Harrison Barnes like that. but
I
go
guess,
ahead.
yeah, there's that.
Get
Shout out to the
games 5 through 7 in
Rest.
2016 for sure, though.
Yeah, he's just horrible in the playoffs. Like, I don't know. Like, yeah, he's just horrible in the playoffs. That's James Harden. He's a playoff choker.
It was just a delight to watch.
Yes, I'm glad you enjoyed that.
Best. And he's gonna have a huge game 2 or game 3. So you'd be like, wow, James Harden is back. Look, he put the team on his back. But then game 5, 6, maybe 7 will roll around. You can't.
He's out of sight, out of mind, honestly. Like, James Harden can go for 30 next game. I don't care because he's just gonna not show up coming up after that.
And that right there is why, to me, because I heard that conversation on D'Lo and Casey.
Mhm.
To me, you remove James Harden from those conversations. Remove him from all the Dwayne Wade, Kobe. No, because
James Harden does not get to sit at Dwayne Wade's table. I'm
not
sorry.
even a little bit.
Uh-uh.
And 1 through 82, is he a better player statistically? Can you show me all the box scores in the world? Yep. 2 thumbs up, man. But go listen to the Miami Heat talk about the 2006 finals. That series switched when the veterans on that team looked at Dwayne Wade and said, you got to carry us, dog. This is on you. You're the guy. And Dwayne Wade said, bet, and put the team on his back, and they won the title. They beat the Mavs. So many teams have looked at James Harden and said, you're the guy. We're relying on you, dog. And he's not been able to meet the moment.
Not once.
And last night was just was more evidence of that. Can I real quick get to what the coaches said after the game?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
And then we can get to Donovan Mitchell. Your guy, Donovan Mitchell.
My guy.
So Kenny Atkinson, the Cavs coach, who apparently forgot he has timeouts. I don't know. They called 1 timeout. The Knicks went on a 30-8 run, and the Cavs called 1 timeout.
Just out there hanging out like the rest of us.
You
You guys see what's going on? Pretty good basketball for that New York team.
God, I hope James Harden comes through, huh?
Yeah.
So
I got
after
a
the
thought
game-
about that too. Not the timeouts, but James Harden leaving him in the game.
Okay,
But after
because that's what we're getting to. According to a friend of the program, Michael Scotto, Kenny Atkinson got asked, hey, James Harden was getting flambéed on the defensive end. Did you ever consider taking him out to put in a better defender? And Kenny Atkinson, after watching James Harden get fricasseed for the last 20 minutes of that ball game, said, no, he's been one of our best defenders in these playoffs. I trust him. Smart, great hands. Didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Didn't think about it. Now let's make matters worse, because that sounds insane. It's like, wait, that guy was just getting toasted for the last 20. Like, it was really clear that the Knicks were seeking out James Harden and cooking him, and you never thought to take him out. Let's jump over to the other press conference where Mike Brown, the Knicks head coach, said, quote, it was no secret we were attacking Harden. The Knicks said, awesome, they're keeping that guy in the game. Our entire offensive game plan is going to be to run the ball over, around, and through that guy.
Mm-hmm.
And the Cavs coach never once went, we should take that guy out.
That's
insane.
Is it? You don't have a chance if he can't figure it out. You don't have a shot. Because look at Keon Ellis. We can bring that part of the conversation into it now as well. Kings fans bringing him up in the chatty house. Oh, Keon Ellis not really playing. Was on Twitter as well yesterday. Like, is Keon Ellis, like, maybe he helps. Maybe he helps yesterday and limits what the Knicks are able to do. But again, I asked you, is Keon Ellis saving the Cavs this series? Like, no, if the Cavs are gonna get it done, it's got to be through James Harden. Like, you can sub out James Harden, fine, Put in Keon Ellis. You can put in Naquan Tomlin. You can put in Thomas Bryant. Maybe he can play the guard position. He's 7 feet tall. Maybe, who knows? Maybe it'll be better than James Harden. There's Jalen Tyson, Craig Porter Jr., and Tyrese Proctor. It's like, yes, in theory, sure. Sub out James Harden and put someone in because it can't be any worse. But actually, it's not going to matter.
I think it could, though.
And maybe for that game, that one adjustment, sure. But for me, like, I guess I'm looking at the series as a whole. Like, if James Harden doesn't figure it out on his own, then I'm sorry, Keon Ellis or any of the guys I just named, like, it don't matter. Like, the Cavs are cooked either way. You need Harden to figure it out.
I don't disagree with that, but overall, there were multiple points in those final. They were up. Let's see. Evan Mobley made a 3 with 3:09 left to go up 8. OG Anunoby hits 1 and 2 free throws, 7-point game. Mikal Bridges hits a 3. It's a 4-point game. Harden misses a 3. Karl Anthony Towns commits an offensive foul. There's 2 minutes left and they're up 4. Jared Allen makes a layup to go up 6 with 1:51 left. You can go offense for defense at that point. You can call a timeout, put a better defender in the game.
Yeah.
Make the Knicks do something different offensively as they go on this massive run. You needed a stop. You needed one stop.
I hear that and I understand that. Like, maybe Keon Ellis would have made a difference in that last moment. And I guess that's a conversation we as a whole need to put a bow on. All right. These coaches just aren't playing Keon. They see something that the fans didn't, I guess. Like, Keon is just not who we once thought he was. But point being, it's like, yeah, I guess you can throw Keon out there. Maybe that makes a difference. But I don't know. Like I said, it's just nothing's happening unless James Harden is figuring this out. And yes, you did need one stop, sure. But like I said, I don't fault Kenny Atkinson because maybe he sees it the way I'm looking at it, where it's like we don't have a shot if it's not James.
That's fine. If that's
again, you're getting ran out the court. It's 40-12.
Yeah. It's a 44-11 run, and you tried nothing different. You didn't call any timeouts. You didn't do anything.
Yeah, I don't have a defense for the timeouts, but I guess that's just the Harden thing. I guess that's how I see it.
If that's how it is, then he needs to say that. That would have been. I wouldn't have even clocked that answer if he had said, "Yeah, I didn't think about taking James out because we need James to figure it out." He's one of our best players, and
we can't win this unless he gets it done.
Right. So we need him on the court, and we've got to be better as a team. I got to be better at putting him in positions to succeed, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, cool. But no, he's been one of our best defenders. Never thought about taking him out. Yeah. You didn't think about it?
Kenny, come talk to me first.
Not even once.
Yeah.
I
get that.
That was great. And then the fact that Mike Brown in the other press conference room is like, yeah, we targeted that guy for sure.
Did you guys notice that too?
We were cooking that guy.
I think I saw something as well. It wasn't any transition points in the fourth quarter for the Knicks. It was all half-court offense for them.
Yeah, man.
Get into your set and kill James Harden.
Jeez, dude.
Now let's go back to Donovan Mitchell.
Oh, boy.
I don't have an issue with his game yesterday.
Wow.
The guy hey, shout out to you guys. You guys were right. The guy has no help. Yeah, the guy has no help. Hey, even me, shout out to you guys. The guy has absolutely no help whatsoever. I'm watching that game. I was like, wow, Donovan Mitchell playing so efficiently, got the Cavs on his back. It's been about 3 quarters. When is somebody else going to show up and help him? The fourth quarter and overtime, yes, he was horrible. I think they combined for like 1 made bucket, him and James Harden. But I guess my issue was like it should have never came down to that. James Harden should have showed up in quarters 1 through 3, maybe some in the fourth, as well as the rest of the team, to where the Knicks aren't able to come and walk this Cavs team down. Like Donovan Mitchell did enough. Again, like the Knicks did walk you down, so you do still got to do your job at that point. But like, how am I going to fault the guy for being the only one who was playing well and everyone else not showing up? Like maybe he got gassed towards the end, and that was part of it. But again, like the guy had no help yesterday. What a turn of events.
This is wild.
Yeah, no.
I was not expecting that.
Oh, yeah, what a turn of events.
11 of 17 from Donovan Mitchell for 26 points through 3 quarters.
Like, he did his job. Like, if anyone else shows up, just in the slightest, we're not even talking about a comeback yesterday.
And if you're new to the program, hello, welcome. We appreciate you hanging out. We'd love to hear from you at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. That is the Mojo's Local Tap and Kitchen Studio text line. Just shoot us a little text with your thoughts. We'll read the good ones and the bad ones. And then you can also call that number and we can get you in on the phone lines if you got something to say as well. But if you're new to the program, Jesse has been on the record saying that Donovan Mitchell had never been to a conference finals before this year.
Yeah, my takes
Is
have
he-
been he's
is-
not a 1A on a title team. I've fought against him being a top 10 player. I got him more top 15 if that even makes sense. Like that's
Sure,
still pretty good.
sure.
But yeah, it's just kind of I fought against him, I guess, being the 1A on the title team and all that stuff.
So watching him in the fourth quarter last night go 1 for 4 with 3 points and running a minus 16, and then in overtime going 0 for 2 from the field, running a minus 11. Didn't record a stat. Recorded no stats. 0 for 2 from the field, 0 for 1 from 3. 1 foul. That was the stat line. I was so sure that we were going to get the Donovan Mitchell victory lap, but instead you saw the light yesterday.
I can be
You
fair.
saw that this Cavs team is just fatally flawed in ways that Donovan Mitchell or any player could fix.
People see it as hate, and it's not hate. I am fair, okay? I'm down the line. All that sports hope and love has been just beaten out of me from just watching sports for 30 years. I'm not 25, I'm 30. Point being, yeah. I've been memories for 25 years. But point being, yeah, I feel like I'm fair. And like yesterday, did he play horrible in the fourth in the overtime? Sure. But I can, I guess, add context to it. And Ricardo right here says, nah, you're letting Donovan off the hook for playing well for 3 quarters. Like, you know what? Yeah, I'm letting him off the hook. I don't think that was the biggest issue in the Cavs loss yesterday. Yeah, he probably does need to be Cade Cunningham, needs to be Superman this series for the Cavs. But again, I look at the rest of the Cavaliers in that game. It's like, where were you guys? If you guys show up, then we're not necessarily talking about Donovan Mitchell in his fourth quarter and overtime right now at this point. And again, it happened. So yes, he needs to show up. Stephen Brown had a good point as well. Yeah, you can't disappear when it counts most, though. Like, he's right. You guys are right. Are right. Donovan Mitchell did not play well in the fourth quarter and overtime, and if he did, they probably would have won as well. But again, it's not top of the list for me as far as issues. I'm not blaming Donovan for that one.
Yeah, it's up there for me though. You need your best player to hit some big shots.
You do.
And when you watch Jalen Brunson on the other side, who's the guy that we kind of bring into that conversation?
Hey.
I've said if you flip flop Jalen Brunson and Donovan Mitchell,
shout out to the small guards of the world.
Does any team does either the Knicks or the Cavs get meaningfully better or worse? And I've been on the train that no, I don't think either team gets meaningfully better or worse. I think if you put Donovan Mitchell on a team with Karl Anthony Towns and OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges and Mitchell Robinson and Josh Hart, who's been outstanding, I think that we talk about Donovan Mitchell the way we talk about Jalen Brunson. But watching Jalen Brunson last night,
and he did that yesterday, all 4 quarters and overtime.
Yeah, man, just
38 points, 15 to 29, 46 minutes.
There's no doubt about who's getting the basketball. There's no doubt about who's taking the shot. OG's ready to shoot it. Mikal Bridges is ready to shoot it. Karl Anthony Towns ready to shoot it. But hey, Jalen Brunson, you are the clear cut. You're the guy. Take us home.
Yep.
If you need us, we're here. But you're going to get in the paint. You're going to do your footwork, and you're going to get to the rack, and you're going to score. And we all believe in that. I don't know that the Cavs collectively look to Donovan Mitchell in the same way. Or they might collectively look to Donovan Mitchell, but I don't believe that they have the confidence in Donovan Mitchell that the Knicks do in Jalen Brunson.
I think they have the confidence. It's just maybe there's just a little bit of a difference of tier between those two players, where Donovan Mitchell is 15 through 12th best player in the league, but Brunson's more 10 through 8, 7. I think there is a bit of a difference there. But again, I'm not like, Donovan Mitchell, you guys have told me, and you guys are right about this. Like, his playoff numbers, they rise every time compared to his regular season numbers. So, like, yeah, he had a bad fourth quarter and overtime. I don't think it's an indictment on the player that he is, or just kind of what the Cavs expect out of him. Like, I'm not gonna go and be like, oh yeah, he's a top 10 player now. I was wrong. You guys are right. Like, I think there's kind of a meeting in the middle that for us as far as that conversation. But like, yeah, again, like, he didn't show up in the fourth, but I look at the others, and maybe that's me letting him off the hook, like Ricardo said. But James Harden, like, you're here to do more than just 5 of 16, 1 of 8 from 3, and look like you don't know how to play basketball.
Yeah,
so James Harden is doing his job, then we're not talking about a Knicks win today, despite what Jalen Brunson did.
Yeah, I think both things can be true. I think you can need more from Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah.
But I don't think, for me, the Cavs aren't a title contender. the Spurs are plus 130 to win the title. I think the Thunder are plus 150. The Knicks are plus 400. And then the Cavs are plus 4,000. I mean, if you bet $100 on the Cavs, you win $4,000. If you bet $100 on the Spurs, you win $130. Like that's what that means.
Mhm.
They're not title contenders though, not because Donovan Mitchell's not good enough.
Yeah.
They're not title contenders because that team around him, they just do not have enough juice.
Yeah, I agree with you 1,000%. It's everyone else.
And
And
that's
that's
what
what that
it
game
is.
was yesterday.
Yeah, man.
Donovan did enough in the first 3 quarters. And you know what, Donovan? Yeah, you got to do enough in the fourth as well to get it over the line. But the issue for me was the rest of the team.
Game 2 of a history-making Western Conference Finals tonight.
Excited.
We'll look ahead to that. Yeah, it feels like the finals to me.
I'm not going to do that. Yeah, I know.
don't want to.
Yeah.
I just
Go ahead.
it feels the
I
energy
get
of
it.
it,
I get it.
and I want to talk about why. And then I want to put a little bit of a twist on the Ja Morant trade discussion we've been having, because we've had the same trade in mind when we've been having this discussion, but I want to flip that a little bit as we talk about the Kings. The Mavericks and Jason Kidd have mutually parted ways. Means another head coach is on the market, and then the Giants and A's went different directions last night as they continue to go different directions this season. I want to sprinkle a little baseball in as well over the next couple hours. That's Jesse. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil's hitting buttons. It's ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Ayo.
What's going on, everybody? How's everyone doing this Wednesday? What's up, West Side Kings fan?
West Side Kings fan.
Would you rather have Evan Mobley or Keegan? I'd rather have Evan Mobley, I think.
Ooh, yeah. I'd rather have Evan Mobley for sure. Not because I think he's he's better, but I think there's more you can do with a player his size, with his skill set.
Yeah. Morning, Jess. Up, Donovan. Morning. All right, I kind of think they do. Sorry, I kind of think they do. Maybe, I don't know. It's not my problem to worry about anymore. Shout out Tua. Good luck to you, pal. I think it's what, preseason game number 3 for the Dolphins where we play the Falcons. Tua throws a couple picks. I'll be getting on Twitter, no doubt. Like, I'm sorry. I'm going to get it on the fun. Like, I will tweet Tua turned the ball over. Like, I will do it. Yeah, we also work inside, though, where it's 68 degrees every day. At least in my studio. But yeah, I will rock a hoodie during the summer outside. It doesn't matter. I like comfort.
Great, dude. I honestly envy you for that. I wish I could.
Like, yeah, it's a little hot, but like it's fine. Like, I'm not outside usually. Like, if I'm going out, like, yeah, I'm not gonna wear a hoodie probably. But if I'm generally gonna be inside or something, like, yeah, it's fine. Whatever. I can handle it. We have every right to be toxic as sports fans. Like, it's part of the job. You're not doing your job if you're just, oh yeah, good game. See how it goes tomorrow. Like, no, hate a little bit. It's fine.
Make it unforgettable.
Shout out to the new generation, man. I guess I
Bro.
was just ahead of my time. I was ahead of my time.
I definitely remember when I was young struggling with like wearing long clothing when it was hot out and short
Yeah.
clothing when it's cold out. That always used to be a running joke.
Hey, man. You see this video of this robot dancing like Michael Jackson?
Nah.
I think I saw a tweet. I didn't see I didn't watch the video, but is that the one where it's like, oh yeah, this is what James Harden looked like on defense that Damian quoted or whatever?
Oh, did he?
Because yeah, Damian quoted a robot or whatever. I don't know if it was a Michael Jackson type robot, but he's like, oh yeah, this is what James Harden looked like on defense yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Yeah, that's it. It turns out when the robots come, all we got to do is put stairs.
Oh
Can't figure 'em
yeah.
out.
There you
Can't
go.
figure
Okay.
them out.
Okay, cool. Sweet. I saw like the worker like doing the conveyor belt work against the robot. Did you see that? They did
No.
like a time test for like 8 hours or something. Oof.
It was with Dwight Schrute versus Dunder Mifflin Infinity, I think, that episode.
Don't remember that one.
I know.
Dude, I
That's
gotta
for the
watch
Shotty House.
The Office again. Last time I watched it all the way through was high school.
It's I've watched it enough times, which is it's background noise at this point, but it's great. You're not a big TV show guy, are you?
I like TV.
You like TV, but like are you like, oh yeah, like I love this show, like I hold this show near and dear to my heart. type
Dude,
thing?
30 Rock.
Okay.
Oh, okay. All right.
Dude, what a great program.
Ted Lasso became one of my
Ted
favorites
Lasso's very
really fast. I'm excited
Yeah,
for that. new
That's your one
series.
too.
Ted Lasso's good.
Shout out Madrid.
Shrinking is outstanding television.
What is it? The Boys season finale's tonight or is that tomorrow? I think they got it in the theaters.
Stop eating people's old French fries, pigeons. Don't you know you can fly?
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
I'm Kyle. Jesse's over there. Joe Brazil behind the glass. You asked me during the break if I was a TV show guy.
Yeah.
You said I
You're not-
wasn't a TV show.
You're not
guy.
like really a
just
movie guy.
Just because I don't know about The Office.
I feel like
I know a little bit about. I know more about The Office than Kenny.
that doesn't matter though. That's like knowing more about, I guess, I don't know, rocket science than a child. Like Kenny just doesn't watch The Office.
Sure.
Yeah.
right.
As a child doesn't know
But
rocket science.
that's what. Wait, you asked me an Office reference, and I said I hadn't seen that episode. I just wanted to make it clear.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of episodes of The Office.
I feel like maybe it's my fault to assume that like if you've seen The Office, like you were just always just locked in. Like everyone who just has seen The Office has watched it a million times over.
I'm on a second rewatch of Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
That's it. That was a good show.
I've watched 30 Rock all the way through a bunch of times.
Yeah, never seen that one.
Ted Lasso, Shrinking. I watch TV. I watch a lot of documentaries.
Yeah, I'm getting into the documentaries lately too. It's got to be certain ones, I guess. Lately, it's been a lot of the soccer ones. World Cup coming up. Netflix been dropping
Sure.
a bunch of them. They've been fire.
Sure. Love a good sports doc.
Yeah.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. What's your favorite TV show of all time? Let us know. I think mine would be 30 Rock. If I had to pick one.
Eastbound and Down's really good too.
I still gotta catch that one.
I've watched Narcos over and over and over. Breaking Bad's great.
Breaking
Narcos
Bad's
is
really
great.
good.
The first
The
season of
Office
Narcos
is
was
great.
really
Yeah.
good. It was really, really good. All right. We've been talking a lot about a Ja Morant trade for the Kings. And I think a lot of the time we talk about it through the lens of, Zach LaVine for Ja Morant straight across.
Yeah, go ahead and dump his salary.
Yeah, you dump the salary, but you're taking on a Ja Morant, but you're also getting some upside that's not necessarily there with Zach LaVine. Okay, it's a give and take. But I kept thinking about our friend from the 916 on the Mojo's Local Tap and Kitchen Studio text line yesterday.
Dropped his sources yesterday.
Just said multiple sauces are telling him.
Mhm.
Them, I should say them. I don't know
Sources are saying.
That what was it? It was the Ja Morant trade is very likely to happen, and basically said it's going to include Domantas Sabonis.
I think that gist of it was what Domas, this pick, and a future first round pick
So
for
the
John
third-
the third.
The third pick was they specified later
Mhm.
that was their own little throw in,
Oh, I got you.
but that the Ja Morant Domantas Sabonis thing is what their sources are telling. And so we joked about, like, oh, hey, this person's got sources and they're hitting us up on the text line. But last night I was thinking about the Ja Morant trade thing in general. And what if it's not for Zach LaVine? Is that the only scenario where we're cool with it?
I'd have to be talked into another one, and I'm not even like fully bought in on Ja even being here as a Sacramento King. Like, sure, if you do the deal for Zach, like, you got good value for Zach's contract, as bad as we talk about it. But again, it's not even like I'm not like, oh yeah, let's go get Ja for Zach, let's go do that deal. Like, I'd have to be talked into that one as well. But as far as like if you're talking about Domantas Sabonis, then yeah, I need to hear the reasoning and why that works for the Kings.
That's sort of where I'm at, because I started going through and because I had this idea. This is a separate conversation, but I had this idea that maybe we're dramatically overvaluing Zach LaVine.
In what way?
We keep talking about, oh, well, he'll opt out because some team is going to give him 3 years and $90 million.
Okay, well, let's stop there. Just first point. I don't even see that being possible this offseason.
What do you mean?
I don't think that money's out there for him.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's sort of what I'm getting at. I don't think he's going to opt out.
Mhm.
Because whether the money's there or not may be inconsequential. I don't know in the current apron environment that teams are going to be running around ready to just throw $30 million at Zach LaVine.
Multiple years as well.
Right, $30 million a year at Zach LaVine.
Mhm.
And this is not about how I feel about Zach LaVine as a player. It's just a question. It makes me it makes me believe that, hey, maybe he's just not going to opt out. Because if he's opting out of $49 million this year for 3 years and $90 million, saying 2 years with a team option for $90 million, like, yeah, he's going to go take that.
Well, yeah, and I feel like a lot of the reasoning as far as like maybe, oh, does he opt out this offseason is that, oh, Zach, nobody likes you in Sacramento. Why would you even want to be here? Yeah, go opt out and go figure it out somewhere else. It's like, yeah, that's a nice little thought. But in reality, if I'm Zach LaVine, no, I'll just take my $49 million and figure it out next season. Like, I'm not going to, I think I'm going to opt out of my contract because you don't like me. I'm going to pass out $49 million because you don't like me. No, that's not happening. That's dumb.
Right,
I'm not doing that.
Right.
And of course, if the money's out there elsewhere, then sure. Like, you go make your money elsewhere. But no, I'm not opting out because the Sacramento Kings fans don't like me and Scott Perry doesn't want me here. That's great. Don't want me here then. I'll take my $49 million. You figure it out.
So that's it. So that's where I was thinking. And again, we'll get back to the Ja Morant aspect of this in a second. But that was what I couldn't stop having clang around in my head last night. Is we keep talking like, oh, the Kings hold all the cards here because they can tell Zach, we're going to make you stay home. You're only going to play 15 minutes off the bench. You're going to do this and that. We're going to tank your value when you hit free agency. I don't know that his value is not already really low.
It's already tanked. That's why you can't move off of it.
Right. I don't think that there's some massive contract out there that it's like, hey, you better opt out to go get that because we're going to hurt your value. Like, no, man. If a team is going to pay him $20 million a year this year, they'll pay him $20 million a year next year when he's a free agent, and he can get $49 million in the process.
Yeah, we know what Zach LaVine is at this point in his career.
Yes.
He's a bucket, and that's about it.
Yes.
He's going to be a bucket today, and he's going to be a bucket next year, and he's not going to be a great defender today. He's not going to be a great one next year. Like, we already know who he is this far.
Yes. That is a 32-year-old man who's been in the league for a long time, being very good at basketball for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
If the option is I can get $49 million this year, and then I'll test free agency next year, the Kings aren't further hurting his value. The Kings doing this to a player is not the same as the Celtics doing this to a player, or the Spurs, or pick your favorite high level organization. This is them saying, "Hey, we're done with you," is not the same. The Kings threatening Zach LaVine with, "Oh, you're gonna have to come off the bench.
We don't want you here,
Oh
Zach.
no, hey, you better opt out to go get whatever contract you can get this year."
What matters more to you, friendship or $49 million?
So that's all. That's what I'm just personally recalibrating my expectations for this offseason, because I don't think Zach LaVine's opting out, because I don't think there's some fat contract out there for him.
No, I see. I'm exactly with you. As far as I'm concerned, Zach LaVine's either a king for all the entire season, or maybe the lottery thing that you talked about. Some team trades for Zach LaVine at the deadline because they want to finish 4 through 10.
Sure.
Or you trade him for Ja. Like, that's kind of the only 3 scenarios I see happening. But point being, like, I don't think he's opting out. That'd be I don't think he's opting out because I don't think that money's out there for him, and I don't think bad vibes is enough to scare him off of $49 million. Like, I'm sure Zach's like, fine, I'll just come off the bench, whatever.
The more I look at this, the more likely I think this scenario is where he's just they're just waiting out his contract.
It's probably the most likely, unless they're trading for Ja. Because I think that trade deadline scenario where a team is trying to stay 4 through 10, that's kind of all right. We'll see if that actually becomes something in the NBA.
So that's where I want to get to the Ja Morant side of this, because if you're telling me it's Zach LaVine for Ja Morant straight across, fine. I'm not clamoring for that deal.
Mm-hmm.
And my worry is that the Kings might be.
Well,
my worry here is that the Kings want Ja Morant.
It feels like there's enough smoke. There's been enough smoke since the deadline.
Yeah, I don't know, and again, I don't, because that, at least not that I've seen. I don't think there's been solid reporting on this.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if it's one of those things that they're looking at this like they did Jonathan Kuminga, where they go, yeah, we'll take that player at this low price. We'll take that player at the price of Zach LaVine's expiring contract. We're not taking that player at the price of Domantas Sabonis.
Well, no, I think it was reported to around the deadline that it was like, say, we'll give you Zach LaVine, but we want a first-round pick with Ja Morant too.
Right.
Yeah.
So I wonder, are they like, hey, we need Ja Morant. We're going to do what we can to get Ja Morant. Or is it what we're saying with Zach LaVine? So that's the question I wanted to bring up. And I know we're getting to this in a very, very roundabout way.
Uh-huh.
If given a choice, these are the 2 deals you can make for Ja Morant. You're getting Ja Morant, okay? I'm telling you, the Kings are going to make this trade. Scott Perry calls you, listener or Jesse, calls you and says, hey, person, we're trading for Ja Morant. There's 2 deals on the table. We can trade Zach LaVine for Ja Morant straight across. Or we can trade Domantas Sabonis for Ja Morant and a future first-round pick. Call it I don't know what call it a 2030 top 10 protected first-round pick. I
guess I'm doing the Zach deal. Because again, if I'm Scott Perry, I already offered Zach for John a first-round pick. I don't know if I'm willing to upgrade that to Domantas Sabonis, because I'd be helping you out in that instance.
Would you?
Yeah, because you're getting the better player. Like, I think at this point, and again, like, if it's up to me, if I had my way, if I was the GM, then Zach LaVine, pick up your option, pal. Go ahead and sit on this bench, and we'll let that money run out. I'm not trading for Ja. Mm-hmm. I'm letting the year play out with the draft pick. I'm hoping to move off of Domas's contract some other way.
Mm-hmm.
The point being, it's like, yeah, I'm not adding Ja Morant to this team. It's just, I don't see a reason for it. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't like it at all. But if it comes down to these deals, then yeah, I'm just going to do Zach for Ja straight up. Because I figure I can maybe potentially find a better deal for Domas elsewhere. And Domas is a better player too. So I don't know. Like, yeah, I'm holding on to Domas at that point.
Okay.
But again, and I'll say it as many times as I can, I don't like the Ja thing. I hate it. I think at this point,
yeah,
I don't want Ja Morant on the
Sacramento
games. It for me, honestly, it feels like, just again, this is just thoughts. Like, it feels like we're kind of heading towards a scenario where he could actually be a king. If the Grizzlies are just completely done with him, like Gabe was saying, and we
Gabe Kuhn from 1990,
yeah, excuse me, not being a radio professional, and just kind of, we've seen how it's played out with Zach LaVine. Like, yeah, Zach LaVine for Ja Morant deal makes sense. And there's been and the Kings were interested again at the deadline and all that. So it's like, maybe they do end up making that deal, but I want zero part of it. Let this thing build out naturally. All right. make the draft pick, Acuff, Michael Brown Jr., Kingston Flemings, whoever, don't matter.
Mhm.
Draft that player, try to move off the contracts. If you can't, let the season play out with the young guys and work around with whatever vets you have here and then keep building through the draft. And maybe another vet becomes available next season, but just Ja is not that guy, not the guy for this team.
So I feel the same way. I might feel differently if they had gotten a pick where they were taking Cam Boozer or AJ DeBonsa or Caleb Wilson. In fact, I know I would feel a little bit differently. But if you're falling over yourself to get Ja Morant when you're about to take a lead guard with the number 7 overall pick, I don't understand that logic at all. Like I don't. If it was go get Ja Morant because that's going to be a potential answer at point guard. Don't know, but we're real willing to take that risk. That's fine. I'm out on taking that risk when you're just getting the role he's going to play instead, and you're going to get it in the draft without all the question marks and without the bad contract.
Mhm.
That just doesn't. But at the same time, you can hate it. You can think this is all stupid. You can say what Ja Morant doesn't make sense. Why are you guys even talking about this? Because I promise you, the Kings are talking about it.
No, that's why we have to talk about it. I'm just sharing my thoughts.
But
again, if we have to do a deal, then I'm doing the deal for Zach LaVine.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm not doing the deal for Domas. I'm holding on to Domas. I'd rather just keep the better player at that point and try to figure out something else for him. But if that's why I said it feels like we are headed towards Ja Morant. I don't say being a king, but I see the scenario where it could happen realistically.
We make such a big deal out of Scott Perry's connections. And he knows everybody, and he and BJ Armstrong, they wheel and deal, and they know, they're making all these phone calls. They're steps ahead of everybody. Like, we hear this all the time. This specific situation is one where I think you could really, really use that. Because before I make that deal, I'm calling around the league. After I get off the phone with my favorite ESPN 1320 listener, if I'm Scott Perry, I'm then going out and I'm surveying the league. And if the Raptors are the only team interested in Domas, and the Raptors are still saying, yeah, we'll give you a first, but you've got to take this Jakob Poeltl contract or find a place to move it, then I think I'm probably going back to the Grizzlies and saying, all right, we'll take your first round pick. You get Domas. Because they're getting a better player, but if there's not another deal out there and I can get a first round pick back and I can let Zach LaVine's deal expire, I'm fine with that. I'm in asset accumulation mode.
Okay, so the first round pick is worth it enough to where, let's just stay away from Domas here for the next couple of years until your deal runs out.
For me personally, I wouldn't do that.
Oh, I got you. Okay. But if
the Kings are hell bent, and again, this is a hypothetical, and I understand it's all hypotheticals. Welcome to May 20th. But if the Kings are hell bent, like we need Ja Morant, he is going to wear a Kings uniform. Do we trade Zach LaVine or do we trade Domantas Sabonis and get a first round pick back in the deal? I'm taking the deal where I'm getting a first round pick back.
That's fair. I get that.
But again, separating ourselves, I don't want any part of either of these.
No, yes. And if someone in the Kings organization is hell bent on getting Ja Morant, then we're all cooked. Like, it's over.
That's
that's the next part. Now we can move on to Kyle's hypothetical, like the next part of it. Yeah, we're all cooked. If someone is hell bent in the front office on getting Ja Morant here, it's like, oh no, do Domas and
that's what
Domas for John at first, and we're all cooked here. And salute to the next person running the show.
That's what I can't quite figure out, and I don't know if this is. I don't. This might be me being dramatic, which I'm apt to do.
Time to time, yes.
I want to do. We still don't know. We're a year plus into this, and I still have no clue what a Scott Perry, Doug Christie player is. Because apparently it was Jonathan Kuminga.
They would point you to the pillars.
Okay, but
that would be their answer. That would,
point me to the basketball court.
No, yeah, I'm with you. But I think that would be their, like, if you were to ask Scott Perry, like, oh, what kind of player? What's a Doug Christie and Scott Perry type player? It's a player that exemplifies A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Okay, no, I got it.
Yeah.
I got it. Show me a roster. Show me a list of players, and show me the through line that connects all these guys. Show me the thing that Jonathan Kuminga. Okay, so he's athletic. He hasn't really played the right role in Golden State, but you're willing to take a flyer. Like, okay, not willing to take a flyer on Trae Young, not willing to do salary matching for Trae Young because he's not our type of guy. But John Morant apparently is.
Well, that's the thing. It could be taking a
What?
flyer. I could be taking a flyer on Ja as well. Like we're talking about the Kings just being interested in wanting Ja here, but what we saw around the trade deadline was, they wanted Ja Morant, but at the expense of for Zach LaVine and them sending a first-round pick back this way.
No, I understand that.
So it's kind of like
that,
maybe Scott Perry seeing this is like, ja Morant's available. Yeah, we could take a flyer on it the same way we'll take a flyer on Jonathan Kuminga if they want Keon Ellis and Darius Saric. Like we're not going to give up anything of substance, I guess.
Right, but taking flyers is I don't on what? Like on who? Are they so if it's a flyer, the pillars don't matter.
Buddy, don't get me started.
Like that's what I'm, so again maybe I'm
saying they've never mattered.
Maybe I'm horribly overthinking this.
Yeah, maybe.
But I'm just trying to figure out like what type of, because then we go, oh, they're enamored with Darius Acuff. They're infatuated with Darius Acuff. They want to go get Darius Acuff. It is all that is they are hyper focused in the draft on Darius Acuff and Darius Acuff only. And then you go, okay, Doug Christie, defensive guy. They talk all about defense. They want to play defense. Darius Acuff, weaknesses, defense. What?
I don't care what Doug. Look, I'm sorry. This is not going to be popular. I don't care what Doug Christie wants right now until he has a real contract.
Okay, no, but that's
so
fine.
yeah.
That's
like
fine,
if Scott Perry, because if Scott Perry wants Darius Acuff, then that's where it makes sense. I'm not worried about getting guys that fit what Doug Christie wants to do yet until the Kings are like really bought in on Doug Christie.
Allegedly, apparently, Scott and Doug are like this. They are in lockstep.
I don't care.
No, but I don't.
No, not you, but like it's all just words.
This is about Scott Perry.
Yeah.
This is about Scott Perry. If you're going to come out and be like, yep, we know we're all on the same page in this organization. We're all trying to win. We're all trying to do this. I think
that's where you are overthinking it though, because they're not. They're not. Like you could say all the nice things in the world, no matter, they're all just words. Doug's contract is what it is. Like all the actions and all the things out in front of
liars.
I don't know if they're liars. No, it's not liars. It's just GM speak. That's all it is. The pillars is GM speak. You can use the word lying, but again, the pillars is all just GM speak. Every team around the league would want what Scott Perry says about the pillars, the type of player you want. Sure. Defense, blah, 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 blah. It don't even matter. I've kind of just X'd out the pillars at this point. But point being, every organization wants that. Yes, every organization wants high culture guys who do the right thing and play the game the right way. Yes, of course. They all want that. It's all hoopla nonsense. It doesn't matter. All right, like, yeah, Doug is my guy. Yeah, I believe in Doug Christie. That's great, Scott. He has 1 year left on his deal with a team option that we all think is kind of nonsense. So again, yeah, I think you're kind of overthinking it because they're all just words. All the actions and everything out in front of us, that doesn't say that at all. So if you want to take Acuff, that makes perfect sense to me because Doug Christie's not even here for the future right now.
So we've learned, all of this is to say, we've learned nothing.
All of this is Scott's team.
Scott Perry.
No, this is all. I'm not worried about Doug and Scott. I'm worried about Scott. I think Darius Acuff might be a Scott Perry player. That's what it comes down to.
Okay, and that's that's fine. But that's again what I don't get. Then why not Trae Young?
Because you got to pay Trae $60 million in a couple of years.
Why John Morant when you're also going to get who you might also have to pay $60 million in a couple of years? Why also John Morant when you're also about to draft Darius Acuff?
I can't make sense of
that one. Me neither.
No,
that's my point.
No, we talk about it potentially happening because it's a realistic scenario.
Yeah.
But as much as we talk about it, we also say yes, it doesn't make sense to us at all. So both things can be true. It doesn't make sense, but it seems to be a realistic scenario. So you got to talk about it.
Gross.
I don't like it, but
I don't either.
It's where we are.
I know
maybe
it
does.
is.
Maybe it doesn't happen. But again, it's like, yeah, I'm not. I just went on my rant. You heard it. Like we can say all the right things, but again, I'm just looking at the actions made and just kind of what's out in front of us right now.
All right.
Kyle's frustrated. Kyle's stressed out right now.
I don't know.
Kyle's not seeing the vision, Scott. Can you call in and please explain it?
I just want to and I understand that team building is not linear. And I understand that what you said is right. When it boils down to it, every GM wants a guy who's going to be good at offense and defense. Like that's what the pillars boil down to. The guy's going to try on both ends of the court and also be good at basketball. Got it. Thanks. But I also try to find some logic in we want this coach, we want this player, we want this player. we don't want this player. We're going to give Keegan Murray $28 million a year, despite the fact that he can't hit the broadside of a barn from beyond the arc. But, he's really good at defense. So we want to make sure to have him. But then also, like, and that makes sense to me. Like, that all makes sense to me. But then the type of players that they've gone after or have been interested in, allegedly, I can't make that line up.
I get that. I'm not worried about the things they say at this point, but maybe it's just it's so early on in this rebuild and roster's so bare where you kind of are in a position where you can try anything to start.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Scott Perry feels like, let me draft whoever at 7, but also let me see what it looks like with Ja Morant. And if Ja doesn't work, then he's an expiring next year, and you can move off him potentially after the year after that, or move or trade him. But point being, maybe he just sees it as a low risk, high reward move. This team's not going anywhere the next few seasons. So let me go ahead and take a flyer on Ja Morant. Maybe that's his reasoning. But again, I don't like it.
I guess
that's the only way I guess I can understand it. If he's just like, it's gonna take a while. Let's just see what works right now. It's kind of get the good players in the building. What you were talking about the other day. Get good players in the building now and figure it out after.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. You can call that number. You can text that number. Your phone calls next. Plus, a league-altering series continues tonight in the NBA. We'll talk about it on the jump. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Man, you missed me defending Mitchell.
Yeah, you did. If the Kings move down, I'll be ready to fire everybody. Sure. It is lying season. No. No, I don't. He's probably better. I think. Maybe.
Wait, were you talking about the one that was asking if he's the new Zach?
Mm-hmm.
You think Ja Morant's better? Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that.
What up, Tony? What up, Mitch? What up, Michigan? Yeah, I wouldn't hate this. If they're going to get Ja, again, I wouldn't trade for Ja, but if they did and wound up with Braden Burries, I wouldn't mind that at all. I think Burries is going to be a good player. Sure. But I also don't think that it's that interesting to go, well, we're going to sit here and wait and see.
We'll get back to you guys in 3 years.
Well, even 2 to 3 years down the line, I'm not sure that I like what it could potentially look like with Ja Morant too. Because I'm not sure what his career's. I'm not sure he's gonna get back to who he was.
I do. I'd be fine with Burries at 7. I'd be completely fine with it. Like, he's a very good player.
I'm not even opposed to the Kings trading for a vet. It's just Ja's not the one I want them to trade for.
No, I've been to the one in Brentwood though. Actually, it might technically be Antioch. It's over there by the old Best Buy. But yes, I have been there before. We're not. We have no clue.
Wishful thinking.
What up, Coach?
What's everyone up to this morning? Y'all headed to work? Well, if you're driving, don't text us then.
Let's see. Michigan, I haven't watched really anything on Kareem Lopez because he hasn't really been an option for the Kings. Sorry.
I offended John. Sorry, John. I didn't realize you don't have work.
John Poles just wakes up in vibes.
Hey, that's a job.
Yeah. I'll be reacting as we go here. Very much so.
We can also be wrong along the way as well with how we feel.
Yeah.
But it pays for 2 hours.
I would like to have some idea. I don't right now.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean I want 3 months for sure. Totally.
Scott ultimately knows how this is all going to play out in his mind, I guess. Whether he's right or wrong is one thing, but
yeah, we're
just talking about what we see.
I definitely think they have a direction.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, I feel like the direction is a lot of like wait and see, and that is where it's like, ugh.
Yeah. Hey, I'm out on the WWE right now, but his curse might be real after yesterday's game.
Is this the weird clown guy that's been on
Yes.
ESPN?
Remember when Evan Cohen was on with us that first time? He's like, oh, yeah, I'm a Stanhausen fan. Like, he was talking about him.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
Can you explain to me?
What you got, pal? What do you need me to help you with?
Can you explain to me this person who has been gallivanting around ESPN?
Danhausen, WWE superstar.
He paints his face like a clown.
I would say like a clown. Yeah,
No, he's
I
a
guess.
clown.
Fine.
And he runs around.
Yeah.
And he just interrupts television shows.
So
can you explain this to me? It's a wrestling thing, and I'm not a wrestling guy.
So friend of the show, Evan Cohen,
host of Unsportsman, like 3 to 7 here on ESPN 1320.
Yes, he's been on a couple times. First time he was on The Jump, he was talking about like he's a Stanhausen guy or whatever. Talking about Danhausen, like I don't know. He's a more of a comedy gimmick, I think, in the WWE. I've been kind of tapped out because wrestling lately has been kind of just hot dog water. It's not good.
Mm-hmm.
But like, yeah, I think he's entertaining people. That's kind of what it is. I don't know. He's making people laugh. He's putting curses on teams, put a curse on the Cavs, and sure enough, look what happened yesterday.
Yeah, I'm out.
Why are you out?
I think it's stupid.
Come on, have a little bit of fun.
Guy running around in clown makeup, interrupting.
Don't do. It's not clown makeup. It's nice face paint.
It's clown.
Look at Death of Takeo. I love Danhausen. Best gimmick in wrestling right now.
Okay, in wrestling, that's fine. That's totally fine. I begrudge him nothing that he's doing in wrestling.
Yes. Manny, he's hilarious. Shout out to they love him in the chatty house.
Great.
Danhausen.
Great. That says a lot about Danhausen.
Hey, chill out. Yeah, you're gonna get us cursed.
No, I got an Etsy witch on my side. We're good.
Hey, Danhausen, another reason why we should have went with the Etsy witch. Even me for trying to be logical and just letting the natural flow of whatever the natural forces of the earth play, but we messed up. But yeah, that's Danhausen, I guess.
Okay. Salute to Danhausen.
Yeah, shout out. The ESPN, WWE got a partnership.
Paid to paint his face and interrupt television shows. That's
John Paul says he's top sales in WWE merch.
Sick. Love that.
Maybe we'll get Danhausen on the show this summer.
Maybe. Or maybe he'll just barge in and just start talking.
That would probably do numbers, Kyle.
Yeah, it would. Are they coming to Sacramento again?
I don't know. I think they just came here, so.
Oh.
Well, yeah, right before WrestleMania, I think it was.
Good for that guy getting his money. Shout out.
Shout out Dunhausen. We're telling you're a legend on this show. Not that you really need us to. Kyle, I need you to show some respect. You might curse us.
I love that it's well, he cursed the Cavs, so that's obviously what happened. And not that the Knicks are just a way better team.
No.
And James Harden's a historic choker.
No, I don't want to hear all that. Like the Knicks are like that was like the third time a team's ever come back from some like crazy scenario like that or whatever. Like teams like 3 and 289 in playoff history, and the Knicks are like that third team. So it's like, no, that's cursed. That's a curse.
Kenny Atkinson sitting up there. Like, Kenny, what are you gonna do next year? Oh, I gotta go talk to Dan. How's
yeah. Did you guys watch First Take this morning? That's kind of where it ended.
We're just packed it up.
I came into the locker before the game. I was like, guys, bad news. Danhausen, you see that?
Everybody's watching on their phones. They're like, we know.
Yeah.
What are we gonna do, Coach?
Yeah, so you go ahead and laugh at that if you want.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. That's the Mojo's Local Tap and Kitchen Studio text line. You can shoot us a text. You can also give us a call. 916-909-1320. Let's get out to our guy TC. What's up, TC?
Good morning, TC.
Hey, what's up, bro? It's top of the morning.
What you got for us today?
All right, so look, I kind of want to dive in on a conversation that the homies was having this morning. So hold on. First of all, let's go back to the game. That was a crazy blown lead, but also I hear a lot of people talking about Keon, and it's back to Keon. For me, Keon was like a little overrated. Like, he was cool, but Keon, what he was good at was jump. I don't think that's elite. Jumping in passing lanes and kind of gambling. That's what he was kind of good at. He wasn't a lockdown defender. That's why he was always in foul trouble, because he was always out of position and always reaching and doing like bad moves, right? But it looked good for the Kings because we didn't have a defender, right? But now coaches, if you can actually zero in and look at it and be like, dang, Keon, but I've seen it though. But as far as Zach, I guess it's that type. It's not really a game, but I guess it's for both parties. It's like, hey, you don't like me? I don't care. I'm gonna sign my $49 million. The Kings is like, okay, that's cool. You can sign your $49 million, bro. But either I'm gonna send you back to Chicago, I'm gonna send you home, or you can sit at the end of the bench, and when we feel like we need you, then we'll throw you in the game. Reality, ain't nobody gonna talk about it but people like us, right? We gonna get on these airwaves and be like, you got $49 million on the bench. What are you doing? In reality, it doesn't matter if the Kings are 20-1, bro, after the 21 games, and they're balling and they're getting camaraderie. At the end of the day, it's not gonna matter. So, Zach, you can do what you want to do, bro, but you're going to be on the bench. The Kings aren't losing anything, and apparently you're not. So it might be the best for both parties, for you and Rich, to find a trade partner, bro. That way we don't have to go through the whole the headache. But the Kings are doom and gloom if he opts in, bro. That's all I got. Thank you.
Appreciate you, TC. You heard it here first. Kings starting out 20-1 to start the
that, Come on,
yeah,
boy.
Lock in.
I see the vision with Scott now.
Lock in.
All right.
What did you
No, I don't.
Keon Ellis.
I'm so sick of the
Go ahead, pal.
gosh dang Keon Ellis conversation.
What I'd ask Kings fans 916-909-1320 if you want to text us about it. Mojo's Local Tap and Kitchen Studio text line, Chatty House. What is the story still with Keon Ellis? Because now I think,
why does anyone give a damn anymore? They didn't trade it. It wasn't like he was an all-star and now he's back.
It's just the conversations that were had while he was here, and oh no, he's better than what he is, and he should be playing more. And now I think now we've kind of reached the end of that.
I thought we reached the end of that a long time ago.
No, we didn't. No, we definitely
We're still doing it.
I'm not.
We're
but
in
you still
playoff series, and we're still like, oh ho ho.
I think
the people who thought, and I take offense to this because I'm one of the people. Like I was wrong, and so I'm gonna take offense. We're still doing this. We're still like, oh, hey, see, Keon's not good. Okay, salute, man. Great. Keon stinks. Got it.
That's harsh.
Moving on.
Yeah.
The issue, and I'm going to go back to this, and we've talked about it before because we've been talking about it for months. The issue for me was not that, like, wow, Doug messed up not playing Keon. Wow, Mike Brown messed up not playing Keon. That was way less the issue for me. I thought it was a little bit weird that, like, your defense sucks and you're not at least trying this, but it's not the reason the Kings were bad. It's not the reason Mike Brown got fired. Like, it had nothing to do with any of that.
Yeah.
The issue for me was always all this reporting was out there that 27 teams are interested in Keon Ellis at the deadline, and the Kings got nothing back for him. In fact, they had to attach him to get off of Dennis Schroeder's deal.
Yeah.
That was always the issue for me. And I think that continues to be the issue because that doesn't change the fact that so many reliable people, James Ham, Mark Stein, were out here going, yeah, hey, God, more than half the league is interested in Keon Ellis.
Yeah, I don't know what
I
happened.
mean, you couldn't get anything for him?
Well, at one point, the 49ers were desperately involved and interested in Mac Jones, and they took Trey Lance. Things happen. I don't know. Maybe there was interest in Keon Ellis, and there was. I don't know. I don't know.
19 teams all decided.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how that played out.
So that was always the weird thing for me. But no, the fact that there are still people who are monitoring Keon Ellis's minutes, like holy smokes, man! There are so there. That's just a. All right, hey, good on the Kings for recognizing that Keon Ellis is bad. I guess
we don't have to call him bad.
He can't get on the floor, man.
That's fine.
They needed a stop last night and decided that James Harden was a better option.
Well, I think it's just
he hasn't played consistently in 2 months.
Keon Ellis was provocative. He got the people going the last couple of seasons. Like people wanted to see him play. The coaches and front office seemed to want otherwise because they saw something else. And I mean, I got to a point where it's like, okay, now he's in Cleveland, and I think it's time to actually put a bow on that too. Like Keon Ellis, Kings, whatever you want to call it, whatever. Like TC said, he's responding to the convo earlier. People in chat house brought him up to start the show. It's like I think it's time to put a bow on that because it didn't work. Keon Ellis is not the player who people thought he was. I'm not ready to say that like he's bad or anything like that. But again, like he's just not who people thought he was, and that's fine.
So
like he's a rotational. Shout out Mike Brown. He had it first. He is a situational role player. That is Keon Ellis. He's a situational role player.
I just don't know why. Like, okay, why do we still care? Like, what's the okay? The Kings won this one. Nice job.
I don't.
What are we hoping to accomplish? Like the people who are monitoring Keon Ellis's minutes. Why are you doing that?
I don't know. That's a great question. I don't know. Maybe I don't know because it's still you're still.
Is it a win for you that Keon Ellis isn't playing?
Well, I think it's the other way too. Yeah, no, I think it's the other way too, where people who maybe thought he could be, so you're still just monitoring the situation. I guess at this point, still holding out hope that he can be, or still, I guess, confirming that he isn't that guy.
Let me take something off your guys' plate.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna raise my hand as the number one Keon Ellis truther. I was out here saying he needed to start. I was out here. I'm holding the L, man. Everybody who was like, Keon is amazing. The Kings are just underutilizing him. He's going to go thrive elsewhere. We were wrong. That's over now. It's all done. He went to a team that could badly use his services, and they're still not using him.
Despite having an all-time bad run in the game yesterday.
Yes. Their opponent went on a 44-11 run to take game one of the Eastern Conference Finals.
Kenny Atkinson looked back at his bench.
Didn't take off his warm-up pants.
Kenny Atkinson looked back at his bench. James, figure it out, pal.
Yeah, we're the Keon Ellis contingent was wrong, man. You guys still monitoring his minutes? You can stop.
Yeah, it's over. It's over.
You won.
The battle is over. You're right.
Nice job. The Kings did it good by getting off of Keon Ellis. And first of all, not paying Keon Ellis. That's another L I'll take. Because I was like, what are you doing? You got to pay this guy. Good on him. Good on him recognizing not to pay him. And good on him for getting off his contract.
I don't know if I'm willing to say, like, oh, yeah, they won that as well. Because, like, not talking about Keon Ellis itself, but, like, you did attach him to Dennis Schroeder, who was supposed to be a guy here in midseason. You got off of.
Well, that's
what I'm saying. I don't know if I'm ready. Wins all around. Scott Perry's making magic or whatever that dumb hockey is.
This one?
Almost cussed right now.
Scott Perry is cooking up magic.
Yeah, that one. But, yeah, no, it's over with. I feel like we can all just kind of leave the Keon Ellis story alone, and good luck to whoever he is in the NBA going forward. But that doesn't really concern the Sacramento Kings anymore, and it's over with. Mike Brown, Doug Christie, insert whatever front office figure you want to talk about. Yeah, he's just Keon Ellis is not the guy that people thought.
Kenny Caraway, host of D-Lo and KC, reached out on the Personal Mojo's local tap and kitchen studio text line at 916-909-1320. Said it's clear now none of that reporting was accurate. It seems it.
I wonder, like GMs and stuff around the league will try to throw stuff out there maybe to create interest and things like that. I wonder if it was more of that stuff.
Or
you're
if
creating
it was
a bidding war against yourself.
Or if there were
the teams that might be interested.
Or there were a bunch of teams going like, yeah, we would take Keon, but we're not giving up X one. Like we'll take Keon for this bad player at the end of our bench.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna say like giving up a first round pick for the guy who's only getting 5 minutes right now for the Cavs, as far as a team that really needed to stop. Like it seems kind of silly at this point to have given up a first round pick for that guy.
I hope D'Lo and Casey asked James today. James Ham,
Yeah.
our Kings insider, joining D'Lo and Casey every Monday and Wednesday 2:30. I'm interested to know like what happened there. That's interesting to me. How did so many people have that just run? And it wasn't, there were 2 teams interested. It was like, I think the last number we heard from Mark Stein was like 18 teams are called about Keon Ellis.
Mm-hmm. It was something
Like,
crazy.
that's
Like,
like,
the
what in the
entire
world happened
league
there?
seemed like they were interested on Keon Ellis. It seemed, Kings are getting a first round pick. It's easy.
And then the team that got him isn't even playing him. Like,
Yeah.
man, what a fall.
We
It
have
looked-
we have someone chiming in on the Mojo's local Tapia Kitchen
Nice,
text
Joe.
line.
Killing it.
He said, "There's Steph, SGA, Ant, and me when it comes to guard play. Kings just didn't see it." And hi, Jesse and Kyle, -1 for Joe - Keon.
Oh, Keon Ellis in the text line, I guess.
What does Keon have against Joe?
I don't know.
I don't know.
What are you
I haven't.
doing?
I didn't say nothing.
Joe's been just putting in work back there.
Wow. Well, all right, Keon.
Yeah.
Keon Ellis was a fine little role player, but
He had a fun couple of months. And this is what happened for me. I think because the Kings so desperately needed a 3-point shooter who could be this versatile defender, that I got like super pie in the sky optimistic about him. And it was just really clear that even a semi-optimistic projection was too high.
yeah.
He just didn't ascend the way I thought he was going to.
Now we move.
But yeah, no, let's keep.
That story. I think we can end that chapter.
What?
We can close that part of the book now. We're good.
Watch Keon. I'll have you know about it. Oh, buddy, never mind. Hang on, we're so back. I am putting down my L
Why?
because Keon Ellis played 5.5 minutes last night
Yeah.
and ran a team high +6 in 5.5 minutes for the Cleveland Cavaliers. Ladies and gentlemen, Keon Ellis
There you have it. If Keon would have played, the Cavs would have won.
ran a +6. The only other people in the positive: Dennis Schroeder +1, Dean Wade +1.
This team,
Everyone else -6 or worse.
this Kings team has also been bad for so long to where it's like, yeah, any little glimpse of hope or just ability that stands out, like people are going to clamor for that.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's kind of what,
1,000%.
that's been more. There's been more than just Keon Ellis, and that's kind of he was the latest.
When he was really good in that play-in game against Golden State.
Yeah,
He had a very, very good game that game. And it was like, dude, he was helping guard Steph. Like, oh my God. He did the 9-night pose in the photo after. And he just never, that was it. He peaked. Keon's stat line last night: 5.5 minutes, no field goal attempts. He was 2 for 2 from the free throw line for 2 points, no boards, no assists, no steals, no blocks, 2 turnovers, 1 foul.
shot there
He
hooping.
ran a +6.
Why did the Kings play him?
Dude, many are wondering.
And again, I'm not saying Keon's a bad player. Like I said,
No.
Mike Brown was right. Shout out to him. He's a situational role player, and that's it.
Yeah, man. And it's really clear whatever was out there in the trade market didn't come to fruition when it was time to move on. So salute to Keon Ellis. We wish him all the best.
Yes, and if you mention Keon Ellis on the show again, whether it be a call or chat house, Kyle might explode.
No,
No,
I just need to get that off my chest.
I got you.
At this point now that we've all hashed this out and I believe we're all on the same page about it. If you still want to, there's something going on with you personally that is not on me to help.
Fair enough. Figure that out. Sounds personal, Kyle said.
Oh God, that's Jesse. Joe's
Yeah, it
over
is.
there. Game 2, Spurs, Thunder. The Mavericks are the only team in my brain right there. It is not Spurs Mavericks, even a little bit. Spurs Thunder.
Mavs fired the coach.
I have a question for you. But boy, did they.
Well, mutually parted ways. I think
They
it wasn't.
fired.
Yeah, I don't
They
know what the
didn't-
wording was, but it's always.
Mutually
can't we
parting
just-
ways is so dumb.
Why do we get so scared of saying, "Yeah, we fired him"? He's not our coach
have
anymore.
no
We
idea.
let him go. We fired him. Why we always got to dress it up now? Oh yeah, the mutually parted ways. They've chosen to follow greener pastures. I don't know. It's just always something nice. Nah,
Just a
we fired
respect
Jason
thing.
Kidd because I want to go with someone else. He's done. He doesn't have a job with us anymore. He's gone.
And do we understand what mutually parted ways means? That means they sat down
Yeah.
and Jason said, "Hey, I think I should probably go."
What do you guys think? This isn't really working. What do
And the
you-
Mavs
yeah.
said, "Yeah,
You telling me
I
Jason
probably should."
Kidd went up to Masai Jr. He's like, yeah, that 4 years, 41 million you were gonna pay me?
It's probably best if we just
Yeah.
kind of
No. Say no. Tell us that you fired him.
It's just a respect thing, right? It's just
I want
getting it out there
disrespect.
that-
Bring disrespect back. Bring disrespect back to these tweets.
I am very quietly.
Whatever happened to the, oh yeah, under no circumstances will the Timberwolves be bringing back Dylan Brooks. Whatever happened to those tweets?
The Grizzlies?
Grizzlies, excuse me.
Yeah.
Grizzlies, yeah.
That was crazy.
Yeah, no, it's
That
like
was
literally, like, yes,
nuts.
under no circumstances will this player be back with us. Not even if a fire happens.
Dylan Brooks been in the playoffs 2 years in a row while the Grizzlies have
No, yeah, they were wrong.
done
But
whatever they're
again,
doing. That's tough.
I'm more
That's
worried
what
about
I
the tweet.
I'm putting together, just in case, a list of coaching candidates for the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
I have a notes app in my phone.
Nice.
And I'm putting together a list of coaching candidates, veteran coaches, assistant coaches, et cetera, et cetera. Like, for example, Jerry Stackhouse and Terry Stotts leave the Warriors staff. That's interesting to me. Writing them down. I didn't even write down Jason Kidd.
Why not? Been
I just-
generally successful.
Yeah, I don't know that Jason Kidd is going to get a team over the hump the way I would hope a coach can. And maybe Terry Stotts is the same way. But I just there's something
Off. You got the ick.
Yes, there's something about Jason Kidd as a coach that, I mean, he did a really great job keeping the Mavs together 2 seasons ago when they were all banged up,
Yeah.
and they still played through it, and they won a play-in game, and salute, that's awesome. But I just don't, the fact that the Mavs, and I know it's a new regime and all that, but the fact that they have Cooper Flagg, they have their lottery pick this year, they're kind of in the midst of a rebuild, and they said no thanks to Jason Kidd. I don't know.
No,
Something about that bothers me a little bit.
Wouldn't be top on my list either, and I'm not even sure he's someone I'd like. He's a good coach, so yeah, I guess you can look at him if you're Scott Perry. But I honestly, I haven't really. I'm still wondering if Doug Christie can still win this job for the future. Like you mentioned, Jamal.
Oh no,
yeah.
totally. That's why it's
Well,
quiet and it's in
yeah,
my notes. App.
Yeah, because you mentioned Jamal Mosley when he got fired. I was like, I'm not even like kind of like maybe, but it's like I still. Does he have a great chance? No, but like there still is a chance that Doug Christie, I guess, is coaching this team for the future after this year and all that. But,
Yes, 100%.
But again, I guess like if I was looking at coaches for this team going forward, like if it doesn't work out, I guess Tom Thibodeau is someone that pops up. But
Tibbs is on the list.
also, like you kind of wonder if Scott's going to look kind of like the rest of the league does. Like the Utah Jazz picked up Will Hardy. Maybe you go younger and kind of a JJ Redick type, I guess. Those young guys that are kind of like the new school type of coaches we're starting to see.
Yeah, and that's where I don't necessarily want to dig in super far just yet.
Yeah.
Because Doug Christie could still win this job. So I'm not going to debate the old coach, new coach. I don't know. We're not that far down the line. I'm just putting a list together in the event that Doug Christie does not.
Who's the
get
best
the
coach
job.
on that list?
The best proven coach on that list is
guess,
probably
yes.
Terry Stotts.
Terry Stotts, okay.
And Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah,
One of those two guys.
Yeah,
I like Terry Stotts a lot.
I go back to the Trailblazers. Maybe take that $1 million salary.
Maybe. Thiago Splitter on the list.
Oh, nice. Had a good year.
Jason Kidd, 388 and 395 as a head coach, by the way.
He's fine.
That's all. 52 and 30 with Dallas in 21-22, 50 and 32 in 23-24. Below 500 his other 3 seasons in Dallas. Went to the finals, though.
He did, I remember.
And they traded Luka. That's tough. Anyways, like I said, that's a thing I'm doing personally.
Mm-hmm.
So in the event, like just preparing, stay ready so you don't got to get ready.
Of course.
But like you said, there's very much still a chance that Doug Christie does a nice job this year and earns an extension to be the Kings head coach for the foreseeable future, in which case the coaching market doesn't matter. And that's why we're not going to get super far into it today. All right. I'm Kyle. That's Jesse. We got to talk about game 2 of the Spurs and Thunder. And then a really nice night for the A's and not so nice night for the Giants. As reality, I think, is starting to set in for San Francisco. We'll talk about all that next on The Jump. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Shout out to the chatty house. Hit the thumbs up, please.
Ooh, not yet, but Becky Hammond could probably go on the list. Yeah, it was. That was so bad.
I assume Pep probably takes a year off and then comes back somewhere else.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen anything? Oh, what were you saying?
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, have you guys seen anything about the Backrooms movie? You going to check that out?
I've heard about that movie, but I don't know entirely what it's about, but I'm interested.
It looks cool, actually. It looks pretty good.
It's all good, Scooter. You're still here now, so you're good.
Just don't let it happen again, all right? Oh, Keon definitely had moments. But that's what I was saying is I think I got pie in the sky because of them.
Mm-hmm.
And I probably set an unrealistic expectation for him as a player. I don't think I was the only one.
You weren't.
Shout out to Team High +6 Keon Ellis last night for the Caps, though.
Yeah, like Kieran said, they won. Keon Ellis won.
Oh, the 530 said that Danhausen might have put a curse on my Giants.
I saw that.
Yeah, I'm a big Giants guy. Everybody knows it. I say, where my Shohei Ohtani hat?
Tyler Jennings, what do you think? I guess the best of Keon Ellis looks like then. Yeah, like what do the final chapters look like? I'd ask you. There are some crazy rumors going around Mason Miller and the amount of money he could potentially be getting. Giving up $300 million for a guy that doesn't even play every day would be tough. Closer at that. But again, those were just rumors. I don't know if that was true.
You know how I do.
Yeah, Madrid, I saw, what was it? Bednar gave up something to the Mets, I think it was, a 3-1 home or something like that. That helped the Mets tie the game, I think it was. Poor man, yeah, I've seen that you guys got issues too. What is it? Schlittler, though, might win Cy Young, they're saying. Oh, I wish the Red Sox weren't so inept.
I had no idea. I know so many people who are Arsenal fans.
Yeah, there was a lot out there.
What the hell?
A lot of Arsenal fans in the United States.
Where did this come from?
You play FIFA. Arsenal's the first team that pops up when you go to the Premier League. I saw that was out there. So I guess same things like that.
I guess I think for me, there are so many people posting like multiple things about them winning the Premier League who I have never seen post about soccer before.
Yeah.
And that's not to say like I don't care how you post on social media. Like that's not I just had no clue. I was surrounded by Arsenal supporters.
It's always, I don't want to say it's tough, but like it's like, I guess like Madrid, Will in the chatty house. Like there's a couple people, like it's always tough to find people to talk soccer with, though, I guess, that aren't just complete casuals too, though. So like you probably won't see it as much just because like people that do talk soccer, it's probably in their group chats or just more out in person.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I say. Like I don't give a rip how you post on social or don't.
Yeah.
I just learned something. That was like on social media when I learned that people still like wrestling. I had no idea that wrestling was a huge thing
Oh, it's massive.
until like 2014 on Twitter. I was like, what in the hell?
See, Zabo's locked in. I think soccer's tough too to just have one team. Like it's too global. I got a team in Mexico. I like Madrid, and then I guess I like Tottenham too. I'll stick with them. That's my least favorite out of the three, though. Yeah, Death of Tapia, I'm with you. Like Mexico is, I guess, my one team that I love the most out of all the soccer teams compared to the club ones. Like I'll always root for the national team above everyone else.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
I'm Kyle. That's Jesse. Joe Brazil is over yonder behind the glass. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you'd like to participate in the conversation, you can shoot us a text. You can give us a call. And we are available. Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals tonight. Feels like a moment.
Excited.
It just feels like a thing where every single game there's going to be a memorable thing that happens.
Who's the underdog in the series right now?
The Thunder.
Okay.
I know they weren't the betting underdog going in, but I think they probably should have been.
It feels like everyone has said it. Everyone has said it after that game one. It feels like there was a turning point, a switch, or just something that took place in that game one between Wemby and that squad where it's like, no, he's like it's them right now. And like, yes, that's why I asked. Like the Thunder are the underdog in the series somehow.
But at the same time, we see 7-game series ebb and flow all the time. The Thunder come out tonight and control the game and win, and then win game 3. We all feel very differently about it, right?
Oh yeah, you're right.
But on the other hand, for me, I thought the Thunder were going to win the series, and I guess I still do. I'm not fully off of that yet, but I thought the Thunder were going to win the series because they would be able to handle the big moments better than the Spurs. There were going to be key points in the series where the Spurs just couldn't execute, and Oklahoma City could because Oklahoma City's played in these games before, and the Spurs haven't. We see that time and time again. It's why these young teams, we always say, you're going to have to lose in the playoffs a couple times because you have to learn what the playoffs are about.
Yeah.
And that's we see it time and time again. That was so much of the analysis of the Warriors-Kings series. Now the Warriors have been there before. Kings are better, but Warriors have just been there before. And that's what kind of happened. A couple big spots. Golden State came through. Kings didn't. We see that all of the time in the NBA. And that's what I thought was going to happen in this series. And for me, the big switch was there were the moments in game 1 and when the Thunder got a steal and a run out and a layup to take the lead with like a minute 50 left.
Mm-hmm.
And then they got another steal. And off that second steal, they ended up missing the shot, I think. But after that second steal, I was like, man, this might be over. The Spurs aren't going to be able to generate offense. The Thunder are ratcheting up the defense. They're gonna pull away and just kind of strangle the Spurs here in the final couple minutes. And then they just didn't. The Spurs just took it. And every single time it looked like the Thunder went, okay, hey, they've reestablished themselves. Wemby hits a 30-footer to tie it. Like, oh my God. They forced Jalen Williams into a bad shot. Like my thoughts on why the Thunder would win the series were fully invalid in game 1.
Yeah, Wemby just kind of goes against everything we've ever known. I think you're right. Like they got all these young players, and when these moments pop up, like yes, they should feel the pressure and they should falter. But maybe you look at Wemby on your team, and it's like if he's got all the confidence in the world, because nothing shakes Wemby. I don't know what it is, but mentally, like he's just zoned in, locked in. It just feels like he's been like we've talked about so many times. He's just been prepared for these moments.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's easy to look at a guy like that. It's like if he's not scared or nervous, and we got him, like why should we in these moments? Like just play hoop. That's it. I mean, Dylan Harper's got Ron Harper. Pops was in the league for a long time, played with Michael Jordan. So, I mean, maybe maybe it's just a perfect storm of how it turned out. Group of guys. But, like, yeah, they kind of just defied it all in game one.
And Dylan Harper was awesome.
If anything, it feels like – no, I'm not going to say what I was going to say, but yeah, go ahead.
Oh, what were you going to say?
I was going to turn it into something with Chet, but I don't think it ties in directly with what we're talking about here. Like, Chet, I think, is dealing with something where, like, it's not ability for Chet Holmgren, I think, with Wemby. I think it's all just mental at this point. Yeah. I was watching a video this morning, and I think it's a U17 international tournament, and Wemby finishes second. Chet, I think Team USA wins, and Chet gets the MVP of the tournament. Well, you see Wembanyama there crying, and it's clear he's pissed off and all that stuff. And they say, like, that's kind of where this rivalry started. So I think when we watch these games, you can tell there's a little bit more when Wembanyama's playing Chet Holmgren. I think we can all see it.
Yeah. But
I look at a guy like Chet, and honestly, like, Chet's a great player. Like, I think for me, honestly, he just needs to just be a dog out there. I think because you do watch him, and if Wemby's dunking on him or kind of backing into him or kind of being physical, like, Chet's face is just kind of just droopy, and like he's just like
it might just
get
be
it.
Face.
Maybe. But again, it's like get in the moment, like actually feel like you belong, and like this dude's not gonna dominate the entire game. Like I think Chet can pick himself up, but it's honestly just up to him.
So
I don't think it's an ability thing. You just got to pick himself up.
So I agree a little bit, but I also think that Wemby might just be way better.
That's fair. I mean, Wemby might be the best player in the league right now, if not one of the best of all time already, I guess, the way people are talking.
I'm pumping the brakes on that just because things happen. And I've fallen victim to the Celtics and the Nuggets the last few years.
Yeah.
Of going, man, hey, this team's going to win they're going to win multiple times. And injuries happen, trades happen, bad transactions happen. Who knows? So I'm not ready to put him in that. Like, is he top 15 ever? He's trending that way for sure. But I'm not necessarily ready to go there. But Wemby might just be so much better than Chet or is such a bad matchup for Chet that it might not matter how much of a dog Chet is going to be.
Maybe so, because
he just might not be able to handle.
Maybe I'm trying to expect too much. I'm not even like, oh, Chet, go out and get 30, go toe-to-toe with Wemby. No, but can you be better than 7 points and 5 rebounds or whatever those stat lines are looking like when you do play them? Like, can you at least give me like 15 and 10 or just like be somewhat of Chet Holmgren rather than this guy who just withers every time he sees Victor Wembanyama step onto the court?
Yeah.
Like, that's all I'm asking for. But yeah, maybe it's just like Wembanyama is just so much better, and that's just the case, which it could be. But
is he the biggest factor tonight? Because I've sort of been operating like, all right, Shea's going to make an adjustment. The refs are going to make an adjustment because the Spurs were very physical with Shea, and he didn't get the whistle that he normally gets. Are the officials going to make an adjustment? I don't mean that derogatorily. We just see that in series all the time. Is that the change? Because it sounds to you like Chet Holmgren bouncing back is a bigger deal.
Might be the X factor in this series for me. Because if he's not figuring it out, like SGA is going to do his thing. He's going to pick himself up, no doubt. But
sure. You're
going to need more than just two guys. You're going to be more than SGA and Jalen Williams. And I think in series like this, you need your stars, and Chet's one of them. So yeah, I think Chet's got to step up. And if he doesn't, yeah, it's difficult because then Chet's not able. Like it hampers the way you're able to play if you're the Thunder. It just kind of almost essentially not takes him off the court, but yeah, it's rough out there when he's playing. And I don't know if you're the Thunder, if you can get through that, because this Spurs team, as young as they are, like they are as good as you right now. So it's kind of all hands on deck at this point.
Yeah,
and if you're not getting anything from Chet, like I said, I don't need 30 a game from Chet. I don't even go toe to toe. I need 15 and 10, 18 and 10, things like that. Just be that. And if he's not able to do that, then yeah, it's going to be tough for them to win the series, I think.
I'm really interested to see how different tonight looks, because there's part of me that thinks, oh, big time Thunder bounce back. They probably win by double digits and they make some adjustment, and there will be another adjustment from the Spurs, and we're going to. But then there's this other part of me that goes, Shea didn't have a good game, but he also didn't score 8 points. You know, he still put the ball in the hoop. They got 30 from Alex Caruso. And they still couldn't find a way to win that game.
I'm not sure you're getting that 30 again from Alex.
I'm almost positive. You may not get 30 points the rest of the series.
I'm not sure what De'Aaron Fox's status is too, but I'm sure you're expecting him back at some point if you're the Spurs.
Yeah, gives them a little more depth. Gives them another scoring option, another ball handler. Like there's part of me that thinks that bounce back is coming, and then there's another part of me that looks at De'Aaron Fox coming back, that looks at all these other factors and goes, God, maybe the Spurs are just that much better that made you pick them to go to the finals, They made Kenny back in November say that the Thunder cannot beat the Spurs in a series.
It's been the theme of the season. As good as the Thunder have looked when they played San Antonio, they've looked pretty regular.
I've just been and I've been operating like this is going to look different in the playoffs, and it just didn't.
No, yeah.
And maybe it's just not going to. Maybe the Spurs dispatch these guys in 5. That's just on the table for me in a way that I did not even really consider was on the table. And that's crazy.
We'll see. I'm excited for game 2, though. I'm
Me
locked
too.
into this series. It's appointment viewing.
If the Spurs get these guys out of here in 5, the Wemby conversations are going to go crazy.
All the conversations are going to go crazy. Wemby conversations will go crazy. The Thunder conversations need to go crazy as well. Because I'm not sure you can just, let's run it back. No, you ran into a massive issue where it's like, we're not built for this team at least. And this is the team that's going to be around. So, you might need to look at some things in the offseason and retool some things.
Yikes. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Mitch has been waiting patiently on hold. What's up, Mitch?
Good morning, Mitch.
Hey, it's Jesse, Kyle, Joe. How you guys doing?
Doing great.
Chilling.
We've had 2 great games the last 2 nights, and I like it now. I always love the first round, but every other night, Knicks got a little lucky. You just leave it to Harden to shoot 1 for 8 for the 3P from the 3 line. Excuse me, and with SGA, there's no way he's gonna have to score 40, and he could maybe 50. I think he's the best guard. Chad Holmgren is only giving up 3 inches. The only guy I figured that can give Wembanyama a run for his money is maybe that guy from Memphis, Edie. He's 7'4". I mean, just not as good of a scorer, but he can buzz him. But I wanted to say also with Cleveland and also with the Kings. Cleveland, Harden, I love Mitchell. I don't know why he gets a lot of slack. It's hard in that one. I think if he stayed with Oklahoma years ago, I think they'd still be looking for the first. Well, last year would have been their first one. And with the Kings, you said we'll get the 3rd round pick and Ja. I'm not a Ja fan at all. But if they give us the 3rd round pick or just a swap, I still want to see them get a first round pick because I love it. Now I'm getting ready for the guards. I know this conversation is a little boring. There's 2 guards from Arizona, plus the guys that you mentioned, 3 other guys. So we're going to hit on one of them. But we can get like a 12 pick. Oklahoma's got a 12 and a 16. Would they give up one of the 12 pick for us, the bonus? I want to know what you think. I've given you so much. It's a usual Mitch call.
You're good, Mitch. We appreciate you. You have a great day.
Best. Thanks, Mitch. Thoughts?
Not today.
Okay.
Shout out, Mitch.
If the Thunder want to give you the 12th pick for Domantas Sabonis,
You take that.
you do that for sure. I do think, though, I do kind of wonder if the antidote for Victor Wembanyama is not because you say, who do you match up with? Like, how do you match up against them? I don't think the Thunder did a bad job defensively on him. I think he's just a really, really difficult matchup.
Yeah, these guys are too dominant.
Yeah. And I don't know that outside of Giannis Antetokounmpo, there's a player with like the size and athleticism. Like Mitch just brought up Zach Edey. Zach Edey's not hanging with Victor Wembanyama. I'm sorry. It's just not a thing that's going to happen.
Nor is Maxime Raynaud. Sorry to say it.
Victor Wembanyama is going to pull him away from the basket and cook. But I think Giannis is the one guy who has the like skill set to possibly bother him in a meaningful way. But if you're trading for Giannis, you're trading a bunch of the depth pieces that make you a good team as a Thunder. I wonder if it's loading up on shooting. I wonder if it's just going like 5 out and saying, we're going to make sure that you cannot be near the basket.
Yeah.
And they do that a little bit with Chet. But again, we've talked about how Chet is just largely not
He's a non-factor.
A factor. But can you surround him can you surround Shea with 4 shooters and just force Wemby to hang out on the perimeter defensively? And if he doesn't, can you then punish them from 3 in a way that Oklahoma City doesn't right now on a regular basis?
Yeah, and maybe OKC figures it out. Who knows? Maybe they end up coming out of the series with the win, and all the offseason stuff we're talking about is just kind of pie in the sky and not needed. But I don't think it's unrealistic to look at the Thunder and how they played the Spurs this season and think, they might be in trouble here, and you might need to rework some things. Like, yeah, you might need to work it where you got only 3-point shooters out there, and Wemby's nowhere near the rim.
Yeah,
because at this point, like, it doesn't even matter if Wemby's like half paying attention. If he sees you, like, he's got a chance of blocking it or at least affecting your shot. It's incredible the way that he plays.
Speaking of teams that are in trouble, game 2 tonight. I can't wait for that. Does it? Before we move on to the other team that's in trouble, do you feel after last night like the Western Conference Finals? Because you've been of the mind, right, that the Western Conference Finals are not the NBA Finals. The Knicks, who are likely coming out of the East, will give whoever comes out of the West a very real run.
Yeah, the Knicks have a chance at beating either of those teams. Yeah.
Do you feel differently about that either direction after watching game 1 of each?
No, I feel
series?
about the same. I mean, yeah, the game 1 between the Spurs and Thunder were incredible. Those are the 2 best teams in the league, by the way. I can acknowledge that. I think this Knicks team is good, though, where they can hang with those teams and potentially get 4 wins in a final series.
Okay.
Don't feel that way about Cleveland. I'm not too concerned with how the Knicks started out that game. They've been hot all postseason. You're due a stinker at one point, and they fixed themselves up and got the W. So, yeah, all good here.
All right. Just wondering.
Yeah, no,
I'm going to ask you that after every game.
That's fine.
Okay.
Mine's change.
Very good. Did you see how the Giants game went last night?
Yeah, I'm not going to change my mind on that team. They suck.
You're listening to The Jump. That's Jesse. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil's over there. Joe's ready. Joe's got his Giants jacket on.
Yeah.
He just put his headphones on. Joe, how are you okay?
State of the Giants.
Dude.
Joe Brazil, your thoughts?
I don't have a big.
I am taking
They suck. Team is terrible. Terrible. And same for a minute, they suck. Oh, bats are starting to heat up. Fuck it, ain't no good. What's up, everybody? Man, that don't sound right. Check. Wow, there we go. That's better. Everybody good? Everybody good. Dr. David, what's happening? Scooter, what it do? Zabo. Yeah, it don't even matter. Putting these games on don't even matter anymore. Because I sure as hell am not the reason that they're so bad. That was a good one, though. Maybe we'll put that up on the TV just for fun. Let's see. Collective. Let's see if we can get creative here. Let's go multi-view. There you go, Zebra. There you go. Appreciate you, Scooter. Appreciate you. TC, what up, baby? Soren, what's happening? Oh, Ramona Shelburne dropped the Ancient Warrior piece. All right. I'm going to read every word of this. This is 4 million words. No, it's not bad. It's not as long as the Wright Thompson piece.
I don't know, Zay. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, man. That was crazy. Hey, Russ, I was at Cal Expo. The county fair. What's the difference between that and, is it?
One's the state fair, one's the county fair.
Yeah, but is it like a bigger setup for the state fair? The county doesn't go both sides of the Cal Expo or something? I don't think I've ever been to the county fair, so.
Well, salute to them. I think they're rocking with all our stations.
That's what I wondered, Russ Dog. Did they have rides or not? Apparently not. This isn't a fair or anything else like that, but the little winter wonderland they do at the at Cal Expo, literally in the winter. That was pretty cool. I went to that one time. I think I took the little cousins there. That was a good look. Oh, Weezy, come on. Come on. Uncalled for. You're not wrong, but uncalled for. TC, what up, man?
About 1 minute, y'all. 1 minute showtime. 1 minute. 1 minute.
Six different type of tomatoes? Huh. Dr. Davis, they're not my Knicks. They're not my Knicks. I'd have to be a true fan of the Knicks. They're not my Knicks. They're Ricky's Knicks. They're Kevin's Knicks. They're Herb's Knicks. They're even Cheryl L. Grove's Knicks. I just support the Knicks. There is a difference.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. We are 2 for 2 in terms of the conference finals, giving us some classes to talk about. We welcome you in here to the Wednesday, May 10th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledgement.
And we are live alongside EP. We down 22 with 8 minutes left. This is coming off.
Gracious.
This is coming off the Ali Frazier fight of the century the night before between the Oklahoma City Thunder and the San Antonio Spurs. A very, very different type of game to open up the Eastern Conference Finals, which went exactly as we predicted, just all rolled into one game. We said yesterday, hey, I'd expect the Knicks to come out rusty, to come out slow. They've had a long stretch off. Expect the Cavs to look a little bit more fluid, be hitting on all cylinders. That happened. We had a lengthy discussion about the Cavs not having that number 2 scorer and how that's going to be a problem. That happened.
Boy, did it.
And man, a million other things happened along the way as the New York Knicks grab game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. We're thrilled that you're here with us. If you're watching on youtube.com/ESPN1320, hit the thumbs up. You can become a member over there. Multiple tiers to join. Also coming up in 30 minutes, James Ham, our 1320 Kings insider and host of the Locked On Kings podcast, will be with us. Mikey Winfield performing at the Punchline this weekend. He's going to be with us coming up at the top of the 4 o'clock hour. Of course, we'll get ready for game 2 of the Western Conference Finals. We'll talk Kings. We'll talk Darius Acuff. But we will start with a moment that will not soon be forgotten at Madison Square Garden last night.
Man, quick story. I was out at my son's track meet, championship track meet yesterday. Shout out Cole. Saw Cole out there, man. Big ups to him. And them track meets, man, they go forever. There's a lot of downtime as far as if you're there to see somebody. So in between time, had the Knicks game on the phone, and Cheryl and El Grove was there, and we were trying to get some updates on the Knicks game. And at one point, I stopped watching, came back, was watching, turned it back on. They're down 13. They got it down 9 or whatever the case may be. Stopped watching, came back. They're down 22. I said, it's over, Mom. Like, it's over. They ain't winning this one. And she's like, no, Brunson going to bring it back. I said, Mom, stop. It's like 7 minutes to go. Brunson's, no. I move on about the night. I get a text message from my cousin D Money and his dad, shout out Hunk. And they're like, this is why I say the NBA is rigged. What, because the Knicks lost by 20? Let me check the score anyway. 101-101. I said, what the hell? What in the hell happened? And then I go back and I watch it later. That was a movie at Madison Square Garden. And what Jalen Brunson was doing to James Harden was criminal. What Kenny Atkinson was doing to James Harden was criminal. That was insane on a number of different levels.
Kenny Atkinson saying that James Harden is one of their better defenders is criminal.
Oh, my gosh.
His ass should be fired and thrown in jail for that.
All right, man.
I don't know who does it. I don't know. It's someone else's bit, but he's Jim Harden moving forward. He can't. I don't know if that's Cowherd. I don't know. It's someone I saw at the barbershop. He's Jimmy Harden moving forward.
That's tough. That is tough. Now,
he did it, by the way. I don't know if you saw it.
I did see it.
He did it.
6 turnovers?
6 turnovers, 5 field goals. He did it again.
Oh, man. Come on. There is a part of me. There's a part of me. I don't have no ties to James/Jim Harden, by any means. I don't need to protect him at all. But remember when the bubble was going on, I brought this up a number of different times, and playoff P was just like not good.
Mm-hmm.
Just not good. And he shot that 3 and hit the side of the backboard.
Yeah.
And I remember we came in, we did the show. I said, you know what, man? This is beyond not playing good in the playoffs. There might be something going on with Paul George, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. He comes out later. Now, whether it's a cop-out or not, I'm not here to judge. I'm going to take him for his word. He's like, yeah, man, I was kind of depressed in the bubble. Like, that was a tough time for me. That makes a little sense. It's looking a little different. James, I'm not saying he's depressed or anything else like that, but it's clearly, I don't know if it's just like he's scared of the moment. Like, from the way he plays, what he does in these moments, it's more than just I'm scared, I'm nervous. Like I said, I have jokingly said it a couple weeks ago when he did this again. He needs to see a psychiatrist. He needs maybe a therapist to figure out what goes on, because he looks, regardless if you think he's you like the way he plays or whatever, he looks like a completely different human being in some of these tight playoff games, not just any random ones, but going into the Garden or matter of fact, when a game gets tight in game 1, game 6, game 7, he looks like a completely different human being. And when I went back and watched the game last night, I saw exactly what Jesse was talking about in the group chat. Yeah, it makes a move, has a layup right there, and for whatever reason tries an over the head pass.
Yeah, why does he keep doing that?
What's wrong with
I'm
this
telling
guy?
you guys don't believe me. He's throwing these basketball games. If in 10 years you found out that James Harden was controlled by the mafia, you telling me you'd be surprised?
No, but
Be more
he-
surprised.
I said the
was still
mafia.
around.
Yeah, maybe not the mafia.
Bill's mafia.
Maybe
but-
not the mafia.
Hold on. What you talking about? The Blazers were dealing with the mafia.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't know.
What was it? Dark Joe?
I
Who were the
don't know.
guys?
That
Oh,
sounds,
I don't know.
that sounds racist.
I don't know how you get
I
mixed
ain't
up in
gonna
card
call 'em that.
games with a mob at this point in 2026. But yeah, it was
They
happening.
did it.
Kenny's right. Yeah.
They're still around.
Oh, I'm not questioning where they're around. I'm saying that there's 50 other people that James Harden could get involved in. But I'm convinced this man is throwing basketball games and has been doing it for a decade, and we just chalk it up to he sucks in the playoffs.
Look,
that play last night is going to be used in court one day. This dude, the play you just laid out that Jesse texted about last night, in the moment it happened, is absolutely going to be used in court. He's under the basket and flips the ball over his head, and it's a turnover.
Wide open bucket too if he wants to take a layup.
Then pull up the 7 clips that we're up to now where he just falls down.
I mean, that or something psychologically is wrong with him. Either one of those two makes more sense than he just doesn't play good in the playoffs. He's so bad in the playoffs. It has to be more to it. Whether he's throwing games or whether, like I said, I'm not even making light of it. He needs to see a psychiatrist.
Can you pull the clip up? Because I can't do it logged in the way I am over here. Can you go to Twitter and pull up the clip from Dunk Central of him talking about the way that the Cavs should defend Jalen Brunson? Because the third option is he is completely unaware.
Oh, that's an option as well. I mean, I wonder if somebody had ever suggested therapy for him, and he just he went, like you said, to the point that he's unaware. I don't need no therapy.
Mike Brown,
this how I'm doing it. No, you might need something.
Mike Brown would be destroyed today if he did what Kenny Atkinson did from not making James. The fact is, James Harden should have been benched. They should have recognized what was happening, and James Harden should have been benched. They didn't do it. They didn't do it because Kenny Atkinson didn't want to call a timeout. So, again, Kenny Atkinson has forgot more about basketball than I'll ever know. Mike Brown would be eviscerated, like burned at the stake if he made the mistakes that Kenny Atkinson made last night in that game, and it cost the New York Knicks a 22-point lead. That was, and shout out to Mike. You don't really hear coaches be as direct as Mike was last night in the post game, but right there on national, he's like, "Yeah, we win it, James. Like we have the statistics. I've seen the statistics for a decade."
And you guys noticed that too?
Like he's like, "Yeah, we win at him." Pull up this clip of James Harden. He's talking about how the Cavs should defend Jalen Brunson.
Brunson had some success against you personally late in the game. How do you assess your defense against him?
I mean, he made some tough ones. But obviously we all know he's a great one-on-one player, and I think anybody on an island, it's going to be difficult. So we got to do a better job of making sure he sees bodies. On the other end, they do a good job of supporting him and helping him when he's on the island. So he made some tough ones, but we got to do a better job as a team, just because it's not a one-man job. So got to be better in that aspect. I think he made a couple of them, which.
But so I want to be clear. There's nothing wrong with what he said. Nothing wrong with it at all. That is a direct message to your head coach. First of all, you are the primary reason things went as bad as they did last night. You go back and you look at Kenny Atkinson did not make one single adjustment when they targeted James Harden last night. And the Knicks were almost surprised by it. Go back and watch OG Anunoby last night. In the fourth quarter, in that run, when they're getting Jalen switched on to James Harden, go watch OG Anunoby. He barely has to do anything the entire fourth quarter because they just switch.
Well, so there's a couple things going on. I've heard about 4 different things in that. Number one, James is kind of right where Brunson hits some crazy shots. Like Brunson hits him high off the backboard, leaning to his right, shooting with the left on the left side. Like he hit some buckets. There's that aspect. There's the aspect that you just kind of laid out that I wondered why this continued to happen. And I look at Kenny Atkinson, but I also look at Donovan Mitchell. I also look at Dean Wade. Why were you guys just continuously willing to switch? There was one play specifically. I wish I had it timestamped, but Donovan Mitchell has Jalen Brunson. They give the soft screen that you're talking about, and he just goes, all right, switch on to James Harden with like 17, 18 seconds left on the shot clock. So all that stuff that Brunson is getting to do, he is getting to load up and do what he needs to do, as opposed to sending bodies at him. They got to pass it. He gets it back. If he does all that with 4 seconds left on the shot clock. If he finally has James one-on-one with 4 seconds left on the shot clock, might be a little different. But he's being able to do this at 15 seconds to go on the shot clock. And I look at
that makes me feel like it's Kenny Atkinson. Switch on anything.
Donovan, somebody. No. And this is where I fall back a little bit on Kenny Atkinson. You other four have no idea what's going on. You can't see Donovan Mitchell. You can't see what's going on and step up and make a play. The reason why I'm so hard on him in this situation, because in overtime, Max Strus did it. Max Strus did it. I was pointed out to my son as we were watching it. I said, look, and Max Strus will not let them switch. He's getting over the swings. He's over the screens. He's hustling back over there. He did it. That's it. Now, that's a Kenny Atkinson thing as well, because I don't think Max Strus played in the fourth quarter for whatever reason. I don't know what Kenny Atkinson was doing there. But Max Strus did it. Screens happening? No, he fought over. He got back in front of him. He made sure there was no switch happening.
So you think Max Strus did that on his own?
I find it hard-pressed to believe at that point, Kenny Atkinson said in overtime, Kenny Atkinson said, hey, this is how we're going to defend him now. I absolutely believe Max Strus was aware of what was going on and took matters into his own hand and said, I'm going to actually work to make sure this doesn't happen. And it's a Cavs thing, but it's also an NBA
It worked,
thing.
by the way. I think 2 points for Brunson in overtime.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't matter. The game was over.
The
but
house was already on fire.
Yeah.
But it's a Cavs thing, but it's also an NBA thing. I used to be furious watching the Cavs and the Warriors when they would do the same thing for Steph Curry to get switched on to Tristan Thompson.
Mm.
And I'd be like, J.R. Smith, you know the screen is coming. Come over there. You and Tristan can double. Tristan can fall back after you've recovered from the screen. But it's an NBA thing that happens often. And when the guys are committed to not letting it happen, they do a pretty good job. And we saw that with Max Strus. I'm looking at Donovan Mitchell like, bro, you got to work. I'm not here to bail out James Harden. James Harden can't guard Jalen Brunson today. Why are you putting him in that situation, Kenny Atkinson and teammates? He can't guard him, and he definitely can't guard him if he's able to gear up with 15 seconds to go on the shot clock. I think everybody has a hand in it in this situation. Those players, those perimeter players, they got to look and say, hey, we got to do a better job of not leaving him on an island. He can't guard him.
We pointed this out yesterday. They don't have a player who can guard him. So it's going to have to be the Dean Wades and the Max Struses, and it's going to have to be the Kenny Atkinsons who are able to come with a game plan to at least neutralize to some degree Jalen Brunson. You brought up Donovan Mitchell. You had a lot of smoke for him. Donovan Mitchell, this postseason, has been absolutely dreadful in clutch time minutes. 21.7%, 5 of 23 from the field in tight games. This is a team that has played already in 2 7-game series, and Donovan, where he usually excels, especially in the postseason, he has been unable to come up big for his team. And he was one of many last night. It was a 44-11 run from the 8-minute mark in the fourth quarter to the end of overtime. A 44-11 run. They got blown out. It turned out being an overtime blowout. That's how big the point swing was in that, 8 and 5? That's a 13-minute period.
Yeah.
Brutal. Brutal. 44-11 in the final 13 minutes.
That can't happen. That absolutely cannot happen if you're the Cavs. And Donovan Mitchell, he's got to be more assertive. I mean, a lot of the stuff with James and the air balls and the turnovers and just the bad offensive possessions, I put a little bit of that. We can put it on Kenny Atkinson, but I'll go back to Donovan Mitchell. If there's one person that can get in the face of Kenny Atkinson if need be, a la Travis Kelce in the Super Bowl to
Andy
Reid, it's Donovan Mitchell. Why are we running plays for Sam Merrill? They were doing that in the fourth quarter. They were running double screens and elevator screens for Sam Merrill. Bro, get me the ball. What are we doing here?
It was a great look, though.
No, the last one was a good
great look.
In between time, they were still running stuff for Sam Merrill, and Donovan Mitchell was like the weak side skip guy if they trap Harden on the screen, all this stuff, like he was in Detroit, except he actually got an opportunity to hit a couple of those shots. But no, you got to go get that. You got to, when you see the house on fire the way it is, you got to go get the ball. And I'm not even saying it, you've got to be the one to take the shots, but you've got to be the one making the decisions. At this point, I've seen enough from James Harden where I don't need him making the decisions in these moments. You got to go get the ball. We're one screen and roll with you or ISO with you. Give the Knicks a little bit of taste of their own medicine. Find out who's guarding Donovan Mitchell. Try to get him switched up on somebody. And let's try and go one-on-one that way if we can't run stuff and get good looks in the regular offense. But just sitting back and letting James Harden, that's not why James Harden's supposed to be here. That's not why I thought you guys had an opportunity to be a championship contender. You had an opportunity to be a championship contender because James was going to be there if you needed a quick break, not to run things. And that's what we saw a lot of these times in the playoffs with Donovan Mitchell and James Harden. And I love Donovan. I ride with Donovan. He's got to step up and do better in those situations. He's got to.
James Harden and Donovan Mitchell, 2 of 10 in that fourth quarter. James Harden inexplicably played all 12 minutes of that fourth quarter. Jalen Brunson, on the other hand, doing what he does. 7 of 9 from the field. Hit the one big three, 15 points for Brunson. Mikal Bridges was really good in that quarter as well, as was Karl Anthony Towns. But it was all Jalen Brunson in the big moments. Landry Shamet had probably the most exciting shot of the night as it kind of hung around the rim a little bit. There's a video going around Twitter that has the Madison Square Garden sky cam with the audio, no commentary. It's the Garden audio. And when that shot goes up, because again, it's uninterfered with audio, and you get the oh, it's a great video. It's a great video to go watch. But when that Landry Shamet shot bounced around and dropped, it was like, oh, this is the Knicks night right here. This is absolutely the Knicks night. And that was a special fourth quarter, and it was one of the most. It was like the tattoo of Jalen Brunson. That game is like, if you're going to tell the Jalen Brunson story, you tell it with that performance that he had in the fourth quarter last night, because that's indicative of who he is as a player.
Jalen Brunson is one of the, I don't know what the right phrasing would be. You could say clutch. You could say best. Say automatic. Whatever phrasing you are, I'll use the word sure thing. He is one of the top 5 sure things in the NBA. In the NBA. When you go into a game, when you're in crunch time, very rarely, if ever, do you have to worry about Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson going into game 1, he's good for 28. He's going to give you that. If it's crunch time, I'm never worried about if Jalen Brunson is number 1 going to take the shot, get a good look, or make the shot. That doesn't mean that he makes it every time, but it's not, oh man, I feel a little nervous here with Brunson. Nah, man, I feel complete confidence if I'm a Knicks fan with Jalen Brunson. He gets the look 9 times out of 10 that he wants every time down there. I don't think there's not 5 guys in the league that are better at that than Jalen Brunson. Delivering on a game-to-game basis. And when you're in crunch time, he's going to give you everything you need. There's SGA. I'll put Luka in there. Jokic. And I think that's where it stops. I think Jalen Brunson is, after those 3 that I named, I think Jalen Brunson is right there. It's really spectacular what he's able to do. He gets great shots every time, maybe 6'1", not super fast, not a super athlete, just a basketball surgeon. Knows his game, knows angles, all that. He is automatic every time he steps out there. Absolutely automatic. And I don't know, I don't think we debated about this. I think we both for sure were in agreement, like, yeah, Brunson top 10. whoever was arguing that, nah, that's a top 10 player in the game right now. He's been doing this.
Yeah, Brunson was in. Brunson was top 8.
He's been doing this for what, three straight years,
Mhm.
3-4 years on the highest levels, on the highest stages, the biggest stages. Now he's certified, verified, and last night was another one of those moments for him.
Yeah, that was a good one for the Knicks. That was a good one for the Jalen Brunson. That was a good one for the Eastern Conference because it definitely felt like for about 3 quarters and some change, we were watching some different form of basketball than we watched the night before. What we watched the night before was elite on so many different levels. And what we watched for the better part of last night was like G League JV stuff. And then all of a sudden the Knicks got going and it was like, oh, there's the Knicks. And there was no way those 2 basketball teams are going to give us a game like we had the night before. They gave us something completely different. Completely different. And I hate the common sports media take about, can the Cavs recover from this? We ask this all the time. Teams always do. Teams do, players do. They always recover from heartbreaking moments like this. But I feel like the conversation is stupid because most people pick the Knicks to win anyways. So there's no discussion to be had here. Can the Cavs recover? Who cares if the Cavs can recover? You already picked the Knicks to win. I haven't heard one person say, I thought the Cleveland Cavaliers was going to win this series. But, man, after last night, no way they can do it. To say that they can't recover it doesn't even matter when you didn't have them winning the series to begin with.
Fact still remains they can't recover from that. Like they showed
that's dumb. That doesn't make sense. Recover and do what?
Recover
Lose?
And make it a series. You thought they could win a series, right? You didn't pick them to win a series. Did you think they could win a series?
Oh man, you get on my goddamn nerves. That's why I'm doing it. I said all day yesterday. No, I don't think the Cavs can win this series. That was the full bit. Let you in on it. You weren't here yesterday. I said all day yesterday, the Cavs aren't going to win this series. The Knicks are playing. I didn't think. Now I did say this. I didn't think the Cavs were winning. I didn't think the Knicks were winning last night. I thought that was going to be the game. But can they recover? Can they play? Like that's all fine. It doesn't make sense to me to say they can't recover in the series. They can't recover. It's a heartbreaker. You didn't think they were going to win anyway.
Some of that is people not believing they can recover to make it a competitive series. Like you could think
you had them in 5.
I had them in 5, but some people might have said it was 6, or this is going into it said like this is going to be a more competitive series than people think. They may look at it now like this is sweet when they say they can't recover. They can't recover to win a game in a series.
Yeah, I don't like to me that's not a thing. Like you can't recover. Oh man, I really had them in the series. Like if you have that discussion about Oklahoma City and San Antonio, okay. Like that's pretty bold. Like it's pretty bold if you say Oklahoma City can't recover from that Victor Wembanyama 3. That's bold. To say the Cavs can't recover when 95% of the population had the Knicks winning the series anyways, the basketball population had the Knicks winning the series doesn't really move me.
Do you think that
because I don't think James Harden is getting better as this thing goes along?
Do you think that just trying to explain maybe what people were saying? You hear people say in the 2017 NBA Finals, after game 1, it was over. LeBron's great game, J.R. Smith, all this other stuff. After game 1, that was when the series ended. They might not have thought the Cavs were going to win the series to begin with, but that game, any ounce of chance that LeBron or anybody had was gone. And I think that's what happened last night. Any ounce that the Cavs had to win, some people are saying it's
I don't think that's the same as can't recover. And maybe I'm just playing semantics with words, but maybe that's all I'm doing. I thought that and the fact is they will recover. I just don't know what that means. They're gonna play a basketball game tomorrow. I think the Knicks are gonna play a lot better. And I can't figure out this is the weird part about last night's game, because that game was as boring as it could possibly be for 3 quarters. And I can't figure out if the Cavs were playing really well or just the Knicks were playing really bad, or it was some sort of combination of the two, because nothing Cleveland was doing was standing out. Like there was a little back and forth there, particularly in the first half. The Cavs had that third quarter, but it wasn't like, oh man, It's Cleveland Cavalier basketball right here. It's just like, the Knicks look rusty. That's what it looked like. And then Jalen got going, and they weren't rusty no more. That ball had energy, and Cleveland died.
One of the things that Cleveland, I thought, did well to start the game, and shout out
to
Mike
hold
Brown.
that thought. Sorry, I talked too long. Hold that thought. Let's come back. We've got the marathon coming up. It's 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk. James Ham, our 1320 Kings insider and host of the Locked On Kings podcast, joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Bob Brown, not trying to argue with you at all. I can't find it. But you had said earlier, you said the same thing about Kessel's shot that I said about Merrill. And when you said that about Kessel, I said, no, that's a good shot. I'm just trying to figure out what shot you're talking about, what player you're talking about. Because the Merrill shot at the end of the game was a good look, a good shot. I'm not necessarily talking about that play. I'm talking about while the walls were falling down around him. Oh, the Devin Vassell shot in game 2, round 1. The shot was fine. I'm talking about when the lead goes from 22 to 11, and you out here running plays for Sam Merrill. I need Donovan to be a part of that. The last play of the game, I mean, whatever, you get a good shot. I'm not really tripping off that. But I'm just talking about as everything is falling apart, there was too much being ran for James Harden and Sam Merrill in that situation. And whether it's Kenny Atkinson or Donovan Mitchell, somebody's got to say, hey, man, let's get to our bread and butter real quick. And once again, it doesn't even have to be for Donovan necessarily to shoot the ball, but run the offense through him. Understandable. That situation's a little different too. I can't remember exactly if the Devin Vassell, if they were down 3. I think they were down 3. So my thought is if they're down 3, I'm trying to get it to one of my best three-point shooters, regardless if he's my best player or not. That was a tie game at the end of the Cavs game. So I don't have a problem with Sam Merrill's shot. That was a good look, but you had an opportunity to get it to Donovan. Cole,
we was looking all over for you yesterday. The whole chatty house was looking for you yesterday, man. Even said your name was in these streets, Cole. Your name was in the streets yesterday, Cole. Don't come in here today talking about, don't come in here talking about Thunder Up. We was looking for you, Cole. Cole, how it feel to have several hundred people on the internet looking for you? I was by myself yesterday, Cole. You could have talked for 10 minutes, but could nobody find you?
The craziest thing about Cole and his Thunder fandom is he's already said he's going to leave them.
Yeah,
that's
out.
the crazy thing.
Yeah, I ain't even mad at him. Enjoy a championship or something before you go back to.
He said,
before you go back
I'm leaving when Seattle gets it.
At least my man's honest.
And it's still super passionate about him. That's funny.
Ooh, did he get that? That was a hell of a catch.
Casey Smith playing maybe the best baseball on the team right now. On a team
Not
that's
saying
dead,
much, pal.
by the way.
Not saying much, pal.
The team that is a corpse right now. Oh, Scooter, shut the hell up. I like I said, that would be disrespectful to the real Knicks fans for me to say I'm a Knicks fan because I'm a Kings fan. I just support the Knicks, man. I want to see the Knicks win. If they're playing anybody but the Kings, I want to see the Knicks win. I will root for them to win. That's all it is. It doesn't matter at this point.
You ain't gonna put this on me.
It don't matter.
You ain't gonna put this on me.
What's the guy's name y'all were talking about this morning, Jesse? Housen was who?
Danhausen.
Danhausen. He could watch the Giants.
Let's bring in our man James Ham here. Oh, Hammer. James, how you feeling, buddy?
I'm good, man. How are you guys?
All right, man. We're great. Our 1320 Kings insider, host of the Locked On Kings podcast. James Ham here with us as 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk is underway. It's the marathon here with D'Lo and KC. What did you think about that game last night, Hammer?
Man, the first two games, both series, just been absolutely incredible. Like, it's just such good basketball. It's high-level basketball. I think it's definitely chess. It's not checkers. And, Mike Brown ended up being the one that didn't make the critical mistakes in game one for the Knicks. It was clearly Kenny Atkinson who, for some reason, let the Knicks get going. He made some fundamental changes to his defensive schemes, and those cost him greatly. So I'm not putting Sam Merrill on Jalen Brunson ever again and expecting that to work out for you. So really interesting, again, game of chess between these two. And man, you can't ask for two better games overtime in both of the first two games. Great stuff.
Yeah, James, we were talking about it earlier, and Kenny Atkinson, he deserves a lot of heat for leaving James Harden on an island there. And James Harden is not guarding Jalen Brunson in the year 2026. He'd have a hard time probably guarding him in 2016, but I know for sure at 37 years old, he's not guarding Jalen Brunson. And the fact that Kenny Atkinson just kind of let that happen. And I talked about some of those players out there too, Donovan Mitchell for one, for allowing the switch to happen time and time again without working to get over the way Max Strus did in overtime. They bear some responsibility too. So Harden is going to get a lot of, he's washed and he got torched and all this other stuff. I look at Atkinson and some of those teammates as being a little complicit in that. They've got to step up and see what's going on and make some changes in the moment.
Yeah, I think they did make some changes, and every change they made was the wrong one. That's the problem. And, again, I think if you listen to Jalen Brunson's just absolute train wreck of a post-game interview, I think all of them were bad. I don't know what exactly he was doing there, where he just looked like confused in the moment. But he was just saying, I wasn't really looking for the switch. I wasn't really looking for Harden. I was just playing basketball, and I was just making shots. And I kind of believed him in the moment. Like the plays that they did do, I don't feel like it was 100% like the Luka Doncic thing.
Where it was Jalen. Jalen was being nice.
Yeah, I don't know what
absolutely was.
Yeah, Mike completely contradicted that entire statement 5 minutes later.
You see Jalen on the court when he has James on here. He tells Cat, "Get out the way." Mike got what we want.
Mike Brown at the press conference was like, "Yep, yeah, we targeted his ass."
Jalen was being nice and trying to be diplomatic.
Mike was being nice too. He should have said, "We targeted this jackass for 10 years across the league."
Yeah,
no, I get that. But he also put Sam Merrill on him, and that was just a huge mistake as well. Like Sam Merrill couldn't do anything. He couldn't stay in front of him. Couldn't keep him from getting to his spots. And look, Jalen Brunson is extremely difficult to stop. We've known that for a long time. I mean, he's like the next version of Isaiah Thomas, just a little bit bigger, not that much bigger, but teams struggle with that too. You're like, how are you letting a guy who measured in at 5'8.5" at the combine get to the rack again and again and again? I mean, people forget Isaiah Thomas averaged 30 points in a game. He averaged 30 points for a season. And like, look, you have to figure out ways to stop those guys. I remember Davion Mitchell talking about Jalen Brunson when he played with Dallas, and he said he's the toughest guy, and it's because of his low center of gravity. So when he hits you way lower than most of the other players, and you're sitting there trying to figure out how to stay in front of him, but he's just like, he keeps coming at you, and you don't have anywhere to go. You can't hide from him because he is physical. And then when he gets into your body and he's able to clear space like very few others. And, he's just a really, really high level scorer.
As we transition to our conversation about the Kings hammer, I had always heard a story that Jalen Brunson, that Scott Perry wasn't a fan of Jalen Brunson in that transition time, that summer of free agency from Dallas to New York. He wasn't a very big fan of his game, which is interesting considering the draft ahead.
Yeah. And well, I'd also point out, you keep hearing things about like the Acuff rumors and stuff. I keep hearing BJ Armstrong is a huge fan. So, again, we're going to continue to have like these weird ties to Scott Perry, because that's who Scott Perry is. He knows everybody. The fact that he coached Darius Acuff's dad in college is crazy. But he also played with Keaton Wagler's dad in college. So like there's all of these Scott Perry ties everywhere. And so I'm not going to put too much stock in any of it until the draft actually happens. Again, we've been speculating so much about the John Morant or Darius Acuff, whether they'll get them both or whether either one of them make any sense, all that stuff. And the fact is, like, they might not be able to trade for John Morant, and they might not be able to draft Darius Acuff. They also might be able to sit at number 7 and just wait for Darius Acuff to fall to them, because there's a distinct possibility that's going to happen too. So I think all of the early speculation on it is pretty crazy. But it's also like food for thought, and it like pays the bills for all of us who sit here and do sports radio. But as far as like whether Scott likes him or not, you can go back and look. Like, Scott has some very interesting like tastes in guards. He didn't like Trae Young as much as he does like LaMelo Ball. He does like John Morant, but he doesn't like some of the other players. So you're always sitting there kind of looking around and going, And I'd also like remind people, the other guard that a lot of people thought the Kings were going to get last summer, it wasn't those guys. It was Darius Garland, who is about the same size as as Acuff.
I look at, a lot of those guards that you just mentioned and some others that have been speculated to be guys that Scott Perry likes, and they're all have their different little quirks. Like they fit the same build or whatever, but let's talk about Darius Garland and Trae Young. Like, they're around the same size guard, but they're different players. They bring different things to the table. And I think that sometimes you look at some of those guards, and depending on who it is, the build for your team might look different, right? Like, he might be fine with Trae Young, as a basketball player, but like, man, if we're spending this much money, we're going to have to allocate this much money to the wings and to the bit. And if we're paying him top dollar, we won't have enough to do all that. So the player I like, but his style of play lends itself to the fact that I got a bunch of work to do on top of that. Whereas Garland or Acuff or whoever, I can get them. They're kind of a similar type player, but some of the, distinctive quirks that they have in their game allows me to just have an easier time building a team around them. So on the surface, they look like the same type of player, but there's little nuances that may make it different when you talk about team building.
Oh, yeah. And I think, we've had this conversation. We had this conversation last week. I did a podcast on it, like the players that you build with and the players that you build around. And I think Acuff is a player that you're probably at some point you're going to build around. He's going to be that type of scorer. Then again, maybe he won't. Maybe he just will flop at the NBA level. We just don't know. I think the player comp for him is more Damian Lillard than it is some of the other players that we've talked about. And, again, you build around that type of player. But if you were to go get Kingston Flemings. Now he's a player that I'm building with. I need more players like him, and I'm still searching for that potential top tier 1A scorer, because I don't think that that's what Kingston Flemings is going to be at the next level. So, again, I think it's a really interesting study in how to build a basketball team. But again, it's really tough to build it right now when there's so many variables that are floating out there that we just don't know. Well, again, we don't know if they're going to be able to get Ja Morant. We don't know if Darius Acuff will fall to them. We don't know if they can move up to number 5 or number 3 and try to get that player that they want. There are seriously so many variables. And on top of that, they're the variables that the league is putting in here, where all of a sudden they're talking about changing the rules about what draft picks mean and how much value is a draft pick worth. And so again, here we are, it's May 20th or whatever it is. Yeah, May 20th. Look at that. I guessed right. We've got, a little bit over a month before the draft, but between now and then, you're going to start to see major player movement, but also the league is going to meet and decide on whether they're going to change all of the lottery rules. And again, everything will have some sort of impact on the league, some of which we won't even know for right now. We can speculate, we can start to feel okay, let's see if we can get some sort of computer generated assessment on what this will do to draft picks. But until it actually happens, we start seeing it in functionality. We won't actually know.
Our 1320 Kings insider James Ham with us here as the marathon continues on Dealing with KC. Hammer, which of these players do you see as build around and build with? Is Ja? Do you think Ja right now at this state is build around?
I think you try to build around him and you hope that he becomes the player he was before, but it's with the understanding that we don't know. He was still really good last year when he did play. He wasn't the same, but also their team wasn't the same. So I'm not going to sit there and really, get on him for averaging 20 points versus 25 when, it's a lot different when you're playing alongside another elite scorer in Desmond Bane versus Kentavious Caldwell-Pope or whoever they're throwing at the shooting guard spot. That team changed dramatically and it continues to change dramatically. I don't even know what they're looking for at this point. I don't know where they're heading with their build or their rebuild or whatever you want to call it, because they're going to get rid of their best 3 players, and they were all young, and they should have been building around those guys for the last couple of years and trying to get back to where they were, not resetting everything, firing a coach and just scrapping everything. So yeah, it's kind of a weird place to be in when you're trying to deal with a team like that and, trying to figure out what it is that they need, because I don't know what they're looking for outside of probably draft capital. And even that, Ja's just not worth draft capital at this point. So it's going to be super intriguing to see how that specific transaction, if it does happen, may play out.
James, do me a favor, do us a favor, and kind of explain the difference between building with and building around. I think I have an understanding of what you're saying, but I think when maybe somebody hears you say, I would start to build around Ja Morant, they may take it as, oh, you don't need any other top flight talent or scores. And I don't think that's what you're saying at all. But just in your mind, what's the difference between the two, building with and building around?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like if you go back to the draft where the Kings got Keegan Murray, Paolo Banchero is a very specific type of player. And I think the Orlando Magic are now realizing very quickly that he's a player that you have to figure out ways to build around him. You have to support him in a way because of the style of play that he plays. Where Keegan Murray he's just one of the starting 5. And I look at a lot of the guys that are going to be are in this draft. Once we get past the top 3 of, and even the top 3, I think it's all, it's going to be in the eye of the beholder. But AJ DeBonta, number 1, he's a guy that you're going to build your entire franchise around from here on out. You're going to figure out what are his weaknesses and how do I fill those weaknesses. You're going to go out and get more shooting. You're going to get off-ball players. You're going to get, maybe a shot blocker at center, but also a bunch of switchable players that can actually help and support him. Where, a lot of the players after that, I think Darren Peterson is a guy that you're going to, again, build around. You're going to go out and get long athletes. You're going to get a point guard or a lead guard that doesn't have to be a lead guard and is better playing off ball than on ball because he's not going to have the ball in his hands a bunch. You get to Caleb Wilson where he's kind of like the wild card in this whole thing because he could be great. He also probably has one of the highest bust potentials in the top. And then Cam Boozer is another guy which you can look very clearly. He's a guy that you build with. He's not a guy that you're building around. And a little bit like Domantas Sabonis, like you've got to find players that work with him, but at the same time, you understand that his limitations are there, that he's probably not going to be a 1A on a team. He might be the second or third best scorer. He might be, your best passing big man or your best rebounder. But those are players that, as we start to go down the draft board, you get further and further away from building around a player and more building with that type of player. The only player that I think is kind of an outlier is Acuff, where I think he has the potential to be a 20-something point per game scorer. And that means go back and look at the Portland Trailblazers through the mid 2015s, and you start looking at like the Robert Covingtons that they had around him. All the players, the long athletic defenders that they tried to put around Damian Lillard. And that's what I mean. You gotta support him in a specific way because he's not a great defender. He might be better, at the NBA level. We can start listening to some of the excuses from Arkansas about why he wasn't a great defender. But at the same time, you're going to have to support him in the right way. And that means you're going to have to get, maybe a good passing big to free him up. A DHO guy probably wouldn't be a bad thing because that's something that Damian Lillard really thrived with. You also start to look at like a shot blocking big as well. You're going to need somebody to play defense behind him. You're going to look at the shooting guard position to say, I need length and athleticism so that shooting guard can go defend ones and twos, not just, center on the one position that, they typically might defend. So that's what I kind of mean by playing with and playing around. Like, again, I think some players, they just fit into any system, and a guy like Keegan Murray fits into any system. He's going to have his role, and he's a player that you're building with, and you need more players like him, but you have to understand he's never going to be that guy who's averaging 27 a game and taking you to some, Eastern Conference Finals by himself. Western Conference Finals.
James Ham here with us. Hammer, we've heard the Dame comparison a lot. Like Darius Acuff has the potential to be, a really explosive scorer in the NBA. But like, what is Dame? If Dame, who's arguably the second greatest 3-point shooter of all time, he's certainly in the conversation as one of the greatest 3-point shooters of all time. If Dame wasn't that explosive scorer, what is he as a basketball player? And I was trying to figure that out with Darius because a lot of the comps are like, or a lot of the descriptors are like, if he becomes that scorer that a lot of people think he can be, he's that. Like his offensive game has no limits. But if you don't have that and you're a good scorer with the defensive deficiencies you have, what are you as a basketball player?
Trae Young. I mean, without the elite.
Trae's still an elite scorer.
Yeah.
You're worse than Trae. Like you're significantly worse than that, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're probably right there. I don't know. I mean, I think the lower end player comp is probably Darius Garland. And Darius Garland's a really nice player. He made an all-star team. But, I think he might be that level of player. I still think he's going to be a good scorer. And then again, if I were to tell you guys right now, you're looking at just say like the top 8 players, maybe the top 7 players, who has the highest bust potential. So we always talk about the highest ceiling guys. We talk about the highest floor guys. We talk about the guys with the high ceiling and the high floor, which is, I think in this draft is DeBonsa and probably Peterson. But then after that, you start looking at guys and you're like, okay, I'm kind of worried about the floor. I'm worried about the floor of Acuff because we talk about Darius Garland, but I could also bring up Dennis Smith. Now, the difference between those two players is that Dennis Smith proved to not be a very good teammate, and like whatever it was that he was at the college level, which was not great, It was magnified at the pro level, and it's kind of the reason why guys like him, guys like Rashawn McCants end up outside of the league very quickly, just because they can't figure out how to get along and how to be part of something. That's not the case with Acuff. Everything I've heard about Acuff, he's a perfectly spectacular young man and, a good teammate and all that stuff. So it's tough though, because there is, this floor that's unknown with him. The fact that he averaged 23.5 points a game at the college level is great, but again, look at the team that he was on. Look at the long, athletic, crazy defenders that were on that Arkansas team. I bring up Trayvon Brazil all the time. He's one of my favorite sleepers in this draft, and everything about him just says, like, you got to draft him. I don't care that he's 22, 23, but that's a player that really supported Acuff. And you're going to have to find players like that to make sure that he's just not a complete sieve on the defensive end. And if he is, that you have his back. And that's where, again, I think you have to start building around him. And I feel the same about Ja. Ja has, you build around Ja. You're not building with him because, number one, he's proven he's kind of like an outlier as a human being. He doesn't like to follow the rules. He doesn't like to, conform and all that stuff. He also doesn't play defense. And so you're going to have to sort of build the same type of team around Ja that you would Acuff, in my opinion. And, again, maybe I'm wrong, but I think Jaren Jackson Jr. getting defensive player of the year and always, being held in such high regards as a defender, Brandon Clark, RIP, being held, as like a really, really top level defender. Those were the guys that were supporting Ja in the right way. And, they kept building around that group, but you had to build around Ja because of the way that he plays the game. And again, I don't think it's like, this isn't some magical thing that we're coming up with here. But you should have some fears about, the pluses and minuses of all of these players that are coming into the draft. Nothing is a sure bet. I can go back and look at every draft and pick out, probably 3 or 4 in the top 10 that were just not good basketball players and didn't make it at all. And that means that there's going to be the same thing in this draft, regardless of how great the draft is considered. You just have to try to be the one that didn't draft one of those guys.
James, you talk about, some of the guys that supported him on that Arkansas team. Obviously, Brazil, very impressive. The guy, I've been watching a lot of Acuff this week. The guy that, I don't know if he's going in the first round. I don't know if he's second round. Billy Richmond, the third. That looks like a guy that can be a difference maker in the NBA. He reminds me a little bit of a Herb Jones. I don't know if he's as tall as Herb Jones, but every time I watch them play, he's like the safety blanket for a guy like Acuff. So he's on my radar in the second round. But to Dame's question about Darius Acuff, if he's not a scorer, I was trying to find somebody that would be comparable because he doesn't play defense, but I do think Darius Acuff is a good decision maker. Mm-hmm. I think he's a good decision maker. I think he's a really good passer.
Doesn't turn the ball over.
No, doesn't turn the ball over. And I was looking like at some of the assist leaders, and nobody really matches up like that. There's one outlier. Did you guys know Isaiah Collier averaged like 7 assists this year? The guy for the Jazz. He averaged like 7.2 assists. 11 points or something like that. Maybe if he's not this elite scorer, that's what Darius Acuff is. But I look at a guy like Emmanuel Quickly, who doesn't defend, but is a pretty good shooter, pretty good scorer, and can pass a little bit. I think he averaged almost 6 assists tonight. But I think that's another aspect to Acuff's game. And worst case scenario can kind of keep him effective is his decision making, is his passing, and can allow him to stay in this league, even if he doesn't reach the heights of a Dame Lillard or anywhere close to that offensively.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough thing. I mean, I just kind of look at scorers who aren't as effective. That's how I would look at him because, again, the defensive limitations are what they are. It's not because he doesn't have the wingspan. We learned that he has the wingspan. It's that, he's just not a great defender. And that happens a lot. So I could see him becoming like a super 6 man. I could see him becoming, like, again, Malik Monk or, a Lou Williams type, like those types of players. And those guys are limited because, number one, if you're going to be a bad defender, you better be great offensively. you better be great. Because if you're not, then that puts you on the bench. It makes you that sixth man, right? So that's where I would kind of look at him. It's not that he's going to become some other version of a starter. It's that he's probably moving to the bench. It's just like, a guy who puts the ball in the basket. I don't want to compare him to like Cam Thomas, but that might be a guy. Again, Cam Thomas got better as a passer, better as a rebounder as he went on in his career with the Nets. But at some point it was just like, man, you do not play any defense. Like, we're not going to be able to survive with you out there for 35 minutes a game if you don't play any defense. And so they moved on from him.
The marathon continues at 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk with our man James Ham, our 1320 Kings insider and host of the Locked On Kings podcast here on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on the iHeart app. And, of course, you could watch the show over at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Hammer, I don't think a single person in NBA media shares more fear about the upcoming draft changes than you do, with the exception. Now, you cover the media. I was reading Sam Amick's article. I think it dropped yesterday. I was reading it this morning about, obviously, when something like this becomes public, you have the votes. Like, that's just how it doesn't become. It's like Congress. You have a whip in Congress who goes around, hey, what are you voting on this? What are you voting on this? Nothing gets out until we know we have the votes. This 3-2-1 thing got leaked because they know they had the amount of votes that they needed to get this thing passed coming up here in 8 days. But, James, to a point that you have brought up many times, there are a lot of general managers and front office people who are upset because picks that they have traded now have a completely different value than when they traded them. And this little bit more wide open format has this thing is not going to pass with 31 owners going, yeah, let's do it. It's going to pass closer to the 23, 24 owner margin. But there are a lot of people expressing in NBA circles some of the same concerns that you have here on this show multiple times.
Yeah, I think the first thing they did was clever. They gave it a cool name, the 3-2-1, mechanism. And it's like, hey, look, we got something. And I do believe that the NBA has been crowdsourcing it. And then when we get closer and closer to the moment where they've got to vote, I think there are going to be some teams with some legitimate concerns, and it's not just the teams, the good teams who have traded away their picks and, again, have all of these picks sitting on the back end of the Oklahoma City Thunder, who still has a bunch of picks, or, Houston Rockets still had a bunch of picks. It's not just those teams. Realistically, it should be a team like the Kings who are looking around and saying, wait a sec. The only thing we have of value typically is our draft picks. Even if you're the 48th, you're a 48 win team and you're the third team in the Western Conference, there's still teams around the league going, man, I still would love to get me one of those Kings picks, because it's going to be short-lived. That pick is always going to be around the lottery and potentially much higher than that. So I don't know how this is going to work out. I just wish, as opposed to, this crazy knee-jerk reaction, that the adults would have just been adults and just handled their business during the season when, they were letting teams completely violate the sanctity of the league. Tanking is throwing games. Just so we're all on the same page, the word tanking is just another descriptive word for throwing basketball games, quitting on a season, going into a game against another team, knowing that you are going to put players on the court that do not give you a chance to win intentionally. So that's where I have this huge problem. It's if we're going to start changing everything, shouldn't you get some of that under control first? Because as of right now, I don't see any of that under control. It's just going to be a different version of it. And so, yeah, you don't want to end up in the bottom three. I get it. But what if you already traded that pick and you don't care if you're in the bottom three, and the other team that you traded the pick to were like, oh my gosh, what in the world? This unprotected pick now has less value than a pick that was top 3 protected. It does. It has less value. And so if it ends up at number 4, number 5, number 6, you'd much prefer that. And if you're a team like that who's getting towards the end of a season and know that, hey, we're going to have to give up this pick, you might as well lose as many games as possible so the team you're trading with gets the worst pick possible, which it makes no sense that you to have the worst record in the league would be the higher pick, like a worse pick for that team. So again, I just think it's complicated, but I don't like the direction the league took here. I don't know whose idea this was. I know it was an amalgamation of like 3 different ideas that they put together into one package. I don't personally care for it. I think it, again, penalizes teams in small markets that can't build. And I talked about this on the podcast yesterday, but even like you go back and look at the box score for the Spurs and OKC game from game 1. I think it was the Spurs had 7 guys play 10 minutes or more in that. 6 of them were first round picks by the Spurs. The one that wasn't is Champagny, who the Spurs signed as a 2-way player after he played 2 games as a rookie with the 76ers. So he's been in their system since he was a rookie. And this is realistically all he's known. He's an undrafted guy, right? So you look at the same thing with OKC. 6 of their 10 players that played more than 10 minutes in game 1 were all draft picks by them, or guys that they signed as undrafted free agents. That is how small market teams build. And if you're going to take that away from small market teams, then what exactly are we doing here? Because if you can't guarantee that you're going to go out and get top tier players in the draft, look how big Chet Holmgren was in that game. You can say, oh, well, they got Shea in a trade. He was a 12th pick. Yeah, but look how big Chet Holmgren was in that game. Look how big Dylan Harper came up. Stephon Castle. Those are all picks that aren't the Victor Wembanyama's or, the Shea Gilgeous Alexanders that sort of ruled the whole thing.
Hey, as big as he disappeared. That's why he was big. But I was listening to that episode. Great job by you on that latest Locked On Kings episode. And you mentioned the small markets and things like that. And you kind of just alluded to it. I kind of want you to go a little bit deeper into that conversation of how this does affect trying to replicate what the Thunder and the Spurs did. Is that non-existent now because you don't necessarily have the draft picks to fall on? Or is it you got to be more creative with trades, take more swings for the fences, like maybe a John Morant because of this? Does this alter how you see the Kings and any other small market team should go about trying to replicate what San Antonio and OKC are doing?
Yeah, I mean, I think it does. If I'm the Kings and for some reason you hear murmur that the Washington Wizards are willing to trade the number 1 overall pick in this year's draft, I'm going at that pick like crazy. I'm offering the 7 and I'm offering like maybe 2 or 3 firsts in the future because I don't know what any of this is going to mean down the road. And if I don't have a 1A, if I don't have a superstar to build around, then I'm in trouble. I think, okay, so first of all, I think the aprons wiped out a lot of the ability to build their team the way that the Oklahoma City Thunder did, where they kept just dropping way down in salary, taking on bad contracts with first round picks and building and building and building that way. They also, of course, had Paul George to trade, which got them 4 or 5 first round picks and Shea for Paul George. So that was like a super impactful thing. That's where like the Kings don't have that. They're so far behind anything that OKC did to sort of build their team the way that they did. But now if you're going to put the aprons in place and limit the ability to take on bad contracts and to take on first round picks, that's another way in which you're sort of stymieing the OKC way moving forward. On top of that, now you start limiting the value of first round picks. And so it's just becoming more and more restrictive. And I don't even know how teams are going to move. How are you going to attack this next coming, couple of weeks? Because, we talked about it the other day, but once you get past like this particular vote, this vote is only supposed to last until the next CBA, which doesn't expire in 2029. So what does that mean for the Kings 2031 Minnesota Timberwolves first round unprotected pick? Because the thing could literally like like have a ton of value and then no value and then a ton of value. And then like the whole time you have no idea, you don't know what you're trading. And that's a huge deal because again, the rules can change again. That's why it's just like, how about you just manage your teams? How about you just grow up and penalize somebody who cheats? How about that? That seems like a much easier way than completely restricting your trade market, your salary cap situation. And again, you could have done the same thing when it came to the luxury tax. You could have just told teams, hey, you can't do that. We're not letting you go $80 million over the luxury tax. So now we're starting to look like baseball where, you know, the Dodgers and with the Dodgers, the Mets, Padres all have salaries that are like 4 times what the A's had last season. It's just crazy because it should be about competitive balance. That's what all of this should be about. It should be about having a rounded out league. And what they've done is they've made like a really, really awkward and desperate lower class. And that's why we see 8 teams with 26 wins or less, because they're all desperate. They all know where they're at and they're all struggling and going, okay, how are we going to survive in this next version? And let's go ahead and violate the rules because it's not like, you know, it's a slap on the wrist. $500,000. Again, they pay more than that for a two-way player.
But Hammer, is it exactly violating the rules? I think that's part of the problem. Like the Jazz, the Wizards, they took advantage of the system that Adam Silver didn't create it, but they took advantage of the system that they were in.
Yeah, but I don't believe that that's the case because the game of basketball, if somebody, let's just say Jonte Porter goes out there and decides to bet on himself to have less than 3.5 rebounds in a game, that's cheating, right? And he's getting a lifetime ban. He's never going to play in the league ever again, right? And you can say, oh, well, that's because he did something blatant. You don't think that running 7 players out on the court in an early March game with 20 games or 18 games left in the season and sitting Kevin Love and Svi Mikayla, and not to mention all of your star level players, that heaven forbid, they're not going to play at all. We're just putting those guys on ice for the next 6 weeks. But to go in there and blatantly cheat and like throw a game, that's the letter of the law. Should have given Adam Silver a lot more leeway to sit here and punish teams who are not trying to win the game of basketball.
Yeah, but there's a lot of plausible deniability there. That's the problem. Like, I agree with you. I 100% agree with you on like the fact that they like finding them once was ridiculous. Like I said this the night of the lottery, like Adam Silver looks so stupid right now. The only 2 teams that he fined them once, wound up winning the lottery at 1 and 2, but there's enough plausible deniability for them to go, well, yeah, that's just kind of what we had to do for that game.
Well, that's why I want them to continue to show me. Like, if you're going to tell me that a player is out and here's the medical, what's return to play protocol? When is he back? Because we all know that this is part of it, that they just sat guys, we found something in the trade and Jaren Jackson Jr.'s knee. We're just going to put him out for the rest of the season. Mallory Market has a problem.
Yeah.
So like the medical part of it is like, okay, are the team doctors going to lie about what's in there? Or can you show somebody like, hey, like the standard return to play protocol for this injury is 2 to 4 weeks or 4 to 6 weeks or 6 to 8 weeks. Like, where does he fall on that spectrum? And how many games do we have left? And when are you going to get him back on the court? Or are you just not going to get him back on the court? And the fact is, they shut everybody down right at the All-Star break. And like, all right, we're good. Yeah, we went out there and we're up by 17 on a team going into the 4th quarter. We benched everybody, lost, and everyone got upset. And now we're just not going to play those guys at all anymore. So I think that there has to be, again, like some sort of council that you put together, a fairness council that sits here and looks at tanking, have former players that were big time winners, have former coaches that were big time winners, have a medical team that's attached to it. And if a team is accused of tanking, like dig into it. Like, this is what it's about. And then hit them. Don't slap them on the wrist. Like, actually hit them with a fine and a penalty that hits them hard. Like, I go back to the Joe Smith thing. Remember Joe Smith, like they took away 4 or 5 first-round picks from Minnesota for cheating the system to get around, the salary cap rules. you're not allowed to get around a salary cap rule, but you're allowed to blatantly throw 40 games down the stretch. Okay. Like, what world are we living in? That to me is where it's like, look, there's a difference between bad teams and teams that threw things. And then you have their point guard coming out. Oh yeah, I think we can be a really good playoff team next year. Like, yeah, you probably would have won 40 games or 38 games if you actually played your players and played hard this year. That would have been nice, but that's just not the case.
The one thing, and much like Dame said, I agree with you. I think you're right with a lot of what you're saying and what needs to happen at council, because when we know it, we see it. Or excuse me, we know when we see it, out there as far as tanking and all this other stuff. You know what they're doing. The difference between that, and I know we were just making an example, but that and John St. Porter is, we all know what the Jazz are doing before the game starts, and in February for the rest of the season. We all know what they're doing. Nobody had any clue what Porter was doing.
Yeah, my point would be, it doesn't make it any better. Just because we know that you're cheating, it's like, hey, we're cheating.
But
we're cheating over here. Look away.
But you can prepare for that if you're another team, if you're a better or something like that. Like, I'm gonna stay away from the Jazz because they're not really trying to win, or I'm gonna bet against the Jazz because they're really trying to win, or I'm not gonna buy tickets to this Jazz game if I'm a fan because I know they're gonna put out G Leaguers. That's to me the only difference. But in general, I agree with you. Like, I think I just think there should have been like a council, like you said. I didn't think the rules needed to be changed for the lottery. I didn't think any of that. Like, I know what you're doing. If I see it, I'll fine you, and it's going to be at my discretion. If you play 4 G Leaguers and the Kings play 4 G Leaguers, but I believe the Kings are, on the up and up, no, I won't fine them. I'll find you, though. Simple as that, and vice versa. It's
I get it.
Apples to apples.
My problem is, this is a professional basketball league. It's not the WWE. Like, it's not scripted. So you have to hold your teams accountable when they go like just super far outside the range of what's acceptable. And the league didn't. And they let it happen where now that team that, again, it wasn't just 1 year. They got fined $100,000 the year before for doing the same exact thing, for sitting players down the stretch. You find them $500,000, which is they're probably worth $5 billion. That's nothing to them. I mean, like 500 million would have hit them, but like 500,000, that's nothing to these teams. Again, you signed a 10-day contract. That's like $160,000 for these players. So like, we're not really even penalizing them for what they did. And again, I will just continue to say, like, the product on the court, if it's okay now that just because Utah's doing it and that the Kings are allowed to throw out a horrible roster as well, like, that's not the point here. The point here should be to put on a show for your fans and to win basketball games and to compete. That's why these two opening games of the Eastern Conference and Western Conference Finals are so incredible, because they're two evenly matched teams that are going at it, and we're all enjoying the quality of basketball. It was so hard to enjoy the quality of Kings basketball this year, and the teams that came into town that were actually throwing games and not trying to win at all, the quality of basketball coming from those franchises was even so much worse. And you're like, I can't believe I'm watching some of these players on an NBA court. This isn't about development. It's not about anything else. It's about going out and signing guys who aren't going to be in the league so you can lose more games. And it's just a brutal reality that Utah let sort of, creep into the league. And it's been happening for a couple of years. But I also think it really starts with the Wembanyama draft, where we started to see it crank up. And then once nobody said anything or did anything about it, I'm like, all right, let's do it for Cooper Flag next year. Oh, look at that draft class next year. That's a great one too.
Well,
let's just let it get worse.
I think it's worse than that. It ties into the podcast that you did last night. It ties into the team that we're going to watch tonight. And the benchmark seems to be the Oklahoma City Thunder. It can work with the San Antonio Spurs too, because remember, they shut Wemby down for a certain time. It's not like Wemby was playing 82 his rookie year. They were very strategic in how they used him that first year. And then they had some lottery luck along the way. Obviously, they drafted brilliantly, but then they wound up at number 2 in a year that no one really expected that to happen. But the benchmark is always the Oklahoma City Thunder. And there are a couple of points where you can point to the Oklahoma City Thunder and go, all right, maybe they went, maybe they were the creators of all of this. Maybe they did what the Utah Jazz did. Maybe they did what the Washington Wizards did. There were talks of, I remember having these discussions. How long is Shea just going to be okay with this? How long is Shea just going to be okay with what this team is marching out there? But when you look up and you see 2 teams who benefited so greatly from moving up in the lottery, playing in the Western Conference Finals, and seemingly, if you rank the 4 basketball teams, those 2 in the West would be 1 and 2, and then it would be Cleveland and New York at the other end, probably New York, Cleveland, if you just rank them outright. And we all look foolish for making this argument when the proof is right in front of us, and we'll be locked in tonight after watching one of the great basketball games that we've seen in recent memory a couple of days ago.
Yeah. Realistically, the proof is to actually just follow their lead, to just do what they're doing. And that's where all of a sudden the NBA is like, wait a sec, we're not going to do that. It's like, okay, but that's where, again, I'll keep pointing to market size matters. And so for every team, they're in a different situation. And the fact that teams like OKC and San Antonio have been there, a lot of it is just straight up about their functional stability as franchises. So again, Sam Presti's been there 19 years. And in those 19 years, I think the Kings are on their 5th or 6th front office. Greg Popovich just finished 29 years in San Antonio, right? And had to leave because of health issues last year after the first 2 games. I think people just don't really understand how long 29 years is. When he took over that team, Gary St. Jean was the head coach of the Sacramento Kings. We hadn't even had the golden years, the 8 years. Eddie Jordan hadn't even been hired yet before they got to Rick Adelman. 17 different head coaches in those 29 years. They had 1 head coach. The Kings had 17. Like, so part of this is just being a bad franchise. It's just being unstable and not choosing a path and not like going all in and saying, hey, let's build this thing the right way, because that's part of this. It's that the Kings have failed to build it the right way. And you can even, if people say, oh, the Kings have never done this. Yes, they did. Go back to the 2016 draft when they had 3 first-round picks and then traded for Buddy Hield in his rookie season. The 2017 draft when they had 3 first-round picks and an early second-round pick and brought Bogdan Bogdanovic over. That's 9 first- and second-year players on 1 team. So, yes, the Kings have done it. The difference is the Kings just kept switching coaches. They kept switching ideas, kept switching front offices, and trying to figure out, somewhere to land. And in the meantime, a bunch of young players just completely got lost in the wash. Every different coach has a different idea. Every GM has a different value for you. And that's how the instability creeps in and just destroys you from the inside. And so, yeah, the Kings have done this where they had a bunch of bad seasons. Heck, they traded DeMarcus Cousins and everybody else with a pulse during the 2016 trade deadline so they could go out and get these picks. And so they could also lose more games to keep that pick that became De'Aaron Fox. So I'm not saying that the Kings haven't done it. Just at certain points, you got to look around and say, okay, this is just so blatant. And it's not fun to watch. It's not fun. And it's not just the people of Utah that have to deal with it. It's the people everywhere that have to see that team roll in and go, who is this? You can't even find a basketball card for half of the guys on their roster. You're just, I don't even know who these players are. I feel bad for Scott Moak, who's got to come up with a way to say a name of a guy that they signed yesterday. Just crazy.
So James,
Bob Smith.
That is Mbang. Okay.
So I would ask you the same thing that I ask Jesse and Dame sometime when we have these discussions, because once again, I don't disagree with you when you talk about the coach stability or instability that has gone on here in Sacramento. In this situation, if Scott Perry doesn't think Doug Christie is good enough for what he's trying to do, should he keep Doug Christie just so he doesn't change another coach?
No, I don't think so. But at some point, you do have to choose a path and stick with it. And, again, for all of the things that I trash Utah for, they think they have a great coach in Will Hardy. He's got one of the worst winning percentages of all time, but they think they've got one. And so they keep extending him. And we see other teams that are doing the same exact thing, or at least keeping a placeholder in place while you're developing the young guys, a core group of young guys. And then if you get to a point where you get to the playoffs or you keep missing the playoff by just a couple of games and that coach proves that he can't get you over the hump, sure, replace him. That's when you should, when a coach loses the locker room or when you repeatedly get to a point and you plateau as a franchise and you can't get past that point. I think Tom Thibodeau is a great coach, but was anyone surprised when he got let go by the Knicks last year, even though they made it to the Eastern Conference Finals? And the answer is no. Like, most people thought that the Knicks had plateaued under him and they had plateaued the whole year. Mike Brown gets there, they instantly start saying he's done the same thing. They've already plateaued. They're not any good. It's like, okay. And here they are in the Eastern Conference Finals again, with a chance to make it to the finals. But again, you have to choose a path and you got to stick with it. And I think the Mike Brown situation, the guy, 16 years, you couldn't make the playoffs. He shows up, you make some roster changes, boom, they're in the playoffs in year one. Then you didn't maintain and improve your roster and you got worse and worse and he gets booted like it's his fault. Well, I don't think it's his fault. And I think right now he's proving it where he's at, but it's just the never ending cycle, the same exact thing, 2 years of a head coach. And all of a sudden he's on the hot seat. The GM is on the hot seat first and he's got to fire the coach so he doesn't get fired first. It's just a never ending cycle. And that's why, again, a team that has Sam Presti at the forefront, even Mark Dagnall's been there 6 seasons. The Kings have gone through 4 head coaches while Mark Dagnall's been there for 4 seasons.
Okay, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. But that's also why I feel like Scott should have just hired the coach that he wanted to begin with, because it wasn't Doug Christie.
That's possible.
It's good. Again, we're here. We're living it. We know what we're dealing with. It's absolutely going to look a certain way. It's going to look like Kangs. It's going to look like dysfunction. It's going to look like poverty franchise when Scott, and I feel like it's an inevitability, fires Doug Christie. Or I don't know even know if it's a firing. His contract, well, he has the year, right? So he has a guaranteed year left on his contract and then a team option for the the year after.
Mm-hmm.
So you just don't pick up you just don't pick up the team option and all of a sudden you go seek out your head coach. Assuming, of course, Doug does the unthinkable and actually makes it through the season.
Yeah. Or, hey, what
Only
if he
unthinkable
wins?
for this franchise.
Yeah. And what if he wins? And now Scott Perry's in a very similar spot that the Kings were in with Dave Yeager, where Brandon Williams wanted him fired the whole time, didn't want to walk into the season with him. Dave told everybody on game 1, me specifically, looked right in my face, I got 20 games. I'm like, what are you talking about? It's like opening night. He's like, I got 20 games and they're going to fire me. And sure enough, we got to the 20-game mark. The Kings were winning, and a hit piece came out about him not playing Marvin Bagley. And he could still get fired even though they're winning. It's the never-ending cycle of the same thing. Like, stop the cycle. It's not that difficult. So what it means for Doug, I have no idea. Doug's got to grow. He's got to learn. He's got to get really good as a coach really quick. And he's got to win games.
What did Michael Malone say his autobiography was going to be titled?
I can't remember.
No, it wasn't that. It was what did DeMarcus have?
Viral meningitis.
He said, I think it was called "I lost my job because of viral meningitis" or something. It was something silly like that.
He's also said that everyone considers him Red Auerbach, and he's like, I was just a dude who lost my job 20-something games into a season. But again, how many times is somebody going to get fired? 20, 25, 23, 31 games into a season? Like all of them.
Well, whatever the number is, I hope it doesn't grow by 1.
Yeah, me too. So.
James, the chat has gone crazy for the last hour about your hair. They absolutely love this new James Ham hairdo.
I actually got out and went for a 3-mile walk today with my sling on. And I got done. I took the hat off. I'm like, you know what? I'm having a good hair day. I'm going to go for it. I don't
Hammer,
care.
Hammer, they love it. They
Yeah.
It's a
absolutely
good
love
look.
it. Looks
It's a
like
good
a
There's-
look.
soccer player.
Yeah.
There's a lot of white. There's a lot of white
Yeah,
hiding
that's
in there.
okay.
You guys can't
Yeah,
see
I
it.
learned that redheads don't go gray. They go
No.
white.
Well, that and redheads, I think the way they say it is that your color fades. It's not like everyone else that like all of a sudden you start having a bunch of white, is that your color fades more as you get older, which is what I've seen a lot. Like my goatee is one thing. I mean, it's mostly white at this point, but the hair up top, it's just getting lighter and lighter and lighter as we go on.
Ham's got a little Pat McAfee going on.
I was thinking the same
Yeah,
thing.
Not saying it's
I
a
was
10
thinking
of 10.
the
It's
same
like
thing.
6 of 10. 6
Hammer,
out of 10. Little
yeah,
Pat
I'll give you
McAfee
that.
going
Hammer,
on.
go get a tank top, and we'll do the show next week in a tank top.
You don't want to know what my shoulder looks like right now on a tank top.
Oh, that's
Absolutely.
a great point. That's a great
Absolutely
point.
not. Absolutely not.
Tank top,
There's
coach.
anchors and stuff in there. No, it does not look good. I had to
Oh,
finally I got the marker to wash off of the surgeon and the
Oh, yeah.
anesthesia's initials on my shoulder. I finally got that to come off. It's still there a little bit.
and
but
they
yeah.
put the initials there to confirm that you have gotten your Don't want to
Yeah,
make
so
that
they-
mistake.
Yeah. Just like with Mbappe, right? Mbappe, they kept looking at the wrong knee and saying his knee was fine on the MRI. And they're like, it's the other knee
Oh,
for
that's
8
amazing.
weeks, something like that. Yeah, not great.
Shout out to the Mavericks.
Hammer, go get some rest, man. We appreciate you, my friend. Thank you.
See you guys.
That's our
Thank you,
man,
Hammer.
James Ham. New hair doing all. Looking like $1 million. We'll come back. Mikey Winfield going to join us at the top of the hour. He's going to be at the Punchline Comedy Club this weekend. And Aaron Rodgers channeling his inner Michael Jackson. We'll explain. Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh, man. I went out and got some shots up this morning. Just slow playing it right now. Just slow playing it. Just getting the shots up, catch and shoot. Nothing too major. I'll move a little bit more. Maybe next week. Maybe a week after. But basketball is a good way to get back into shape. I don't know how often I'll be out there playing, like going up and down the court. But getting some shots out, working in, getting some shots up, working out. Yeah, that's gonna be the move for a lot of the summer. You know, I don't know about a G League contract. I don't know about that. Can still shoot though. Like I said, I'm gonna shoot to the day I die. I'm gonna shoot to the day I die. That ain't never going nowhere. I know, Will. I know. Shout out to Adidas though. They're like off the top of my head, there's probably like 3 or 4 Adidas that I do like. Like I like the Ant-Mans. I like the jellyfish joints. I don't even know how to say this because I don't even know what they're called now, but I like the Yeezy model on a lot of those shoes. So there are some Adidas that I like. I've just never went out and purchased any. The ones that I had the other day, they're running shoes or whatever. Man, they crazy comfortable, man. They feel like you walking on pillows. So it's not necessarily what I do, but I'm not anti Adidas. I'm not anti Adidas. Did I used to hoop with Ricky G? Who's Ricky? Who's Ricky G? Ricky G in the chat? Where's Ricky G from? Where would I have hooped with Ricky G? John Pauls, where you playing at, man? It's what's today? Wednesday? You at Wackford or something? Where you at? Ricky Glenn. No, I'm not familiar with Ricky Glenn, man. Where did he? Coach Molly, you said he hooped at Sac State. No, I'm not familiar with Ricky. Rockland in shape. How much you going for tonight, John? I need to know, man, and tell us how much you going for tonight. And I need to know what actually happened. Like, I don't care. Like, you can come in here and say, I'm going for 22. And if you hit for 35, I need you in here talking your stuff tomorrow. Be like, bro, I went for 35 on the head. But if you say 22, you go for 7, you're like, man, I only had 7, man. I need to know what we matter of fact, he said 10. We'll put the more or less at 10.5. I'm gonna go more for John Pauls. I think he gets like 13, man. I think he gets 13. Chatty House, go ahead, do the more or less. John Pauls getting more or less than 10.5 points tonight in his game. I'm saying more. You hooped with me somewhere? Maybe so. How old are you? How old are you? And where are you from? Where you from the south side, from the north? Where you from, man? Chris says 17 for John Pauls. Oh. Polo said 25, 5, and 5. Kyle says 12. Everybody going over. The pressure's on, John. The pressure's on. Bro, I got a couple racks on you going more, bro. You better get more than 10.5, bro. Mm. 45. Yeah, we the same. Well, a little older than me.
Aaron Rodgers went to the podium and said, just like Michael Jackson did so many years ago, this is it. Aaron Rodgers said this will be his last season, not just with the Pittsburgh Steelers, but the last season of his NFL career. I don't like the dude at all, but man, he is one of the greatest quarterbacks we've ever seen.
100%. 100%. There was a time, and I try not to forget this time with, his antics and the way he goes about it. But there was a time when I was like, I can't stand him, but I ain't never seen nobody this good at the quarterback position, this talented, plays with this level of ease, the things that he can do. And I still feel that way about him. I know we've had the discussion on here about him and Mahomes. Mahomes is obviously more accomplished. I don't know if he's better than Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers got like a 20-year career.
No, for sure. Like when you talk about stats and he don't compare to that. I'm just saying watching him play. Obviously, Mahomes got more Super Bowls, but
I don't think so.
What?
I don't think he is.
You don't think Mahomes is better? I don't
like
think so either.
Mahomes is very good. He's very efficient. Aaron Rodgers has put up some bizarre numbers in his time.
He was efficient with the number.
Yeah,
you know
right. Yeah, he did
24 of 28 for 380. You know what I mean? Something crazy like that.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel like, and we're on year 2 again. Very, very good, but we're on the second year of Patrick Mahomes not having necessarily a eye-popping number.
He quietly has not been the best quarterback in the league for the last couple of seasons, I guess, if you're looking at numbers and MVPs.
Yeah, I think
So-
he's well, last year was a little different because Lamar got hurt, but I think he's behind Josh Allen and Lamar as far as like best quarterback in the league. He's got the fear factor for fans and stuff like that says, no, I'm taking Mahomes. So that, like, I get all that, but I think Allen and Lamar have been better for a couple of years now.
Yeah, because like all time is different, but like as far as like the league right now, yeah, I think these kind of, I don't want to say teetered off a bit, but it just hasn't been what we saw to start his career. Mahomes, 6-time Pro Bowler, 3-time Super Bowl champ.
I'm gonna fall back. I'm gonna fall back. I'm
So,
falling back. I'm falling back.
3-time Super Bowl MVP. This is Burt Bell Award, whatever that is. Offensive Player of the Year.
I ain't heard of that one.
Nah, hold on.
That's all
Hold on.
football reference.
Hold on. I'm falling back.
What'd you fall back?
I think I was thinking too much about let me go 30 to 30. Let's do that because Patrick is 30. Let's go to Rodgers at 30. Rodgers, come on, man. It looks like he was injured that year. Played 9 games, threw for 2,500 yards. The year prior, he had thrown for 42. I just counted. He had thrown for 4,000 plus yards in 10 of his 21 seasons. He missed it once by like 80. Of course, he has, the famous season where he played a snap. He also threw for damn near 3,900 yards that second year in New York. And I think I had forgot that Patrick Mahomes has thrown for 5,000 yards, 4,000 yards, 4,700 yards, 4,800 yards, 5,200 yards, 4,100 yards, 3,900 yards in a down year, and 3,500 yards in a down year. 2 of those
Extra game a lot of those times. It's not making
twice.
1,000-yard difference, but
twice in those in the 21 season and in the 22 seasons. That's 4,800 yards and 5,200 yards. Those are the only 2 17-game seasons he played. In 2023, he played 16 games. In 2024, he played 16 games. In 2025, he played 14. I'm gonna fall way back on what I said about Patrick Mahomes, but he has kind of, it has looked different, a little bit different the last couple of years. I mean, 5,200 to 3,500 is a drastic change. Aaron Rodgers. I'm sorry, Aaron Rodgers. He started throwing for, never really consistently threw for those numbers until he turned 39. I mean, he was well above 4,000 in those final years in Green Bay. Of course, he won a couple of MVPs his final years in Green Bay. Yeah. But he'll go down in when you talk about the greatest quarterbacks of all time. Wherever Patrick Mahomes goes doesn't really matter to this equation. Aaron Rodgers is going to be referenced with the likes of Tom Brady, Joe Montana, Peyton Manning. He's going to be referenced with that group moving forward.
And, too bad he's, who he is, that it kind of takes away from what should be a farewell tour. I know it's still going to happen with the NFL and the people who cover it and, some places that he goes to. But I'm usually in favor of, like, yeah, man, get the all-time great his flowers on the way out. Like we talk about with LeBron. Like, LeBron, don't do the surprise retirement thing, man. Like, give the fans, give the people an opportunity to send you off properly. And that's usually how I feel. And that's, something that we'll be able to do with Aaron Rodgers. Well,
you sure?
Most people will be able to do it.
I don't know.
I'm not going to be crying for him, Argentina, but
they open in Atlanta. I think I don't know that that's true. What attachment, because he's in the AFC now. That they're going to New England. What attachment does New England have to him?
I don't,
Cleveland, Tampa Bay.
Yeah, I don't.
Cincinnati, Philly. These are I'm just naming the road games.
Yeah,
Jacksonville,
he's
Tennessee.
He's not gonna have that. Just in general, like this, that's not That's not really how the NFL.
He'll get it from
operates.
NBC and,
Right. That's what I mean,
and
like
CBS.
the media members and the people
Sure.
who cover the league.
Okay.
Like that's not really how the NFL ain't like the NBA in that respect.
Mhm.
Tom Brady didn't get a bunch of flowers on every visiting stop from the crowd. You know,
I think everybody thought he was just going to keep playing.
his was one of those surprise retirements.
Well, sort of,
think-
because he begrudgingly didn't he retire and then begrudgingly kind of unretired and then retired again? Or am I remembering that wrong? He retired once and then like almost immediately was like, I'm gonna play. And his marriage fell apart, like that whole thing happened, and then he came back. And I remember for some reason I'm remembering a video of him like maybe on a boat
on the beach.
Okay, maybe it was a beach.
Where
it was
you
something
officially retired?
where he's like,
No, this is
okay,
it.
yeah, no, but he's like, no, it's for real this time. Like, I'm retiring.
Yeah. So, the one thing that Aaron Rodgers may get with this final season, and I don't even know how they feel about him, but he's playing for the Steelers. They have, a nationwide fan base.
Mhm.
So
No,
in these
that's a good point.
visiting cities, there'll be people rooting for him. But I don't know if he's like endeared himself to Steeler Nation.
I was going to say they'll be rooting for him unless he stinks.
Yeah. I was hoping he was going back to Green Bay, but he doesn't. They play Green Bay in the preseason at Pittsburgh.
On February 1st, Brady announced on social media that he was retiring for good. His retirement papers with the NFL and NFLPA were filed 9 days later. I'm trying to figure out, when was the first retirement? Oh, before the 2022 season. Okay.
Well, I was about to say, was it going? I can't remember. It wasn't going to Tampa Bay the first time. He was at Tampa Bay.
Yeah, he was already in Tampa Bay.
That's right.
He was already there. He announced his retirement on February 1st. Okay, so no, we had this completely right. He announced his retirement on February 1st, and 40 days later, he's like, "Let's go, let's go, let's go play football."
Quietly, that's one of his monikers, the Let's Go or the LFG. He gives the LFG award every week via Fox Sports.
I didn't watch that roast that was on Netflix recently, but I did see a clip of Tom Brady that made me laugh because he used the F word in the clip. He called Kevin Hart like a effing hobbit, and I just found it so funny. I don't know why, because I just envisioned Tom never cussing, and like he, eats an apple with like a fork and a knife. Like I just don't picture him doing that.
Yeah.
And when he did it, I like popped. I was like, that's funny. I don't know why. It's not funny, but hearing Tom Brady cuss is very funny.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if I ever heard him say the whole thing, the LFG. I'm sure I have, but that's his thing.
Did you see him on the runway? He modeled for Gucci. I don't remember if it was in New York or overseas, but he was on the runway in a all leather. He was walking for Gucci, and it just looks so funny. Like Tom Brady does, he has like no charisma. It's one of the strangest things. He's walking. I mean, in walking on the runway is already a strange art, but seeing Tom Brady do it was awkward. Like it's like he didn't know what to do with his face. He didn't know what to do with his hands. He's just kind of walking along.
Tom Brady looks like he has a modeling face and physique. That's what they look for in models.
Yeah.
So I wonder if he's been approached.
Tom looks terrific. Whatever Tom is doing.
How old is he now?
Tom Brady is currently 48 years old.
48.
He will turn 49 on August 3rd. And he absolutely looks like he can still play football.
Man, we saw that flag football, that pass he made in the flag football.
Oh my God,
a couple
yeah.
weeks ago. That dime he
Yeah.
dropped. Yeah, he could still throw the ball. I don't know if he can hold up and move and do all that other stuff, but the throwing, that ain't going nowhere.
7-time Super Bowl champion is just an absurd thing to see on a Wikipedia page.
Man, 2 different franchises.
7-time Super Bowl champion, 5-time Super Bowl MVP.
Mm.
Who won the MVP the 2 years that Tom Brady didn't?
That's a good question.
You know what the best part about this is, Jesse? I framed it as if I know the answer. I don't have a clue.
I'm going to say Wes Welker, one of them.
Sounds good.
And it's got to be, I'm thinking it's a running back on another one. That's a good question. I really don't know. I feel like it might have been, it was either Edelman or Welker, but I think.
Oh, I think Edelman is one.
I think Edelman won.
Edelman is one.
Seahawks.
Edelman is definitely one.
Deion Branch get one or something like that. Somewhere. You're talking about the MVPs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got Deion. We got,
Branch.
and there he is, Deion Branch in 2005. He, those are the 2 players, Deion Branch and Julian Edelman.
I knew it was one of the little slot receivers, Welker or Edelman. Edelman was against the Seahawks, right? Not against the Falcons.
Probably 2019. I just have the list of the
19.
I just have the list of the MVPs. That Super Bowl was the Rams.
Oh my gosh! Well, yeah, it wasn't Tom Brady that one. They only scored like what 6 points?
It was 13
Did
to
they
3.
Get to 13? Yeah, they got
it was
to
13 to 3.
Oh man!
Why the hell did Julian Edelman win that award? What did he do? Go for 13 yards? What was that?
Was an awful Super Bowl. I remember that one.
MVP. I barely remember that Super Bowl.
I don't remember no play except Gronk made a.
Didn't he have that weird
catch?
Well, didn't Julian Edelman have that? Or no, was that the Eagles game when Julian Edelman was bobbling?
The
Falcons. That's Falcons.
Yeah. And Brady won that one, right? Won that MVP. It had to be.
Yeah, he won all of the ones except.
Who did Deion Branch? Who they play?
Hold on, Kenny.
You said 2005.
Scroll all the way back.
Eagles
2005.
Yeah, that was the Eagles. Yeah,
Eagles.
2000. Did I say 2005? Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, the Eagles.
T.O.
Damn.
Played on a broken foot, leg, whatever it was.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Donovan was over puking in the trash can. Wonder why Terrell hates him.
Well,
hey man, can you stop puking in the trash can so we can go win the Super Bowl? I literally have one leg.
Didn't he?
Hey, look at Joe. Joe got a couple points today.
Joe is up.
Joe cooking.
-1.
Joe is cooking over there. Wow, I just looked over at the board and I saw Joe was cooking.
Shout out Joe. Didn't T.O. or somebody say he was thrown up in the huddle?
Yeah, that might have been T.O. that did that. I don't think he threw up in the. Did he really throw up in the huddle?
Like stepped away and threw up. Come on, man. If that happened,
I know he was throwing up.
They had no shot.
Did Donovan McNabb throw up in the huddle? That sounds like something you see on Ballers. Donovan McNabb famously threw up on the field and in the huddle during a regular. Oh, that was a regular season game.
Oh,
okay. Yeah. And he did, but he did. And his teammates have conflicting accounts whether this occurred during the Super Bowl. So it definitely happened during a game.
I thought so. Al B in the chat says,
and Freddie Mitchell.
I like to thank my hands.
Freddie Mitchell. He said that McNabb was vomiting while trying to call plays in the huddle.
Oh no, bro, we done, bro. We're cooked. We're cooked. We're cooked. Al B in the chat says, and I thought I saw it too. He said, I think there's video of it. Like I think he steps away from the huddle and throws up. But
so
I feel like I've seen that.
That's
Maybe
the Tampa Bay game. I have it. I have it right.
Okay.
Yeah, I have it right here.
Bro.
Oh yeah, he lifts his helmet up. So he calls timeout. So he throws up right behind. He doesn't even step away. He throws. He's behind his center. He turns his head, lifts his helmets up, throws up.
Oh my gosh!
And then calls timeout. I don't.
We are cooked.
I don't
for
believe
the
there's
Eagles.
video of him throwing up. Now, of course, T.O. takes it a step further. He was drinking the night before the Super Bowl.
Donovan also didn't know the games could end in a tie. This wasn't even as a rookie. It was like
this was like a couple years ago.
It's like his 10th year in the league. It was
like,
I didn't know this game could end in a tie.
I thought we were going to keep playing. Boy, you're such a get out. Was that when he was with? Was he with Washington?
I think he was still with the Eagles.
Was he?
I think it was Eagles versus Bengals, and he said he didn't know it could end in a tie. That's just embarrassing.
I have looked for that video of him doing drop backs in the ocean to show you so many times.
Drop backs in the
Like,
ocean.
bro, what stupid ass trainer put you out there for this?
That is Jameis like.
Oh, man. But with Jameis, it's funny. With Donovan, it is not charming. It is absolutely not
Sports
charming.
Center, they're about to do their 6 at 6. It's the top Aaron Rodgers moments. He got some fire moments.
I'll
turn fire moments.
I'll turn my attention to the TV for that one because I know that pass against the Cowboys in that playoff game is going to be on there somewhere. That's one of the stupidest passes I've ever seen. But yeah, this will be his last season. Do you think he makes it till the final game?
Yes, I think he plays the final game. I think in between time he might miss a game or two, but I think he
does. That
plays the final
game mean anything for the Pittsburgh Steelers? It's against Baltimore, by the way. In Baltimore, he's not ending in Pittsburgh.
I think it does. I think they're going to be a fringe playoff team, and fringe means they could miss it by a game or two or make it. But I think they'll be in the hunt.
It's an interesting division.
It is. It is. Wonder what's going to go on with Cincinnati. Wonder what's going to go on with Cleveland.
Yeah, a lot was made about Joe Burrow's remarks.
I didn't see him.
He said, we have everything we need to win in this locker room. Of course, Joe Burrow at the end of last season was just exhausted and had some things to say that people ran with. And Jesse was getting his Joe Burrow Dolphins jersey ready, and there was some speculation that he could be on the move. He would ask to be on the move, but he said as OTAs are opening up around the NFL that we have everything we need here in this locker room to compete and win.
He might know a little bit more about the offensive line and that defense than I would at this point in May, but that would be my concern, what they did on the defensive end to improve, basically. Because offensively, I agree with him. I think they got all the weapons in the world, including himself, but that defense was abysmal.
Also going to need you to stay out there, player.
Yeah, stay upright, man.
Gonna need you to be healthy.
That was crazy. This was 2 years ago, I think, when he hurt his wrist on like Thursday Night Football, and he just couldn't even grip the ball.
Oh yeah.
Like little crazy stuff like that seems to happen to him. So, what did he get hurt with this year, or did he come? Did he play? He didn't play all the games this year, did he?
No.
I thought he got hurt again.
But I feel like he was hurt at the beginning of the year.
He came back. I believe he came back, or maybe I'm getting confused. Somebody came back on Thanksgiving because they went and beat Baltimore. I can't remember if Lamar came back or he came back. Talking about Joe Burrow. I think Joe Burrow came back because then everybody was talking about like, hey, this is a crazy situation. Joe Burrow's back and they're only 4 games back and yada, yada, yada. Because they beat Baltimore on Thanksgiving. It didn't happen.
Well, yeah, let's check Adam Schefter. I'm sure Schefter will tell us when Lamar played and held out and didn't practice and didn't do this or didn't do that. Our man Mikey Winfield's performing at the Punchline Comedy Club this weekend. He's here in studio with us. We'll talk to him next. Plus, we got a game 2 tonight. We got to talk a little bit about that series. It's Steeler and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
How you doing? Good, man. You too.
What's up, Wayne?
What's happening?
You good?
Hey, man, all is well, man.
Yeah, you're over here in the corner, bro.
Oh, it's incredible, you know?
Love it. Love it, love it, love it.
Yeah, you know, Is it the same? I don't know. It's great.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, we hop in the same old, same old.
Mm-hmm.
It's not always same old, same old.
Okay.
You know?
LA treating you well?
And let me tell you, it absolutely is. I mean, I still feel like a distant cousin there,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm like the cool cousin.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I used to have a cool cousin. Like he was out in the cut where I like to be. Like I like the harder stuff, but I like suburbia.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I like more bang for my buck
Mm-hmm.
on the outskirts, and that's where I'm at. And man, I just tap my foot in when it makes sense.
Okay.
You know, but yeah. Figuring it all out.
Okay.
Hey man, so we on sports right now, huh?
Yeah, well, we're the show is in commercial. Obviously, we're on the live stream.
Oh yeah.
So we're just hanging out. Turn that computer a little bit towards you so we can make sure we see you.
Gotcha.
There you go. Yeah,
Gotcha.
that's it.
Because man, you know, it's a hot time right now for sports.
Yeah,
Right,
man,
dude.
we had some good games going on.
Yeah, we in like my favorite time of the year, you know, sports wise, and then I'm competing with a game tonight.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, yeah.
You know, just the fact that it's on, you know, because that game one was
That game was crazy.
That was such
And
a
you're hoop first. Are you?
I'm a hoop first, yeah.
But you're a baseball guy, right?
Here's the thing, man. I am a baseball guy, and yeah, but
Okay.
it's tough, man. It's tough to buy caps now, like just hats in general. Like I got this, you know, because now it's not safe. Like you can every hat is gang related.
Right.
I was like, man, maybe they give me a pass. It got my initial on it, you know.
Yeah,
It got
right.
a little red, little blue.
Yeah.
I picked it up today. I picked it up today because I'm like, man, I don't feel like doing my hair for the show, man. And I'm just not doing my hair. So let me just get a hat. You good?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I'm all good, baby.
Yeah.
I'm all good. Not a complaint in the world. Trying to enjoy this show.
Yeah.
Keep doing radio. Keep having fun. Talk games for a living.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's fun. That's next level.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's outside of the barbershop. Like this is
Still hanging with Io and spending time with him when I can.
right.
Or when we can. He's busier than I am.
Right. It's good, man.
The kid, everybody out there now?
Everybody out there. Except
Okay.
Stepman was out there, but had some disagreements.
What? Oh, okay.
So Stepman back here.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
yeah, man.
I thought you was gonna say Stepman wasn't about that LA life. Stepman had to come back.
Hey, you know what though? It's interesting, man. I mean, this is not just like for LA, but it's just for everywhere. And his hustle, he just didn't have the hustle it takes too. You know, you gotta he wasn't a ambitious, go out and get it type. You know, I don't know where Stepman got his acumen. Like I don't know where it came from. You know, like I feel like I don't know, man. Like I think his theory is meet a girl and live off a girl.
Okay.
Where I was always pro opposite that. Like never that. I did it once for a very short period of time. And I only had to learn the hard way once. When you in somewhere where you don't pay for nothing and it's not yours, she's gonna make you feel like it ain't yours. And Stepman is he's just comfortable doing that. But I think he's making his way now.
Okay.
Yeah. We communicate through his brothers because he's not he's not really talking to us.
How many you have again? It's a
3.
Oh, 3. Okay.
Yeah. So we figure it out.
3, all boys.
All boys.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
What's the youngest?
Yeah, my youngest is 16 now. Hey man, here's the thing. Hey man, I think I'm done hiding my age.
Okay.
I used to be on that, like, hey, Hollywood, young Rose, this and that. But now I think I'm about to go the other route. Like I can't keep riding the like I like older women thing anymore because I'm getting a little too old for that, man. And they like aging out, like
Aging out.
So I know my range. I just
Yo, we got to bring that back. That's funny. I forgot. That's funny.
man. So I think like I'm about to flip it and be on the other side, man. I'm about to embrace the other side.
Okay, hold that thought. We're coming back right here. All right, we back here with our man, Sacramento's finest.
Yeah.
Mikey Winfield. He's going to be at the Punchline Comedy Club this weekend. We were just talking.
No. Tonight.
Tonight. Oh, just tonight?
Just tonight.
Oh, a little drop in.
Yeah.
Man, that's how you know you're a big star. You just drop in and do a set at the Punchline.
Doors low key don't even be open on a Wednesday, but they said Mikey around. Yeah,
Dave Chappelle did it once. Mikey Winfield doing it. Why not?
Why not? Hey, should I unmute or am I okay?
No, you good. You're good.
Okay.
I got you. I know on that screen it could be distracting.
Yeah,
You're good.
right. But
You're good.
no, man. I dropped in for the night, man, and it's like I feel like it's important for me to make sure I pop in. I think that's just important as a whole, man, because it's easy. It's easy to get forgotten. Even me, man. People forget about you and move on because everything moves fast nowadays. Yeah. Like the news last week, we done with that. What's up this week?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Ah, man, I like having artists as big as yourself and comedians as big as yourself coming back through here. You know what I mean? Like you obviously network TV known everywhere, doing shows in Vegas, residencies and everything, but oh yeah, you come back home.
Hey man,
you come back to Sac whenever you get a chance.
It's where it all started, and there's a strong level of hold me down here. So I think it's important to kind of go back and drive through those neighborhoods and feel those vibes and touch with those people. Because
do you ever pop into that grocery store you worked at?
Hey man, I do. I walk in there
because you worked there a long time.
Yeah, I was at the grocery store for what they used to say, hella long. And man, it's surreal. You go in those things and I see the spots when I was at the self-checkout and I was writing jokes. And man, most of the people that come under my clips when they writing stuff, they like, yo, he used to be my checker at the grocery store. He used to invite me to shows for free. Yeah. And it ain't free anymore.
That works. No, that's good.
When you do come back to Sac though, where you ain't gotta lay out the whole day, but like, are there some like when I'm back in town, this is where I'm headed to, whether it's food, whether it's a spot like the grocery store, you're like, is there a routine that you do when you come back into town?
Man, it's tricky. Like I gotta go see Pops, go hang out with Dad, and just make sure he good, check on him. And I actually did that, and I got the keys. So I go in, he's passed out, right? And I'm in the house. And then I call him on his phone because he's old. I don't want to just startle him, So I'm like, all right. Then I call his phone. It's ringing hard. I ring the doorbell. Nothing's waking him up. And I don't want to go close to him because I don't know if he has a gun in his hand, because he's older. And then he finally wakes up. I text him. I'm like, I'm inside the house. I just want you to know this. Yeah. And I just go upstairs and I'm in the room. And he finally texted me back. And he's like, okay. And then I'm like, you up? And he's like, yeah. And then I go downstairs and I'm like, why would you sleep like that? Like, and he's like, he got up early. He was at the range.
Okay.
So he did have his gun.
Right.
That's a good call by you.
And that is not a good idea. So even though I had a key, man, I'm like, I don't know, man, if I'm gonna use it like that. I'm like, I want you to be awake when I pop in the room,
Why did you call him before you when you was on
he
the
don't
way?
answer. He did. I texted him early. He knew I was coming. But I feel like people go to sleep and they wake up real quick.
They're in a different state of mind.
They're in a different state, right?
It's different.
Straight up.
You just don't know. Different. So I do that first. And then, man, I ain't did it yet because my stomach is a little weird today, but I do have a favorite restaurant. Yo, man, I can't eat stuff, man, when my stomach's like this. I'm like, I don't want to put nothing on my stomach, man, because I got a show tonight, man.
All right.
But the food, though.
We gonna talk. We gonna say it.
I'll say they know it. They know it. My favorite place is Vietnamese vegetarian. It's called Noble Veg. And guess what?
I know, yeah.
They better pay me for this. Y'all better pay me for this plug.
No, yeah.
Yo, man, best ingredients, best flavor, vegan deliciousness. And it's I make sure I go. Like I'm gonna stay tomorrow, so I'll probably go tomorrow. But
You've been plant-based for a while. You still ride that 100%?
Which part? Oh no,
The-
yeah,
the-
100%, 100%. Now, I mean, vegetarian at first, it's been like 16 years. So the plant-based is probably the last 7 years. And yeah, man, it's working out. It's going well. It's no issue. It's a lifestyle at this point. And
probably a lot easier than it was 16 years ago, 7 years ago
No.
when you started that journey, like, because you could pretty much get options wherever you go.
yeah, the world is evolved in a way. And I also don't go out preaching it at all because meat eaters want to fight me if I bring it up. I'm like, man, I'm not pressuring you to do this at all. They're just like, all
I
right.
just want some Vietnamese noodles. That's
Yeah,
all
that's all I
want.
want, man. Give me some Vietnamese noodles.
That's
man.
the interesting thing about that, because I'm not a vegetarian, not like that. Like, I'll have me a steak or hamburger or whatever. But I don't know why people who aren't vegetarians get so upset when people who are vegetarians try to say, like, hey, this is how I do it and this is good for me. That's great. Like, I'm not mad at you about it. Like, people get so upset though, like you said.
Nobody want
about
help,
that.
man. People don't want help. Like, now I gotta think about your good advice every time I put my teeth in the steak. Like, I don't want to hear that. That's what they don't want to hear it. So stop talking about it.
And the crazy thing is, I don't think about that at all when I eat a steak. This is a good steak. I love it.
Hey man, listen, whatever makes you happy, because a part of
That's
it
what I
is
say.
joy.
Yeah.
If you have to eat a lettuce sandwich every day and it makes you sad, that's not healthy either. So it's whatever puts your spirits where the spirits are supposed to be, and I'm just doing it, man, because I'm man, I'm in the business and I want to age properly, and I think this is our temple, and I think it's important to take care of your temple, man. I'm getting older and things are different for me now, man. Like, I'm at the getting older age where I think I'm about to start revealing my age, man. I'm about to start telling people my actual age. And
you haven't
go.
been?
I
Embrace
haven't.
it. There you go.
Exactly. And with that
Okay.
being said, I can't go on stage talking about like I like older women anymore, man, because now we going somewhere into the 60s and the 70s. And no disrespect, there's some hot 60-year-olds. You know who you are. Like, you was bad when you was 40 and you just hung on. But now, man, I don't think it's about older. I think it's probably about where I currently am, my age, right now.
Mikey Winfield with us here on Dealing with KC. For like, Mike's been doing this 20 plus years. That joke, that story arc of being attracted to older women hit a lot different when we were in our 20s.
Yeah, it was. It was way different back in the day,
Well, what was the
If
older
you said
women
it
in?
now, I'd be like, hey, Mike.
No, man, it was that nurturing thing. They take care of you. They was like, they got 401 plans, like they had it all,
Was there an age range? Like, was it 35 to 45 or something like that?
I think it was in my 20s, and don't get me wrong. If I was to pick a number now, dun, 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 let's go to commercial. Isn't that how you hook them? Isn't that how y'all do it? You get a cliffhanger?
Yeah, I see that tease right
Give them the
there.
tease and then bounce. Right, man. But now, who knows, man? Like, it's like late 40s to like 50s. I think that's a good range for me right now. Because those women, they in a different mindset right now. Like, they just like, all right, this is what it is. They just at a comfortable spot, and not that I'm dealing with any, I just know that that's out there.
Mike out here working, man. You talked about KC said Star Network TV. You've done that. You've been in and out of Vegas. You in LA now. Are you outside of? I mean, and obviously, comedy, touring, clubs is still a central focus of what you do as part of your career. But like in LA, like what are you working on right now?
Hey, it's important for me because I've always been into branding. I've always been into branding. Let's be clear, Come on. Who's branding? Why you been into it? Nah, man, listen, branding, so
the ing on
so people, man, like can connect me and know, like, oh, this is what I do and this is who I am and all of that,
The teeth.
Right, and the teeth, like all of it, image, everything. And now, man, like I've been into fashion forever, and it's like, why why not take fashion somewhere? Like that's my goals list now. My goals list is, get the online store. And I've had t-shirts. That's easy. Comedians do that all the time.
Yeah.
But it was like, okay, turn this other corner, man. You've been on these retro frames forever, Why don't you like manufacture them? Why don't you make it work the way you make it work? And that's what I've been on lately. So I got the new Winfield signature frames. And let me tell you, limited edition. I'm only making so many because it's like a test. And if people get to see it, it's mikesglasses.com, but it's also
because those are fire. Right?
Yeah, and they got my logo, like the cartoon logos in the inside, so it's hidden. I got the imaging on the outside, and it's mikesglasses.com. And I'm just trying to give people a piece of me, because there's things that people like, man, I like those.
Yeah.
Anywhere I go shopping, I go somewhere, and they're like, oh, I like them frames. mikesglasses.com. And it's just,
the exact glasses you're wearing right now are on the website.
Yeah, and I only have 3 colorways is what I'm testing, because this is really for anyone. It's really for anyone. But who's gonna step up first is fans. Because it's my logo on it. People aren't just gonna put their logo on you, on themselves, So I just wanted something that I'm comfortable in and I think is fun and fly, and a lot of people like, man, I can't pull that off. Only you could, and people feel that way, but I'm like, these are different. I feel like you could feel however you want to feel once you slap on a pair of these. And
they look rich.
Hey, that's the thing. And it's doing really well, man. It's doing I'm getting good feedback. I am people are sending me photos with them and everything. And I'm like, man, good. I feel like this is some form of contribution outside of art, because all day, every day, I'm going to drop specials and jokes.
Right.
And, that's what Sacramento's for, man. It's for me to come here and really give them a lot of the jokes I've been working on, as well as experiment.
Yeah.
And that's what the Friends show is like. This is not necessarily me headlining. This is the Mikey Winfield and Friends, where I get to show some talent that people may not even know about that's living here. And then I get to just be loose. Just be loose, man. Just make sure that people get their money's worth.
Yeah.
Mikey Winfield, Punchline Comedy Club tonight.
I want to go back to the glasses first, because that's indicative of something I wanted to ask you about. Just in 2026, it feels like whatever your profession is, especially in entertainment, you can't be just that, right? Like if you're a comedian, it feels like, hey, I can't just go to shows. I need a podcast or I need something else. Do you feel that in today's entertainment age that there's got to be more than just being a comedian on stage? You got to be a little versatile and do other things?
Okay, so this is a great question, because I actually had this actual struggle. And I kept asking a question and I kept looking for answers. And this is what happened. For me specifically, I can't speak for everyone. This is crazy. I'm about to say this. I'm glad you asked this. God told me that I don't have to do anything else but stand up and become as great as I can, do my best. And if you want to do other stuff, go in and do it. But that's not going to slow down what I have for you. So I can do anything I want if I want to, but my heart is in jokes and writing and performing, which number one, I think I was here for. Who knows? Last night I took a CPR class. I might be here to save people's lives. I took a CPR class last night, and I'm certified that, but I think I appreciate guys that do all that other stuff. It's stuff that I want to see other people doing. Like I'm gonna do sketches. Like I got some sketches, me and this girl we writing up, because I like relationship stories and stuff like that. I got the Shure microphones that D-Lo hit me up with. I got those in the garage, right? I got it set up. It's ready.
Yeah.
I've even recorded some, and it's Step Fans and Chill, by the way. And
that's a dope name. That's fantastic.
Right. Step Fans and Chills, the podcast, right? And it's all there. And I'm gonna do as much as I want to do, but I'm gonna just as long as my passion is saying keep doing this, that's what I'm gonna do. But the other stuff's there too, and I like it. I love acting.
Yeah.
You know, I love sketches and all that stuff.
How's your process changed in writing material, coming up with material over the last 20 years?
Hey, it's tricky. I'm just wiser now. I think living a lot of life, you just can see things through different lenses. You know, I mean, even coming here, it's like I can tell things that start the funny, even if I don't always have the punchline. Like just driving up here, I see this big Indian dude walking down the street holding a basketball, orange and white basketball, and he was sweating. Like, I don't know if he had just finished playing or he was on his way, you know, and just visually, I've painted a picture for everyone. And I saw this as a story where it's like this Indian guy and there's no basketball courts in sight. So I'm like, where did he come from? Or where is he going? Like, and there's no end to the story. But now I have the interesting entryway. Now everyone's like, yeah, like what happened? And then it's going to get to him on the court. Did he ball out? You know, so now you start asking questions and it becomes the process of breaking it down. Like,
and why was he playing with a WNBA ball?
Yeah, I was going to say, did you say it was orange and white?
Exactly. See how details matter, right? So why the Indian dude got the women's basketball, you know? And I don't know. This is just, it really happened.
Yeah.
So everything I write, it's always been based off reality. But the process is, I think I just get there a little faster as far as how long it used to take me, you know. And I feel like the young version of me really didn't care. Then I started caring for a while, like, oh no, you shouldn't do this. You should do this. This is what you want to do. And now I'm back to, it just doesn't even matter. If you're funny, that's it. That's all that matters at the end. So now I write, I freestyle. I just kind of am on stage for the people that have come to see me.
Yeah. Do you, a lot of times with rappers specifically, they talk about when you first come into the game in your first album, you got a whole lifetime, you know, of whatever you're doing, like a lot of times trapping or something like that to talk about. Then you're super successful, think like Biggie and stuff like that. Well, I can't rap about those things. My life is different now. So they're rapping about how their life is then with money and women and all this other stuff. Do you find that your process for the type of stories and the jokes you tell have become different with the level of success that you've been able to have? Like, you're not telling the same type of jokes anymore. It's just a different, it's still Mikey, but it's a different experience now,
you know,
because of your life experiences.
True. I think there's just growth involved. But you know what I keep getting? What I keep getting is, man, like, I've known you all this time. You haven't changed. And I think I'm not famous enough. Because then I'm a change. You know? So I think that it's going incredible, you know, and I got things to show for it, and you know, but it's one of those things. Maybe I'm just who I am, and maybe this will always be it. But as far as like the creation of material, I'm just, you grow, and no, I'll talk about the same stuff. You know, I talked about parenting when I was young. Like, one of my first big jokes was about having a child. And I think real life experiences, that's just going to always be my style, is like talking about the real stuff around me. I like anything that I live to be the standard.
Yeah.
I don't like to just make up a story and just write about something that I haven't lived, because people can call you out.
Yeah.
It ain't real. And I'm like, no, it's not. You know? So yeah, I'm gonna just kind of write what happens.
Hey, the only thing that's changing is the jokes about wanting older women.
I know, that's the only thing, man. And that doesn't mean like I want younger or in the younger. No, they don't cook. You know, like they out here struggling.
You don't want someone trying to figure life out.
Nah, man, no, I don't have time for that. But then again, man, I work with some older cats that's like 70 plus, and they're like, nah, man, you gotta get the ones in their 20s, 30s, because they give you life. And that's how you live longer. That's what they said. They said they live longer. Like, and I see in some of these old cats, they like 80s, and you can't tell. And I think it's because, you know, they paying some younger woman to like live, essentially paying them to be in a relationship with them. But it gives them life. And I'm like, you know what? At the end of the tunnel, man, at the end of, that might be it, man. I might just pay women to be around me when I get there.
Mikey Winfield, Punchline Comedy Club tonight. who do you find funny?
Yo, that's great. I want to be impressed. I want only thing that makes me laugh at this point is tragedy, and I just think because I don't really think I'm in a dark place at all, but what stand-up does is just kind of takes away certain senses. Like I've seen it all, so nothing like I can appreciate and know things that are funny, but to laugh, man, I want to, but me and D, we talked about this before. Like, what's funny is watching a comic bomb.
Yeah.
Man, that's hilarious. Like, when they're not gonna get out of it, like just give up, throw in the towel, man, and they keep going, and then they hit you with the
worst thing in the world to see. That's so bad.
Oh, it's the best. And man, you hear comics in the back of the room, and then the guy out of nowhere, man, that's crazy. Where the ladies at? Try to change the energy, man. And you're like, man. Hey, man, it's a wrap.
I remember so long ago, like when we were doing those things we did at the Punchline when we were with KSFM, and it'd be like the showcases, and it like it'd be the young comedians coming up. Right. And you had really gotten going, so you were like the semi-main event, and we brought this kid on. Oh man, and he just didn't know what to do, like right out the jump. And I think he was on and off the stage in maybe 85 seconds. But I felt terrible for him because he hit him with the, oh, that's my time, y'all. I got. I was like, oh.
This poor dude.
It is tough. So he did this with, oh man.
That's the worst. Oh man, it's tough. It's really
that's brutal.
Funny, man. But it's part of this. Yo, you gotta catch some L's.
Yeah.
Did that ever happen to you?
Several times, man. But luckily I was in pockets where, people don't remember, people remember, but not on the big stages. But it's part of it.
Yeah.
Like they're not all W's. They're not all standing ovations. You gotta get there, man. I had some of those where I'm like, okay, because you got two brains talking to you at once on stage. You got the one where the mouth is moving, and you got the other that's like, oh man, don't do that again. That second was like, hey man, it's not going well. What you gonna do? Yo, do your closer. But man, I'm only 3 minutes in. I still got 38 minutes. Just do it anyway. But what happens after that? I don't know. So man, that's what people don't know. There's an internal voice talking, and then it's your actual performing voice. And comedians, man, like, hopefully at the time you don't have to deal with this, but it's just part of the process.
That's hilarious.
Don't do that again. It's funny.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, it's these voices. You hear these voices, man, and y'all just see us. Yeah. Like, oh, he called me collective. It's like, nah, man, you got a lot going on right now.
Through it.
It's a lot of senses.
Hey, Mikey, last time, I believe it was last time we talked to you. Man, it feels like you've been here since then, but it was off the heels of Drake and Kendrick.
Oh, yeah.
And you had talked about, he's like, I think people were just ready to see Drake lose. That was kind of your stance. Have you listened to Iceman?
Man, it's so interesting because that was before the beef. Yeah. And that's what took place. And I listened to it for the first time, but I'm one of those that gotta sit with an album forever. You know what I love about hip hop, man? I mean, it's very political. They want you to pick a side. And they did this to us, man. So we seeing this song again. They did this with Biggie and Pac. They was like, you gotta pick.
Yeah.
And then who did they do this with Michael Jackson and Prince? Did you have to pick? Like, I kind of wasn't there. I was there, but I wasn't there,
Right.
But that's what they doing. It's like, yo, you gotta, it's one or the other. Then that's it. So, pick a side. And I'm, in being in LA, man, people not telling
better
you how
pick
they
the
really
right side.
They're not telling you how they really feel.
Yeah.
Man. And it gets interesting.
Someone said, they had a tweet that said, once you realize that Kendrick and Drake scratch a different musical itch, you'll enjoy both of their musics a lot better. They're trying to be like, oh, no, you got to like this guy. Not like them both. I think they're both dope, and I go to one for some reasons, I go to one for another, and I enjoy it.
The thing is, liking them both is boring. That's boring. That's not going to get the talking head shows going.
Yeah.
We got to hate each other, and we got to hate with proof and a passion. And that's how you sell the tickets.
Yeah.
MikeWinfield.com, Mike'sGlasses.com. Mikey's going to be at the Punchline Comedy Club tonight. Go hang out, Punchline Comedy Club, SAC.com to get your tickets. Always appreciate you coming.
Hey, man, now appreciate y'all always.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Man,
sir. Come
Mikey,
on,
we'll come back. We got a game 2 to get ready for here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. We're clear.
Yes, sir.
Nice job.
Hey, man.
That internal voice thing is hilarious.
It's real. That thing is like, okay, all right. You hit him with the first one. You good.
Hey, man.
Absolutely.
Hit him with the closer, but you got 38 minutes left.
Hey, man, always a pleasure, man.
Yeah, great to see you.
And man, if you ever just pop up in Vegas or something, either one of you, I'm there back and forth a lot.
We'll be there in July. I'll send you the dates that we're there. Yeah.
Let me know the dates, man, because I'm in and out of there a lot because I work like 5 or 6 clubs out there.
Okay.
So, yeah. Just to kick it.
Yeah.
That's the fun part, you know. Hey, man, thank y'all.
No, I appreciate you. Yeah. Thanks, Mike. Hit him with your closer. You got 48 minutes left. What you gonna do next?
I don't know.
Oh, that's so
I
funny.
don't know, but this ain't working. We're taking more bets is the wrong word, but we just predictions on John Paul's game tonight. He said I set the line at 10.5 points tonight. I say he's getting more. I got John Paul's getting 13. What do you guys think? A lot of people said he's getting more. He has support up in here.
Big John Pauls.
He's having a Bam game. John Paul's getting a triple C. I don't know why this is so funny. That's mean, Johnny.
We went from a Bam game to a Draymond game. Come on, man.
Oh yeah, that is going on right now. The rookie team at 4:30. Zebra, he's about 6'6", 6'7". Tall guy. Oh, Zebra talking that talk. He isn't the youngest guy in the world either, Zebra. I don't know if you got to hold him to that standard.
I'm gonna stretch a couple of these segments out over the next hour. The two different OKC Spurs conversations we have. One was scheduled for 3:30. We'll just work those over the course of the next hour and then do the Darius stuff at the end.
For sure.
Or we might put the Darius stuff in the middle since the game will be going on at the time. So go conference finals, Darius, conference finals.
Sacramento Ash. That's a good question. I like all that. I think I might like make them pay the most out of all the make thems. Make them pay.
Oh, look who's here.
Pamela Love.
Look who's here.
On X.
Man.
What's going on?
Big thanks to our man, Mikey Winfield, for coming in, spending some time with us, doing that show at the Punchline Comedy Club tonight. He says we was talking during the commercial break before you walk back in. Man, I got a game to compete against tonight. I was like, yeah, it's different though. It's all right. He goes, yeah, but not after that game the other night.
Man.
Ain't nobody gonna want to leave the house. After that one, Shams Charania just tweeted De'Aaron Fox is expected to miss his second consecutive contest tonight in game 2. He was, again, much like game 1, he was working out on the floor, but Shams Charania says De'Aaron Fox is expected to miss his second consecutive contest in game 2 tonight against the Oklahoma City Thunder due to a right ankle sprain, sources tell ESPN. No De'Aaron Fox. I think that was a big deal. I mean, obviously they win the game. It wasn't that big of a deal. But his absence, I think, was felt particularly in some of those really tight moments late in the game and in overtime.
No, they needed De'Aaron Fox on that on what was that, Monday night.
Yeah.
They needed him. They needed his ball handling, his ability to create for himself and others, his experience in those moments. He doesn't have like a ton of experience in the playoffs compared to Castle and the young guys, but just his NBA experience, his life experience out there on the floor was missed. Like they needed him, and they were able to get away with it and get the win, but not if. I kind of feel like if they're going to win this series, they're going to need him to come back in some form or fashion during the series.
Yeah, depth is important. You hope that Castle can take something away from that game. Dylan Harper has been terrific for the San Antonio Spurs through this entire postseason. But yeah, I'm 100% with you. I don't think operating at any sort of deficiency for the San Antonio Spurs, no matter how loaded that position group is, there are moments where you need a guy like De'Aaron, and we saw there were some absolutely frantic possessions in those true, clutch time minutes of that game, led by that backcourt. And for all of De'Aaron's faults, I do believe he does shine in those moments, and I do believe there is no better creator for Victor Wembanyama on that basketball team than De'Aaron Fox. And as much as we might like to talk about him or joke about him or whatever, the first thing I thought is that game got close and close, and when Oklahoma City took the lead, it was like, God, they could really use De'Aaron out there. So you were able to get that one, and maybe that. I doubt that influences your thinking and what you're doing tonight. Like, I just don't believe in that. Like, if he's okay to go, he's going to go. Yeah. I don't think it's like, oh, we wanted to get one of these games in Oklahoma City so we can kind of let Fox sit. Like, they got to get him back out there, and you have to be at full strength when you're playing a team as deep as the Oklahoma City Thunder. It's a bummer De'Aaron's not going to be back tonight.
Yeah, for sure. Didn't really get a chance. Well, I didn't get a chance at all to talk about the game one. What's said has been said. I agree with everybody that says Wemby is here.
I text you this.
Mhm.
This won't make sense to everybody else. I text you this because I didn't use this word yesterday, but I had an epiphany, and I want to share it with you. But I'm trying to stall for time, if you can't tell.
Yeah,
because
well,
the
first team is already
the all rookie team is announced, and I am kind of just waiting to see for the all rookie second team to get announced. But Cedric Carroll, VJ Edcombe, Cooper Flagg, Dylan Harper, who we just talked about, Con Knipple, there's your first team. And your second team is Ace Bailey, Jeremiah Fears, Colin Meyer Boyles, Derek Queen, and Maxime Raynaud.
There you go, man. Congratulations for him. Air horns for
Maxime
Maxime
Raynaud.
Much deserved, man. He had a really, really good rookie season, especially when you talk about him being a second-round pick the way he was, man. Congratulations to him.
Good for him, man. He earned it. He played a lot of minutes. He played a lot of games for the Sacramento Kings, and he was terrific.
Yeah.
Well done by him. I interrupted you. I told you I had an epiphany. We can get to that, but you want it first.
Yeah, go with the epiphany.
It might be a bit of an oversell. Again, I didn't use the word epiphany yesterday. I did say I had a realization, though. And that realization is, well, I actually had a couple and made it clear when yesterday's show started, if there was a window, I was going to jump out of it as it pertains to Victor Wembanyama. And Victor Wembanyama is the face of the National Basketball Association. He's also my favorite player. Because I'm watching him the other night, and when that game concluded, and you know, there is no feeling for a sports fan, especially if you're not Cole and you're not a fan of the Oklahoma City Thunder. If you're just a fan and you're watching sports, there's nothing better than watching a game that goes the way that one goes. Like, there's nothing better than watching a game that you know is going to be remembered and talked about for a really long time. There is a almost euphoric type feeling to that, like, oh, that was the greatest thing ever. And reflecting on that as that game came to a conclusion, I'm thinking about Victor Wembanyama, the picture, that amazing picture that came out where he's like standing in front of his bench and he's looking at something, and all of his teammates are looking at him and they're, gesturing in some sort of way. I realized this young man is lacking nothing that I love in professional athletes. Like, he's got style. His style is different than the likes of Russell Westbrook or Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He's got a more classic style. He's got the Louis Vuitton sponsorship, but he's got a style to him. I think he has significantly more aura than someone like Anthony Edwards would give him credit for. He is an absolute assassin on the basketball floor. When you talk about the mentality of a winner, the Kobe, the Mamba mentality, the Kobe Bryant approach, the Michael Jordan approach, like, he has all of that. He lacks absolutely nothing. The difference is he's a French guy who's 7'5". That's it. And for me, that ain't enough. Now, I'm not going to run out and get a San Antonio Spurs jersey or anything like that. But when I look at athletes that I go, nah, this is my guy right here, that's Victor Wembanyama.
No, I'm a big fan of Vic, man, and all the things that you just talked about, 100% accurate. I love his approach to, I don't want to say basketball, because it's more than basketball. It's about his approach to competing. He's not here outside of his teammates. He's not here to make no friends. He is here to win and win only. Like, that is it. He is here to dominate and dominate only. And I enjoy that about him. I enjoy the work that he puts in on his game, on his body, all this other stuff. Like, he is a skilled player. He is a super skilled player. He has not relied on being 7'5".
Yeah.
I'm trying to be the greatest. I'm trying to make sure I can shoot, dribble, pass, do all this other stuff. And that game one, that performance he had in game one, that was, not to steal a line from some people's GOAT, but we were all witnesses in that game one. That was absolutely different. And after watching that game one and then the Spurs being able to win that game one, I just go back to the whiteboard. And I put on the whiteboard in February, the Thunder cannot beat the Spurs in a series. Now they've played 5 times this year.
Mm-hmm.
The Spurs are 4-1. This has nothing to do with how great or how good of a team the Thunder are, because I think they're a great team.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is a bad matchup, and I would ask everybody, after what you've seen in 5 games, do you think the Thunder are going to somehow win 4 of the next 6 against this team? I know playoffs are different, all this other stuff.
Yeah.
But Wemby's the X factor.
Well, yeah.
They're going to win 4 of the next 6.
So I'm gonna make an argument while believing in my San Antonio Spurs. But I'm gonna make the argument. Like you kind of brushed it off, but you can't. It's not the same. The regular season series is not the same as the playoffs. I think the funny thing, I don't think Wemby played in all of those games. I think Shea missed the last one.
And I think
because I remember the
one the Thunder won, Shea was there. I don't know if
no,
Wemby
Shea was
there.
definitely there for that one. I think Shea might, because I feel like we laughed about this. The Thunder won. They got that one because we talked about. I remember the day of that game. We said they've got to win this just from psychological purposes. They played again after that, and I think Shea was out that game, and they wound up sitting a couple of people, and we sniffed out quick. Oh, they're conceding, essentially saying, we got the one, we got the monkey off our back. We're fine. We're moving forward.
Yeah.
But I think it's different. And I think it's a little bit different when you're in a series. We could I don't want to because you say, well, I know playoffs are different, but I think the structure of the playoffs are different. Like the last 24 hours, they didn't have to think about going, to Houston. They didn't have to think about going anywhere next. Their focus is on what happened at the end of that game. How did we lose that game? What do we have to do different? What worked? And this is the tough part too in a game like that, which was, I used the Ali Frazier analogy earlier. Like it was such a blow for blow fight. It's like you don't need to make sweeping overhauls. You just got to find like what worked, what didn't. Let's try to fine tune everything or try to fine tune some things. Shea wasn't particularly great that game. Now, is that because of the San Antonio Spurs? Is that because of Shea Gilgeous-Alexander? What is the Oklahoma City Thunder going to do? What are the Oklahoma City Thunder going to do to get SGA in a better position to be more efficient? J-Dub, first game's back in a long time. He's had a very odd season, but he scored not super efficient. Like, what are the numbers we always look at? Field goal attempts to points. Like, he wasn't super efficient. What is he more comfortable the second time around? Is it the opposite? Is he more uncomfortable the second time around? How does Oklahoma City have to work with that? I think the questions that you're asking yourself today or yesterday aren't the same questions that you're asking yourself throughout the season as it pertains to the once every 3 weeks, 4 weeks game between the Thunder and the Spurs. It's just a different. Doesn't mean anything you said is wrong. It just means I don't think we can use the example of the regular season as why the Oklahoma City Thunder can't get it done.
I hear you on all of that. The one thing I will say about the regular season meetings was one of them was semifinals of the NBA Cup, and I'm not saying that's the playoffs, but there was energy to that.
Absolutely.
There was energy to that game. And the Spurs kind of looked them in the face and were like, you can't beat us. The other time I saw that was Christmas. And once again, there was a little energy to that game, and the Spurs, they beat the energy out of them early, and they end up smacking them around. And I just keep going back to that, I guess, the math of it all. I haven't seen anything in 5 meetings that makes me believe that the Thunder will, not can. I think they're champions. They can, but that they will win 4 of the next 6 games. Spurs didn't even have Fox in this past game.
That's right. Yeah, which was a big deal.
Yeah.
Let's get TC. Maybe he wants to weigh in on this. Probably not. He probably wants to talk about a call that he made earlier, and he wants to fill us in on it. I'm not really sure. 916-909-1320. What's up, TC?
Hey, what's up with my two brothers?
What's good with you, big dog?
Hey, I'm just vibing. So, hey, give me a minute real quick, Jess. Hey, so listen, bro. Hey, what I got, I think they can get them. It's going 7 games. I know I was talking crazy, talking about 6 games and 5, all that, but it's going 7. And the Thunder could, to me, Chet got to stop playing the perimeter. Bro, you got to go down low. I don't care if you feel like you have to bang with Wemby. Y'all going to have y'all own like Max going, and then the rest of the team going to have to figure out everybody else. That might be their shot right there. Him playing the perimeter, thinking that he going to pull Wemby out, it's not working. Wemby is too sharp for that. Wemby like, I don't need to come guard you, bro, out there. I'm not worried about you. I'm going to protect this paint unless y'all start banging. If you think about the teams that beat the Spurs, it's people that really don't care about Wemby. They stay crashing his body, stay crashing inside. I don't care if you blocking my shots 50 times. We're going to keep putting pressure on this rim. We're not going to be a jump shooting team all night. So, to me, I feel like that's what they should be doing, bro, and they might got a cool little shot. Also, Kenny, what was D-Lo, you can have, what's bro's name that worked? He worked for the Kings now. Well, I don't know if he worked for the Kings. He be around. What's Brody's name? He's a comedian too, though, but he got dreads right now.
Lance Woods.
Yes, man. Why did he I miss his name, bro. Why y'all was talking about basketball earlier, right? I got a story with me and Lance, right? It's crazy. Back in the day, that's when I first met Lance, when we was both trying out for ARC when they was Kenny, when they was running politics over there at ARC. I think he ended up getting it. Listen, he got the spot, but they was pulling politics like Sac City. You know, back in the day, that's a whole other conversation. They was pulling politics at the JCs when open hoop, come out and try out, right? But you ain't finna give nobody your own boy or somebody that was playing last year is playing. Listen, that's a whole nother story. D-Lo, I got a cold story for that, bro. Hey, before I get off, listen, think about that. Before Jesse, can you hear me, Jess?
No, you.
yeah. Go ahead, TC.
We got
Jesse. Let me ask you a question. I know Kyle hates me for it sometimes, right? Because I could tell by his body language. Why do you hate Ja so much? And Kyle, Kyle, my boy, but he get irritated with me because his anger towards me has nothing to do with the Kings. It's all Niners, and he kind of branched it out into that. But that's a different story. We'll talk about that, me and him personally.
So you, yeah, Jesse, you want to address that?
So he asked me why I hate Ja.
No, I think I don't
know. Like,
I got lost. I got lost.
I'm sorry.
That was a lot.
There was a lot.
A cigarette after that call.
Man,
the politics.
Yeah.
So I'm confused. Did Lance Woods politic him out of a spot?
That's how I took
at
it.
ARC?
That's what it sounded like.
TC missed out on the final roster spot at ARC
because
Lance Woods was politicking.
Lance Woods out here playing politics.
The politics is crazy, TC. And he said just Sac City got a side swipe too. Like, yeah, just like Sac City.
David,
you know how it was back then, Casey.
David Jackson is on to something. That might be the single greatest TC call in the history of TC calls.
That was an all-timer, and we gave him time to cook.
Well, he was cooking. He was talking about banging. I'm not
stop banging in the NBA. All right, enough of that.
He was flirting with Charles Barkley status right there. Like I don't know. And if you waiting on Chet Holmgren to do something in this series,
that's the other part.
Dang,
that's the other part of
keep waiting.
The Thunder winning. What, Chet just gonna magically change how he's played against Wemby the whole time? And they need Chet.
Since they can't win 16.
Yeah, they can't win this without Chet being Chet Holmgren, and he can't be Chet Holmgren against Victor Wembanyama. He can't for four times.
I hear you. I hear you. Wemby pulled up from 30 feet. Like, without that, the Thunder probably win that game.
True. The Spurs.
That's a game. That's not a series. I understand. But, like, is the conversation about Chet Holmgren today if Wemby doesn't hit that 30-footer?
Maybe, probably not. I would also say it was just a great game, so nobody's, like, at fault. But the Spurs were in control for a lot of that game.
You think you're
No, they were. Absolutely.
They were in control. And
Absolutely.
the Thunder had to hustle.
But it
to
wasn't
get to the
control
point
like
where-
last night. It wasn't that.
No, it hovered around 7 to 10 points. It wasn't like 22 like the Cavs.
You think it's sustainable though for the Thunder to do it 3 more times if Chet doesn't show up?
Me?
Yeah, I'm just asking
No.
the question. In
Oh,
general.
God,
Yeah,
no.
Like, they could have. Wemby
No,
just
I
hit 3,
think-
sure they get one.
yeah,
but, like, if
Chet
Chet's
looks
not
like a-
showing up, then
yeah,
can they
Chet-
do it 3 more times after.
Yeah, Chet. No,
Yeah.
I don't.
And that's what I just keep coming back to. Not can the Thunder win games or not. Can they win 4 times against the Spurs team? I haven't seen anything yet. And it's not like they got blown out in game 1. They could easily be up 1-0. I get it, but
Daniel's got a good point too. I'm
I
not
don't
sure
know.
Caruso's going for 30 a game
That's
this
the other
series
thing.
either.
No, probably not. But I think Shea will be better than he was in game 1. Like there's stuff like you can pull apart. Like I don't think Steph Castle's going to turn the ball over 11 times in this game. I don't think Alex Caruso is going to go 31. You might have. It's too late because you can't do anything about it now. And I get like J-Dub is one of your foundation pieces. When Wemby was hurt, I can't like Wemby missed games. When they brought him back, and it wasn't months, it was like a couple games. They brought him back off the bench. And Mitchell had been playing so well for Oklahoma City through this postseason. The move might have been to bring J-Dub off the bench. Because do you remember what Mitchell did in that game on Monday?
This game 1.
Yeah.
And I'm not a whole lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, he didn't do anything. Yeah. And it's I don't know if that's because J-Dub was back, but I wonder if it's because his role completely changed. He might, we talk about players who are who can adapt. They can adapt to anything. J-Dub is an all-NBA player. He can adapt. AJ Mitchell might not. And you might have been better suited to go that route of put him in the starting lineup, play whatever. You don't have to change your minute distribution, but try to make him as effective as he has been for you through the course of this postseason while working J-Dub back into all of this. And again, you could have worked them in the same exact way that you did on Monday, just differently.
Yeah. The thing that I also keep thinking about is there's a lot of maneuvering that the Thunder have to do to match up with what the Spurs are doing. Like, for instance, I don't think Hartenstein and the other Jalen Williams can play in this series. Because as long as if they're not going to draw Wemby
I think it
out
was
by
12
any,
minutes for Isaiah.
they can't play. Like, you need somebody that can shoot, that can make them think about Wemby not helping on the defensive end. But that creates problems on the offensive end. They out here putting Caruso on him, and Caruso, it sounds crazy in a 40-20 game, but he did well.
Yeah,
he wore him down.
He was Matthew
that's gotta-
Dellavedova.
Right. And
Like,
that's got to be a look. That can't be what you're doing.
So you're right.
That's got to be oh man, we went. Let's go with this for 5 to 7 minutes.
You're right. But one thing that I feel like it was really beneficial at, like we talk about the 41-24, Wemby was exhausted. And sometimes you have to take small victories. Like, you're not going to stop Victor Wembanyama. But you're right. You have to throw a multitude of looks at him. And there is something about he hates Chet. He just hates that human being.
That's one of the main reasons why I don't know if they can. I don't see Chet playing different to get them 4 wins, and that's something you might have to think about long term. Not moving on from Chet, but Chet might need some help, and Hartenstein ain't it.
All right, we'll come back. We're going to talk a lot more about this series. Game 2 gets underway at the bottom of the hour. I want to come back. you have spent the last couple of days watching games that Darius Acuff played in. I want to touch on that and some things we observed over the course of the week so far with someone who is linked really closely with the Sacramento Kings at number 7. That's with D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I missed that, Baker. I'll get it when we get back.
All I'll say is they better win this game, especially without Fox, or they're in huge trouble. Yeah, they're in big trouble if they don't win tonight. I think they will. I think they'll win tonight. But they better. They better. The other thing about are they building the stadium there? That's interesting. The other thing about SGA and all this other stuff is I believe to a certain degree the Spurs are looking at it like we're going to hound SGA. We are going to have damn near a spy. If Wemby's in the paint or around the paint, he's going to be around there to contest. We are going to make life difficult for SGA. And if that means we leave Caruso or Dort or anybody open, so be it. I need Caruso. They're looking at it like I need Caruso. I need us to lose this series with Caruso averaging 35 and SGA averaging 18, 20. But I don't think we can lose this series that way. We will not overreact to some Caruso-made threes. We're going to continue to keep Wemby in that paint. And if he's wide open and he can hit it to the point where, he's averaging 30, 31 for the series, then we tip our hat. I don't think he can do it. That's what they're saying. And I agree with them. So, yeah, that's the Thunder, like we were just talking about, they got to do so much maneuvering. They got to do so much. Like, oh, man, well, if Wemby's here, then Chet got to be out there. But Hartenstein and Jay Williams can't play in this game. But we're going to have Caruso, and we need to get Isaiah Joe. And Spurs feel like they just out there like, whatever you do, we'll be ready. It's a crazy dynamic. Well, that's the other thing too, and that's a good thing that they did. Is they were switching that up. They were switching that up. Went to zone a couple times, confused SGA with the looks. Yeah, it's crazy because the Thunder are an unbelievable team. They are true champions. I just think this is a bad matchup. Right on, Russ Dog. Right on. Securing the Carter, I agree. I think they match up with both teams pretty well. It won't be the favorites. Shouldn't be the favorites. But
Russ, was that you here yesterday? Russ Dog, were you here yesterday?
Russ Dog was in the building.
I caught someone out of the corner of my eye, but like it was, it's not like I could say, hold on, everybody. Like I thought that was Russ, but I can't tell because his glasses colored a little bit.
Kyle, me and Securin actually agree on probably more than we realize. It's just when we don't agree, we don't agree loudly. We both agree on Devin Carter. Kind of. He likes Devin a little more than I do, but.
Looking up there at my favorite player, I realized he still looked like a child.
That's what Jazz, my wife, was
Your wife,
saying,
yeah.
when we're watching again, she's like, he's a baby.
Yeah, he
Look
looks
at
like
him.
a
He
child,
look like
man.
a baby.
He looks like a child. Hey, come back over to the mic. Hey, Jesse, come back over to the mic. You good? You don't talk to us nearly as much as you used to.
Don't think that's entirely true. We had James on for an hour.
That's true.
We had Mikey on for half hour.
That's true.
Like Aaron Rodgers retiring. Like,
Didn't move you.
Yeah. Like yesterday we talked Victor Wembanyama. Like Kenny was more giving his thoughts. Like, yeah.
All right. I just want you to know when I don't hear from you, I miss you. That's all. That's all it is. Go ahead. Go back to the back to the Red
I've
Sox
got other
game.
duty. Well,
I know that you're the
duties here.
busiest
Yeah,
man in the
I'm on the
building. I
podcast right now.
understand that. I understand that. I'm just saying when I don't hear from you, I notice. That's all.
I mean, what do you want me to say right now? Like, go ask me a question. I'll answer.
I want you to tell me you love me, and I want you to go back to cutting the podcast.
I love you,
That's it.
Damien. I love you too, Casey. Shout out to the chatty
All
house.
right.
That's my thoughts.
dog.
There.
All right, there we go. And we go back to the boards. Kenny might have a true come up moment on this board.
It's about time someone joins me.
Well, it's true. This is essentially Jesse's board of domination. But Kenny, we talked extensively for the last 30 minutes about the Thunder cannot beat the Spurs in a series, and Kenny legitimately wrote that on this whiteboard that I really would love to get a camera on at some point. And right above that, that's not your handwriting. That's my handwriting. I wrote it up there for you because I realized I spelled Darius Acuff's name wrong. But it says Darius Acuff will be a king. And there is no player in this draft more closely associated with the Sacramento Kings than Darius Acuff. It's not Mikael Brown, who is shown to be in the games and film that we've watched of him, an explosive playmaker. It keeps going back to Darius Acuff. And I know you've spent the last couple of days watching games. I watched 1, 2. I something caught my attention, and it actually caused the conversation that we were having earlier. But I want to start with your film first and kind of get into that. What have you been seeing from the potential number 7 overall pick in the upcoming NBA draft?
Well, first and foremost, I do want to say something real quick. I find it adorable that everybody thinks they were first to this Kings Acuff connection. It's adorable. A lot of you didn't even know who Darius Acuff was in December. Yeah, you didn't even know who the guy existed. So fall back, as they once said with The Rock.
All of a sudden, huh?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all didn't even know who the man was in December, and now all of a sudden, y'all first.
Name names.
Matt George and Carmichael Dave.
Thank you. Just want to make sure.
Just fall back. Y'all didn't even know who he was. We were talking about Darius Acuff in 2025. So relax. Second of all, interesting prospect. I still really, really, really like Darius Acuff and what he brings to the game offensively. There was a lot of good things watching a couple games, and I'm going to watch a couple more before this week.
What makes him interesting?
Well,
because that wasn't like incredible prospect.
Yeah.
Can't miss prospect. That was interesting prospect.
All the breakdowns and the reports about his defense is spot on.
Oh my God.
It's
Yeah.
spot on.
Yeah.
He looks completely lost as a defensive player.
Yeah.
And
We're talking like Buddy Hield levels of loss.
yeah, that's
James Harden is a bad defender.
Mhm.
Buddy Hield doesn't look like what he's like he knows what he's doing on that side of the floor.
Right, yeah.
That's what Darius Acuff
That's
looks
how
like.
Darius looks, man. And it's one of the frustrating things with watching him, because there's a lot of Iverson comparisons because of Reebok, because of the braids, because of the offensive ability.
Mhm.
Allen Iverson wasn't this great defender either. But one thing he was able to do was he had an understanding of how to play off the ball and jump into passing lanes. And that's why he was able to lead the league in steals a couple of different years, average 1.5, 2 steals a night, because while he wasn't a great individual defender and not even a great team defender, he was opportunistic with some of the things he was able to do from time to time on the defensive end. Darius Acuff doesn't even have that. He doesn't look like he has any interest in the defensive end, or a lot of knowledge on where to be and what to do, and anticipation on the defensive end. Like it's bad.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's one of the negatives, maybe the only real negative. He doesn't
It's a
rebound.
big negative,
It is,
though.
it is.
Because it's a hard basketball is basketball. You hope that it gets better in the pro end, but that's a really hard thing to mask.
Yeah. There's from the games that I watched this week and just in general throughout the season, there's no redeemable qualities for him on the defensive end.
Yeah.
Whether that goes with him to the NBA, I know he's made the arguments that I wasn't asked to play defense there. That's why I didn't play defense. I still haven't. I mean, he also said something else. I won't repeat it. It's there, but I won't repeat it. He also said something else about his defense. Whether that transfers to the NBA, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But that tape of him on the defensive end is rough. It is rough.
I sought out a different game than you. I kind of had one pop up because you put one. I think it was you weren't here yesterday, so it was Monday. You noted you watched a game. I think it was versus Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
So I just was like, all right, let me find a game to watch, and I pulled that game up. I was like, let me see if I can, see what Kenny, is talking about here. And for some reason, the Tennessee game was on the screen, like it was. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna watch a different game, and then allow us to just have a conversation about it. So I watched the Tennessee game, and it sparked something that we talked about earlier. He turned the ball over like 4 times in that game. And I immediately thought like, oh my God, he's a turnover machine. Like, oh crap, how did we miss this? And so like I started like pulling box scores and realized, oh no, he's actually not.
Right.
He's really good with the basketball. It was not the best night against the Vols. Well, at least not in the range of, he was fantastic on the offensive end that night against Tennessee. But it taught me like, oh no, this kid actually for a player who's a high usage player, who he kind of and tell me if I'm working too hard on it. He's kind of he dribbles a lot. Like for someone who does so much of that, the fact that he doesn't turn the ball over is like a huge plus.
No.
And he's a really good playmaker. But that particular game against Tennessee, that offensive upside that you've heard so much about, that was on. Oh my God,
full display.
Oh my God, 29 in that one on like 16 shots.
Yeah, he is. He's a top flight decision maker. And one of the things that I was able to, that stuck out to me at least, is Coach John Calipari would always have the ball in his hands if he was on the court. And it wasn't necessarily for him to shoot all the time. It was because he probably trusted that he was going to make the right decision 9.5 times out of 10. His passing is crisp. He gets the ball where it needs to be. Good passer. Actually, an underrated passer, I would say. Like he has top flight court vision out there, even better than I realized when I was watching him during the season. But he makes the right decision, man. And that Tennessee game, turnover wise, is really an outlier. It feels like, because he takes care of the ball. He makes sure the ball gets to the right spot at the right time. And that's why when we were talking earlier with James, if he is not the scorer that some people predict him to be and saying Dame Lillard and all this other stuff, he could still be a pretty good point guard. He could still be a guy that can get you, if he's not a top flight scorer, he can get you 13 and 7, on a good team, bad team, whatever. But as that starting point guard, because of his understanding of the game, because of his floor vision. So that was something that really stuck out to me. All the issues defensively, they are not enough for me to feel any different about Darius Acuff. I think he's going to the Kings. I think that would be a great pick for the Kings. I think he's going to be a great NBA player. He's almost been built in a lab since he was a kid to be a professional and to be a high-level professional. And all that other stuff, there's a bunch of people in the NBA who don't play defense. That doesn't scare me off. There's a bunch of people in the NBA who don't understand the concept of playing team defense completely. And they're way older than Darius Acuff. They're on this level of not being able to play defense, and they've had way better coaching along the way, and they still can't get it done. I believe you get him wherever you get him with Doug Christie, whatever coach, they can work with him. I'm going to take him at face value to say he recognizes all the opinions about his defense, and he says, there's a reason for that, and I'll show you when I get to the NBA. And what he's able to do on the offensive end and being able to help out and build around him. We see that in New York. That can be done on the NBA level with the type of offensive talent that he can be. So it doesn't scare me off of Darius Acuff one bit, but I'm not going to act like it's not there either.
Oh, it's there.
Yeah.
It's there. But so is that offensive talent we just talked about. He had a 49-point outing this season in an overtime game at 37 to 36. Like, the reason you hear offensive upside, the reason you hear Dame Lillard, the reason you hear explosive scorer is because that's exactly what he might be. That's exactly what he is in college, I should say. That's exactly what he might be in the NBA. He's a really, really good playmaker. I think he's a solid decision maker. I'm really basing this off of like a handful of games, but it seems like when we I think it was lottery night. I think lottery night was the first time we looked at Mikal Brown.
Yes.
And we were watching, it was more highlights. Imagine that. We were watching highlights of Mikal Brown, and it was like, yo, he's actually an incredible creator. He has different layers to his, he has different layers to what he contributes to on the offensive end. And it's really is spectacular to watch. I don't know that Darius Acuff is, as good of a creator as I've seen from Mikal Brown, but he's a really good creator also.
He is, and he's a much better, in my opinion, he's a much better point guard.
Well, he's certainly better with the ball. Like, he's more protective of the ball than Mikal Brown.
Protective of the Brown, and just than Mikal Brown, but also just being aware of others. Brown is a straight scorer. He's a straight bucket to me. Acuff can play a little bit more of a traditional point guard role than Mikal Brown can. Like them both, but I think Acuff can do a little bit more. He can do a little bit more than Brown. I think Brown's a better defender, but I think they both can score. So I'll leave that to the side. But Brown's a better defender, a little bit better defender, but Acuff is a little bit better of a creator and has better court vision for everybody else out there.
What Darius Acuff, his absolute best characteristic is what?
His ability to score. I know that's a little generic, but like it's kind of effortless. It's really
he is
smooth.
a 3-level scorer.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And like you said, he can do that in a number of different ways. And there was like a play in that Kentucky game that was just I don't want to say it was a throwaway play, but it wasn't like a super highlight. But it just stood out to me for whatever reason. Fast break. One of the big guys gets the ball, kicks it back, drops it back to Darius Acuff on the break. Darius takes one dribble, does some little sweeping move, just like he didn't even think about it. He just saw the defender was there, swept the right hand over, brought it back, easy little layup. And it was just, it's something that he did that reminded me of how smooth and how effortless and how natural he is as a scorer. Just a natural scorer. And like you mentioned, all three levels, his best attribute is his ability to score and how he can do that almost muscle memory wise. Like he doesn't think about it. Doesn't really force things. Like you would think this offensive player, he's kind of comes off as a ball hog. Not really that, not as a shooter. Like he has to have the ball in his hands, but as a shooter, he's not always like looking for his own shot. He's looking to get others involved. But the game just comes so natural to him. So natural. Like I talked about earlier, you could tell he's just almost been in a lab as a young basketball player and just been groomed to be this great point guard, to be this professional point guard. And we see it on display all last year at Arkansas.
That goes back to the question I asked earlier. Like, if he doesn't hit that upside on the offensive end, and let's say he's a good offensive player, but not that Dame Lillard, what is he as a basketball player, given we started this whole conversation outlining how bad he is on the defensive end? And maybe you don't plan the draft like that.
Right.
Maybe you don't plan for, hey, if it doesn't work, like maybe you go with like, nah, if we give this kid the tools that he needs, like he's going to be a 26, 27, 28 point per game scorer. Maybe those aren't things that you think about. But we have 35 days before the draft, so I'm thinking about it. And about 10 more guys that we have to watch film on.
Kind of reminds me a little bit of what we've seen Keontae George blossom into. He had a rough start of it to his NBA career, trying to find his groove. They're not the same exact type of players. I think Keontae's a little bit more athletic, a little more explosive than Darius Acuff is. But he figured some things out. And while he was figuring it out, he had some bad shooting nights. He didn't move the ball as well. I think that's something that Acuff already does a little bit better. But he had to learn how to be a scoring point guard in this game. And now he's at I don't want to say he's at a Dame Lillard level, but he's at a high level.
20-plus point per game.
Yeah. But I think Acuff, I feel like his floor is early Keontae George, which is a good young prospect. Good young prospect. It's not what you hoped he would be, but it's a guy that shows those type of flashes.
Like rookie year Keontae George, that's probably 14, 15 points per game.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Because his shooting ability, his knack for scoring, those two things I think can carry him at least to 12 to 14 points a night. At least. And then you got his passing ability that could make him a guy that averages 6-7 assists a night in the right setting. That's not Dame Lillard. Dame Lillard was 30 points a night.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I think worst case scenario, he's like a 12 point
What's
per game
the reaction
scorer.
To that though?
Probably looked at as like a failure, like just over the course of his career.
No,
just rookie year.
No, immediately, like here, yeah.
The reaction should be it's a young guy and let him grow a little bit. Like you shouldn't jump out the window because he's not averaging 20 a night as a rookie. 19-year-old guy who's got to learn some things. He's got to learn. I don't think he's going to come into this league averaging 20. So me personally, I'm prepared for him to maybe have a 12, 13 point per game season.
On at least the idea of what we think this basketball team might look like, that 20 points could be there for him.
Could be.
Because I don't think Zach LaVine is going to be here. I don't think DeMar DeRozan is going to be here. Now you're going to have Keegan Murray. You're going to have Domantas Sabonis. How the rest of this shakes out, I'm not really sure. But there is a potential. There is an opportunity that, you take the floor with those two guys. Yeah, those 20 points might be there. Lord knows we've asked for Keegan Murray to score 20 points enough to where I'm just not going to ask anymore. I'm the dummy if I keep asking and he's not doing it. So like, yeah, go ahead, kid, come in here and go get 19, 20 a night.
Right. Yeah.
And Domas is going to stop at 10, 11 shots. We know that.
Yeah.
That's, of course, assuming he's on the roster, because I feel like Domas is going to have a market this offseason. Not a Kenny Caraway bidding war, but I think he's going to have a market. Like I think Toronto was realistic. I think Washington is realistic. I don't think Anthony Davis is ever going to play for the Wizards. They'll work out something there. If Center doesn't come back, maybe they would go back to the well of the Sacramento Kings and DeMontis Sabonis. But I think I'm not buying the Joel Embiid thing that happened on Twitter a couple of days ago. But outside of that, like, yeah, I think there'll be a market for him. So point being is I don't know what this team looks like next year, but there could be some points for Darius Acuff if he winds up on this team. And the idea is, let's get this young man out there and let him be a high-end offensive player.
Yeah. He could. I mean, we're talking about rookie of the year. If he's averaging 18, 19, 20 points, then that would
absolutely.
be fantastic.
Absolutely.
That would be great.
Well, yeah, probably. I mean, because when you look at where AJ's going, when you look at where Darren Peterson's probably going, like, they're not going to have the same they're going to have an opportunity to win a whole lot quicker. But in terms of, hey, young fella, go out there and do your thing, it's like, nah, if AJ goes number one, it's like, AJ, we're gonna set the table here with Trey, and we got second and third year guys here they're going to have a great squad. He's going to be in a great situation. Right. But in terms of individual accolades outside of all rookie team, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for him to earn that, especially when you got the likes of, someone like Darius Acuff playing in Sacramento, who's going to, no pun intended, have the keys to the kingdom.
Yeah, man. I still think what we've talked about for a while is going to happen. Darius Acuff will be a king. And I think it'll be exciting times, man. I think that's a guy that Kings fans should be excited about. That's a really good basketball player. Ton of, like you mentioned, offensive upside. And, I think he's an intelligent kid, too. I think he realizes I can't play the same way defensively in college in the NBA. Like, so I think he'll get better on that end. And I'll be anxious to see it.
My first thought was watching him too. Ty Lue isn't going to coach him. he has a couple. There's a couple of plays each game where you literally go, because you're watching, right? It's not like you're just watching a basketball game. You're hyper focused on something, and so you're looking for every great, good, bad, awful thing, and they all stand out. All of those categories stand out. And every once in a while, there'll be a moment where it's like, oh, that was bad. And he had one of those against Tennessee. And his back was almost turned. It was like I don't know if he was directioning somebody, but his back was almost turned and straight to the basket.
Yeah.
I kept thinking, my first thought was Ty Lue isn't going to. There ain't no way Ty Lue is signing off on that.
When I watched him, I just kept saying, hey, man, give me something, Darius. Give me something so I'm not completely despondent. So I can say, no, look, guys, I think it's been a little overblown what the defensive reputation has been. And he did. The one thing,
as a matter of fact, spot on.
The one thing I was able to come up with, and this could have been a virtue of just the teams that they played, never really got like lit up. Like nobody was going off on them or anything like that.
No.
It just wasn't good. It wasn't good defense. It was all the principles, all the fundamentals, all of it was bad. Like it was really bad. So we'll see what happens.
And we'll see what happens tonight in game number 2, the Oklahoma City Thunder and the San Antonio Spurs. It's going to get underway here shortly. We'll talk more about that. And I said something, you kind of let it brush by. I said Victor Wembanyama is the face of this league. And I think the league moves around Victor Wembanyama. I'll explain why when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. He called Shai Gilgeous-Alexander a little boy. Yeah. The other night, he said, little boy, I'm number one. Shout out Legends. Oh, no. I think De'Aaron. Oh, I hope that's a shadow. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, I hope that's a shadow. It looks like De'Aaron was sweating through his jacket. Who is the youngest number one on a championship team? Gotta be Irvin, right? Gotta be Irvin. Let me see how old Magic was when he won that championships. He was 20. It has to be Magic. But Magic. Was Magic number one? Oh, man, securing. That is a hell of a question right there. That is a hell of a question. Because Magic probably wasn't number one. Kareem was. Man, and Shaq didn't win. Man, securing that's a monster right there. I don't know. I mean, securing, you don't need knowledge of the 80s because you just got to run through Lakers, Sixers, and it definitely wasn't the Sixers. Celtics wasn't the Celtics. Pistons. I mean, and then you get to Jordan, Olajuwon. I mean, Shaq and Kobe. Pistons. Oh, man. What about the Spurs? Let's see. How old was Tim Duncan? Tim Duncan was 21 in that 97-98 season. 22 in 99. Man, you broke my brain, securing. I don't have an answer. I absolutely don't have an answer. Daniel says it might be Kobe, but as much as I love Kobe, wouldn't you say Shaq was the number one when they won their first championship? I'm going to bring that to the air when we get back. Yeah, but not when they won a championship, securing. He didn't suck stat-wise when they won a championship. But it doesn't matter because he wasn't the number one. Man. Got to go to open house tonight.
Oh, man.
Open house. Thankfully, it's Audrey's and not Morgan's. Morgan's would just be, man, she doesn't stop talking, dude. She's either talking, singing, or whistling.
The best whistler.
Our man Securin here over on youtube.com/ESPN1320 in the chatty house. He asked a question that actually short-circuited my brain like that dancing robot that was circulating all over the internet last night. He said, who's the youngest number one on a championship team?
Like ever or right?
Ever. He said, who's the youngest number one on a championship team? Now, I don't know. Maybe the answer is Bill Russell or something. I have no idea, though. Bill Russell always looked like he was 40.
My first thought was Tim Duncan.
So Tim Duncan might be the answer. He was 20. They won in 99, 22. My first thought was obviously Magic. He was 20, but he wasn't number one. Kareem was number one. So like to this, and I get it. I like we rewrite history, and it's like, no, Magic was always the greatest. Like no, like that was Kareem's basketball team that Magic was on. Now his heroics in the finals in Game 7, that's legendary forever. That's part of the lore of Earvin Magic Johnson. But he wasn't, to the spirit of the question, number one.
Yeah,
he was 20, but he wasn't number one. And so I have no clue. The answer might be Tim Duncan at 22 years old.
Tim Duncan. How old was Larry Bird when he won?
I assume 37.
Like, he won a couple years.
Yeah,
after,
didn't Larry Bird go to college for 7 years?
He was He was the first grad student.
Yeah, Larry's rookie year was 23.
Oh yeah, he was old. He was OG.
So Duncan already got him.
Yeah, Tim Duncan.
I mean, Shaq had been in the league a handful of years. Obviously, Jordan, Bron, they'd all been in the league a long time. There aren't that many champions to choose from.
So Kareem does get the nod for that Lakers one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Like I think he was the MVP. Like he's absolutely the number one on that team.
Yeah, I think that's
Kareem absolutely gets that.
Yeah. They I was listening to something with Jay Adanye, excuse me.
You got it.
And Bomani Jones about just like the Shaq Kobe Lakers. And I didn't realize, I think he said when Shaq went to the Lakers, he was like 24. I didn't realize he was that young.
Yeah. He's
like 24.
Didn't sign a rookie extension, right?
I don't think so.
Like he just left for Orlando.
For the 4 years.
I mean, I'm sorry, he just left Orlando and went to LA.
Yeah, rookie year. They got Penny, and I think they made the playoffs that same year. And
is that
it wasn't a long time at all.
Is that one of the most painful like downfalls for a fan base in NBA history?
Yeah, it's
like
gotta be.
You look like imagine being the Spurs right now. And then all of a sudden it's like 2 years late, like a year from now, next year, it's just over. The Spurs, the NBA circles San Antonio right now. Victor Wembanyama is absolutely the face of the league externally and internally. You know what? Like I said this yesterday when you weren't here to challenge me on it. So now I have even more ammo for this thought. I was reading some of the stuff coming out of Minnesota, and and we knew this at the trade deadline. Like this isn't necessarily news, but with their season coming to an end and everything that comes with that this is a team who is fully equipped to make a move this offseason should they need to. And of course, they were by multiple reports, part of the Giannis Antetokounmpo conversations in February. And I keep thinking we have discussed the ability for San Antonio to make a move like that because structurally they can in terms of cap, available picks. They could. There has never once been a report that San Antonio is even remotely interested in star chasing. And I think every move that everyone makes, particularly in the Western Conference, is with these two teams in mind, namely San Antonio. And when you talk about, someone used a term with LeBron James once that like the orbit, the NBA orbit of it's LeBron James. Like everything is the NBA moves around LeBron James. If it's Cleveland, if it's Miami, if it's Cleveland, if it's Los Angeles, wherever it is, and it's going to move with LeBron. The NBA orbit right now is in San Antonio. And because I thought yesterday, because again, I'll say it for those, I'll say it to you, I'll say it to those who weren't with us. If there was a window yesterday, I was going to jump out of it. And I thought if the San Antonio Spurs win the NBA championship, it changes the complexion of the NBA. Because everyone would because it's not supposed to happen yet. Timelines, they're ahead of schedule. All of these stupid things that we say. They're talking third year. Shaq got to the finals in his third year, did not win. To go back to Sakirin's question, Magic got to the finals his rookie year, had that incredible performance, but he had Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. This team is Victor Wembanyama's basketball team. And the idea of them winning a championship right now would send fear through organizations, because they'll look at it like, if Oklahoma City can't get them, what do we got to do to compete with them? And I think this idea that these teams, be it New York and that might fall by the wayside depending on what happens over the course of the next few weeks, but I don't think it is. I don't think it will. I still think they'll be in the conversation. Minnesota, all of these different teams that are circling, Giannis Antetokounmpo, it is all because of the fear that the San Antonio Spurs and Victor Wembanyama put in these organizations.
That's for sure, man. I absolutely understand that.
Last thing. Dylan Harper is so good. He'll never be the best player on this team. But if you pluck Dylan Harper and put him on 3/4 of the team around the league, you go, yeah, that guy's going to wind up being the best player on the squad.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw the question that was circulating, particularly after game one, but all yesterday as well, is who would you take, Dylan Harper or the number one pick this year?
Dylan Harper. I would take I would take Dylan Harper. I would take Dylan Harper.
That's tough. That one makes
no,
me
it's
think.
tough, but it's
that
tough.
One makes me think.
It's tough, but I didn't know. Dylan Harper, I think he's bad already.
Yeah.
Like he is really, and you can, I'm probably doing too much because I'm enjoying the hell out of this. It feels like you've watched him get better this year.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. The everything that you said, I agree with. The thing that I also am looking forward to and want to see how this works out is I think teams are going to change how they build a team, right? Like you got Chet, and Chet is great, but the whole going up against Wemby, the whole thought of like, hey, we'll just go get an Isaiah Hartenstein and he'll be our center. No, you better go get one of them dogs. You better go, not saying you can just find this type of guy, but you better have a Jokic. You better have an Embiid, because somebody got to go right back at him. I think the floor for what you need moving forward going up against San Antonio is Karl Anthony Towns. That's the floor for the center that you need. If you don't have that can make Wemby even bat an eye to the person on the other side, you don't have a shot.
Can I tell you something? I was going to say that, but I knew you'd get to Karl Anthony Towns at some point. I didn't want to give him too much praise. He's getting enough praise already, and he deserves it all.
Bad foul last
But
night.
you're 100.
Regulation.
Yeah,
What are you doing?
Yeah, that was bad.
But that's the floor of the center you need. Like the big man
He's
is back.
very good.
Yeah.
Karl Anthony Towns is very
Yeah. The big man is back. You ain't gonna get away.
I don't know
with,
that the big man is back, but you really need him to be.
Yeah.
Like you
better
need
go
more
find
than
him.
because you just named a couple.
Yeah.
Like we're gonna have to start feeding these young men something else because we need we're gonna need 28 others.
Right. You better go find him. The interesting thing is it feels like in every other situation, Dylan Harper just abusing big old Lou Dort. Just abused him to the bucket. This guy crazy. But in every other situation, Chet Holmgren feels like that type of guy. But there's something about Wemby that he just disappears.
Does he need to go to James Harden's therapist?
Probably.
He's gonna sit down on the couch with Dr. Melfi, like, I don't know why this guy hates me.
Probably. Did you see that? I know Jesse was talking about it earlier. You see that video edit of that was circulating Twitter about why Wemby goes at Chet so hard?
Yeah. I saw it on Instagram. But yeah.
Wemby out there crashing out after he didn't win.
Yeah. But how can you not love that?
When he was
Like
crashing out.
in a time where people just bitch and complain about how players don't want to win and they don't want this and they don't want that. Yo, Victor Wembanyama should be all of your favorite players.
I love Wemby. The one thing I will say, because I know earlier on the jump they were talking about, well, and Jesse was saying like Chet, he's got to stand up. Like it's been kind of a joke here on the show, but it's for real. Like he's got to stand up. Like you got to do something. You got to guard him. You've got to like compete with him. Like you got to get after it. And then Kyle and others was like, well, maybe he's just not good enough. He isn't good. Like Wemby's so much better than Chet for sure, but that can't stop you. Dylan Brooks is nowhere near on LeBron James' stratosphere, but he don't stop.
You don't need Chet to go toe to toe with Wemby. Just don't shrink.
Don't shrink. Like I said, that's the first thought I thought was Dylan Brooks versus LeBron James. They're not in the same stratosphere.
But
Dylan Brooks don't stop?
What if he doesn't shrink though?
Who?
Chet Holmgren. What if Victor is just that much better than him? What if
Vic doesn't make everybody look like that? Though.
Yeah, let me see
Chet
it.
Holmgren looks weak when he plays Vic. Like it's almost
Yeah,
kind
he
of
does.
like mentally like he looks shot.
Let me watch and see. He didn't shrink. He's just not on his level.
He looks
Cool.
dead inside?
It's like I want to see that. I want to see like, oh, he's just not on Wemby's level, but he didn't shrink. I want to see that. I want to be able to say that. Right now, it doesn't feel like we can say that.
He got to go to the therapist.
He might have to.
He
absolutely might have to. 'Cause
You
that
know
boy
what's
James,
crazy?
He need a 10-session plan.
I was going to be more than that. You know what's crazy? Like we're
He'd be hypnotized.
watching. Maybe that'll work. Like I'll try anything. Hey, hypnotize James to stop falling down.
James need to be hypnotized out here.
Let me remind you, Baker Family Wines is jumping.
Yes.
It's in West Sacramento Industrial Boulevard. You can grab your bottles at the New Nugget in Rockland. You can grab them at the Nugget in Granite Bay. Out there on Florin Road in South Sac as well. You can grab bottles at select Rayleigh's and Bel Air locations as well. You can get any bottle you want in the tasting room in West Sacramento. Again, that's on Industrial Boulevard. Head over to bakerfamilywines.com. Join Dusty's Clubhouse. Find out about exclusive releases and tasting room specials. Follow them on Instagram. That tells you everything that they got going on at bakerfamilywines.com. And remember,
hello, this is Dusty Baker. Welcome to the family.
it's crazy that we're watching game 2 of the Western Conference Finals, and you bring up Chet, and I like Chet had a really. You remember Oklahoma City started the season playing like back-to-back overtime games. One was against Houston. I don't remember who the other one was. Chet was really good against Houston. That feels like an eternity ago.
Chet was really good all year long. It's just this one matchup where he is just he doesn't stand a chance so far. So I think Chet is the second best player on the Thunder. I know a lot of people talk about J-Dub and what he did in the finals. Chet is for every other team, and maybe even actually in this game too, in this matchup, he's the X factor. When Chet is playing at a high level and being a disruptor on the defensive end, scoring on the offensive end, that's when OKC is in championship mode. But he can't get there against the Spurs. And if that doesn't change, I don't see the outcomes changing. He's got to play at that high level. I believe he was an all-star this year or close to it. He's got to play at that type of level again. And we'll see if he can do it against the Spurs.
Chet just hit a shot. I think it was after the shot clock. He had a wide open three.
Look at it. He just
didn't take it. Pump faked. I think that was Castle that was on him.
This guy's not here right now, man.
Yeah.
He's not here.
BetterHelp.com, I think, is the website. Katie, my fiance from the Wake Up Call.
Yes.
I believe she advertised. BetterHelp.com.
Yeah.
James Harden, we'll give you a promo code. Use the promo code Katie, or maybe it's the promo code Wake Up Call. I'm not sure. Use some sort of promo code. One of those two, James, Chet. I mean, a lot of teams do employ. There are sports psychologists. Like there are people who talk specifically. Like, you ever watch Billions?
I haven't seen it.
Billions. They had like it's the traders and you know, high finance and all of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They had like an in-house therapist that they, you know, built a big part of the show around. Sports teams, some sports teams have the same exact thing. Maybe in Sacramento you just go to Kaiser.
Right.
I don't know.
Right. The one thing I'd like to see from Chet, like just a level of, like, once again, I keep saying Dylan Brooks, right? But just a level.
That's your dude. That's low key your guy.
I rock with Dylan Brooks.
Get you a jersey?
No, don't rock with him like that. Don't rock with him like, not like that. Just an entertainer.
That's really
guy.
your boy.
I wish he was here in Sacramento. I wish that would have happened.
That's
but
fine. At least I know he gives a damn.
Thank you. When Chet blocked that shot in regulation, like, flex on him.
No, he looked away.
Be like, I'm here.
He looked
What
away.
you talking about?
That man did not do that. I didn't even know Chet blocked it until the replay. I was like, oh, because he didn't react.
Yeah.
So I didn't know he got it till the replay. I was like, oh, he
didn't want to make eye contact at all.
Sorry.
Don't get him going.
Gonna put my head down, go back to the huddle.
Yeah, I need it. He's gonna have to morph into something else. Maybe that's not his nature or nothing like that. I get that, but he's got to morph into something else because that's what they need.
I think one thing that under discussed here the last 2 days, this is the potential chess match with two really good coaches in Mark Daigneault and Mitch Johnson in this series. I think will be really interesting because it is going to have to be a series of constant adjustments. See, now they are OKC showing a little bit of fire. Not Chet Holmgren, but OKC.
Caruso was showing some fire last game. He was getting.
It actually took a while for Caruso to get going.
Yeah.
Like, not going in terms of the way he was playing. It took him a while to start like showing, like, hey, bro, you're having a night. And he didn't quite react. And part of that was, and you pointed this out a few minutes ago, San Antonio was in control of a lot of that. And they, you know, there are times where Caruso would hit a big shot and it would just bring him within two. You know, it's tough to flex when you're still down. you know what I mean? But as they finally took the lead and the game went back and forth, you saw his chest get a little bit bigger. He got a little bit more demonstrative, and he earned it. And he had that big block on, I think it was Wemby. In that game, that block from the side.
Yeah. Look, man, even, I don't know, forgive me if I'm doing too much, but even all that, bro, you guys are the champs. What are you getting hyped for? You know what I'm saying? Like even that game they won in the regular season, right?
Yeah.
It was
Which
like they
admitted. No, they did.
That we needed this.
Yeah, Shea said it. Shea said it in the post game.
Yeah.
He acknowledged, like, yeah, we knew we needed to get
And then
this.
y'all didn't
We
even
needed
want to
this.
play him. Like there's something going on, man, where it's just I don't know. Like even like I saw Jay Williams hit the three just a second ago and he yelling and everything. You wouldn't do this against the Timberwolves. Because you know you better than the Timberwolves. It's just what we do.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I
maybe.
don't know. It just feels like I don't know if they fully believe they can beat this team in the series.
I don't know that what you just said is true, because how often do we see Steph like do stuff like that in the first quarter, in the second quarter? Like he does, did that. Well, no, does, like he did it when they were losing. Like he does that a lot. Like that's just a just a reaction.
Do you remember them doing that a lot when they had KD? They didn't even celebrate when KD hit the shot in Game 3 of the finals.
Did they even open champagne when they won a championship with Kevin Durant? Like I don't know. I don't think
KD
so.
hit the shot in Cleveland in Game 3. He just, all right. I don't know, man. I think
Maybe you're right.
I think the Thunder, they're gonna win some games.
I feel like Steph hit a 3 in the first quarter. He might dance a little bit.
Yeah.
Especially if it's at Chase, especially if it's at home.
Yeah.
And you want to keep the crowd, involved. I'm sure there's a part of Oklahoma City too that saw the Garden last night and thought like, yo, like because the Garden was dead.
Mm-hmm.
The Garden was absolutely dead. They say New York City didn't ever sleep. New York was sleeping. Right. And rightfully so, because that game was ass.
Yeah.
And then it wasn't. And part of the story of last night's game is the aura of the Garden.
Come on now.
That was part of the story last night.
Yeah.
These guys, they're players first, they're competitors, they're all that stuff. They're basketball fans.
Mm-hmm.
They all saw that.
Yeah.
Like, we got to make sure we give our arena, because OKC is lit. Like their fans are fantastic. They're loud. They're engaged and all of that. But it's also, you're always thinking about Golden State to me, that especially that Chase crowd, if they thought they were going to lose, oh, they tightened up.
Yeah, it was all.
They weren't going to will. It wasn't like Oracle. They weren't going to will you to victory.
Right.
Once you went up 2 or 3, they were behind you. But battling from 22, you're gonna have to do that on your own. They probably thought, we got to keep this crowd. Let's keep this crowd lit. Let's keep this crowd hot. That way, when we get to the fourth quarter, we're like the Garden last night.
I'd be nervous if I was a Thunder fan. It was speaking
Hell
of the Garden,
yeah.
Speaking of the Garden, that was cool to see Michael J. Fox out there.
It was.
Yeah.
I was. That was great.
Michael J. Fox there.
That was fantastic. I've always been a big fan of Michael J. Fox, and his story, his doc was, tough to watch, but incredible. Absolutely incredible. Kenny's going to go home and celebrate and watch Back to the Future Part 1 after this game is over.
I'll tell you guys off the stream. This something funny.
Okay, good, because we've got to end the show. We'll see you tomorrow morning beginning at 7 a.m. with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia on The Jump here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos home, Giant seasons. Let's go home. It's over. Got swept today.
Yeah, I just kind of dumped that. Because that loss last night was so bad, and then they lost again. I was like, let's forget it.
I was on how do I say this? I can watch TV a couple different ways, right? One of the ways I can watch TV, they have a whole section of 24/7 channels, right? Like, so I was watching 24/7 Bernie Mac. Bernie Mac is on 24/7. They have these random channels, probably like hundreds of them.
Mm-hmm.
One of them was 24/7 Back to the Future channel.
Oh,
or I guess
how random.
They just play on a random loop, or not even a random, just on a loop. So Back to the Future. They had an Aladdin channel. I didn't even get past the bees.
Aladdin, like the
musical? Yeah, I think the Disney cartoon type stuff. I didn't click on it, but I didn't even get past the bees because I saw Bernie Mac channel and I was watching that. Yeah, but Back to the Future had a 24/7 channel. I'll click on it every now and then.
Well,
See where we're at.
as long as it's not 3. 3 was stupid.
I don't even remember seeing 3, but I remember the premise of it, and I was not interested.
All right, we appreciate y'all. I got an open house to get to, so we will see you guys tomorrow. Have a great night.